Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better. Let's get them up, get them going. It is a Monday, coming off a very busy weekend. A lot to recap, a lot to look forward to as well. Welcome to 0 week in college football. We actually have college football games this Saturday. Obviously, the Longhorns opener is 12 days from today, 2 weeks from this past Saturday. On that Saturday, the Longhorns held their all-important second scrimmage of training camp. We'll get you details on that, the camp reports, who shined, who did not, and what may have happened, and we'll dive all over that in college football. Also, the Longhorns and the Longhorn family lost a legend over the weekend. Very sad way to start the weekend in Friday into Saturday. Incredible golf yesterday and outside Chicago, which we'll recap. Got Major League Baseball. Don't look now. It's a 3-team race in the AL West. Here come the Seattle Mariners. Also have plenty of NFL preseason weekend, too, including tough injury for a lifetime Longhorn who's having a great training camp. Get you details on the very latest on DeMarvion Overshown. So safe to say 5 hours of conversation on this Monday morning may not be enough because we are absolutely jam-packed and thrilled that you have found us. However you do find us, it's easiest right now on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Also live local on 1019 AM 1260 and our Twitch channel at hornfm.com, on our YouTube channel as well. Appreciate everybody subscribing to that. But however you find us, we appreciate you being there. Hope you can ride with us all morning long. And look who it is across the desk. Back again for a third week and hopefully many, many more to come. He is our shutdown corner 5 hours each day, 5 days a week here on Ian Rod B from DB High and DBU. Also 6-7 year stint in the NFL, a lifetime Longhorn if there ever was one. Number 21 in your program, number 1 in your heart, our man Rod Babers. What's up, Rod?
I'm doing great. Thank you for the intro as always,
Sure.
brother. It gets better and better each day. And shout out to those who choose to serve today in many different ways, in any capacity, whether it be God, country, or community. We give a shout out to you. We salute you. Whether
Amen.
it be teachers, first responders, soldiers, nurses, a bunch of y'all out there. Waste management, doesn't matter. We appreciate you. You are the guardians angels of society. We appreciate
that. Of course, the soldiers and first responders every time. But you're right, today, last week was all back to school for the public schools and schools around Central Texas. Today is the first day of class at UT. They're back to school.
There's more traffic. That's all that means.
More traffic.
That's all that translates to a lot of Austinites. They're like, more traffic.
More traffic.
More
Another
traffic.
layer of traffic is coming your way.
Plan appropriately.
I know. I noticed it on Friday afternoon. Because you go all summer and you kind of get where you need to get. You know how long things take. Seemed like on Friday afternoon in particular, everything took 10, 15 minutes longer to go from point A to point B.
And add another 10, 15 minutes now.
There we go. Add another. Because, you and I get to avoid it in the morning when we're up before dawn and Ty Henderson through the glass. But, yeah, the afternoons is when we see it, kind of like you folks do each and every morning. It's why it's we always appreciate you finding us when you're making your way to school or to class or to work or to serve or whatever you're doing. But, yeah, they had a big they lit the tower last night. Put up the big number 27 because this would be the opening of the class of 2027, provided they do it in 4 years like we're supposed to.
Just made me feel old.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
old. And they had fireworks down on campus and all that good stuff. So
Nice.
class is back, and I'm sure same down at Texas State.
That means
San
football
Marcos.
is back, too, though.
That means football is here. That does
Like
mean
you
football
said,
is here.
Football is here.
Tackle
It's
football.
official.
Tackle football
official,
has
baby.
arrived. Ty Henderson is through the glass. T.Y., how was your weekend? Everything good?
It was good. I went out to Camp Longhorn.
Ooh.
And hung out there it was kind of being at a summer camp without being at summer camp.
What was that? Was
weird.
it all the counselors or something?
No, it was this girl that I'm kind of friends with or acquaintances with.
There you
Her
go.
family is part owners out there, so I guess she just decided to have like 50 people out there for the weekend.
That's a pretty good trip because there's no
Nice.
campers there. It's
Yeah.
just the camp. I mean, yeah, okay. Well, that's a good time.
It's
That's
fun.
legit.
Yeah,
Good
they had
time.
that
I've
nice-
heard about Camp Longhorn, but I've
Yeah.
never seen it or
I
been
have
to
many,
it.
many friends who
I've heard
grew up going to
about it.
Camp
It's like,
Longhorn,
I've never experienced it. I've been
Me
to
either.
it.
I've never been there.
It was
Never
my
been-
first time too. It was a good
Okay.
time, though.
Yeah,
Good time.
yeah.
Hopefully, I'm invited back.
I'm about to say, you got to know somebody in the know.
Yeah,
There you
exactly.
go.
Know someone who owns a place. That's pretty good.
That's,
Pretty good
no,
person
that's
to
better
know.
than knowing somebody. in
Did
the
you
know, yes.
make it to the
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg concert on Friday night?
I did not.
Snoop Dogg.
Oh, yeah, because your mom's wanted to go, right?
No, we ended up. I took her. We went to Matt's El Rancho, and then I took her to Don's Depot, and she had I think, too good of a time.
Oh no,
She
Mom was struggling the next
on
morning.
Saturday. Yeah,
Mom was struggling the next
struggling
morning.
on Saturday. Yeah.
Hey, that's
Hey,
a good thing. Man.
Like mother, like son. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, he got it from somewhere. He got it from his mama.
It comes honestly. I love that. All right, well, let's start as we do on each program with the headlines. Make sure you're caught up, and there's a lot to catch up on this morning. Then we'll get into all the conversations of the morning. Rod has a take us behind the burnt orange curtain this hour.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Just the Facts, our great segment before the end of the hour to get you caught up on the weekend. But first, the news. Trending topics brought to you by UBO Business Services. College football, as we say now, 12 days to the Longhorn season opener with the Rice Owls on Saturday morning. This past weekend, the Texas had that depth chart defining second scrimmage of camp. We're going to have our insider thoughts and reports throughout the morning here on Ian Rod B. And head coach Steve Sarkisian will have media availability after practice this morning to provide his thoughts. That's scheduled for about 11 a.m. In the NFL over the weekend, Dallas Cowboys fell to 0-2 in the preseason, lost to Seattle in Seattle 22-14. As in their first game, the majority of the team's starters did not play, but the team did lose two key players with significant injuries, including the former Longhorn DeMarvion Overshown, who caught his foot in the turf on a seemingly routine tackle in the flat, suffered a torn ACL in his left knee. The third-round pick will have surgery and is going to miss the entire season, unfortunately. Reserve tight end John Stevens, who had also had a strong camp, suffered a season-ending knee injury as well. Dallas will close the preseason this Saturday against the Vegas Raiders at home. Down in Houston, Texans fell to 1-1 in the preseason. They got rolled by Miami, 28-3. Some positives for Houston. C.J. Stroud, much sharper than he was in his debut last week. Second overall pick, 7 for 12. Looked very accurate and completing passes for 60 yards. Led the Texans on a field goal drive. In Major League Baseball, don't look now, but the Seattle Mariners have made it a 3-team race atop the American League West. Yesterday, the M's completed a 3-game sweep of the Astros down in Houston with a 7-6 win. They've won 6 in a row. They've pulled it within a half game of the defending champion Astros in the West. Seattle is 8-2 against Houston this year. Meanwhile, up in Arlington, first-place Rangers got swept by the Milwaukee Brewers, falling yesterday 6-2. Their lead over Houston in the AL West remains 2.5 games. Seattle now just 3 back. How about the streaking Round Rock Express? They rolled to their 12th consecutive win yesterday in Sugar Land, 4-3 the win. They move into sole possession of first place atop the Eastern Division of the PCL. E-Train back at Dell Diamond to open a homestand with Salt Lake on Tuesday night. In golf, was a back nine for the ages for Victor Hovland yesterday at the BMW Championship. 25-year-old delivered the best round of his career to storm past world number 1 Scotty Scheffler and win the second leg of the FedEx Cup playoff. After a solid 233 on the front nine, Hovland, the world's number 5 player, went crazy. Birdied 7 of the 9 holes in the back, added 2 pars to come home in 28, carted a new course record 9 under 61 to shop Scheffler and Matthew Fitzpatrick by 2 strokes. Scheffler posted a final round 66, but had a costly bogey 3 putt on 17. In soccer, Austin FC returned to the pitch last night in St. Louis following their month-long layoff and got steamrolled by the top team in the Western Conference, 6-3. St. Louis FC stretches its lead over second-place LAFC to 7 points. Now Austin slides back to 7th place in the West with 32 points. We'll recap the whole weekend of soccer, including the brilliance of Lionel Messi throughout the morning. And the weekend began with very sad news. Back on Friday, official word from the University of Texas that Bill Little, the university's longtime and legendary athletics administrator and sports information director, passed away from natural causes at the age of 81. Little, whose name adorns the press boxes at both Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium and Disch-Falk Field, is survived by his wife Kim and 3 children and 10 grandchildren. A UT graduate, at one time editor of the Daily Texan. Little worked for the Media Relations Department at Texas from 1968 until his retirement in 2014. He will forever be remembered as a Longhorn legend.
Obviously, our thoughts and prayers, sincerest condolences to the Little family and to his loved ones. There were so many people close to Bill Little because he had been around for so long. I mean, he was pretty much a fixture in tape. Kind of took him for granted, actually, and his great historic knowledge. I said he was quite possibly the greatest historian. He is the greatest historian in Texas, Longhorn sports history. And yeah, I hope, that everybody who got a chance to interact with Bill Little, and honestly, it had been too long since I had seen Bill Little and hung out with him. I hope, everybody, got a chance to really enjoy the knowledge that he could he could give you about almost any subject when it came to Texas sports. Always learn something. I remember doing research, and whether it be a rabbit hole I went down about stats or about a player, and thinking to myself, man, I don't have enough background on this. I need to go talk to Bill Little. I need to have a conversation about Bill Little about this subject, and I know he would give me some insight, and I know he would give me some type of wisdom about where to go with the subject matter. So he will be missed. There's no question about it. But what you want to do in your life, because we all have to obviously go down that road, is have a positive impact on others, so that when you are no longer here, people will remember you and be inspired by what you did. There's no doubt Bill Little had a positive impact on so many people for so many years. So it is a celebration of Bill Little more than anything. Of course, he'll be missed. But
no question. 81 years old and a true Longhorn legend, without a doubt. We'll have some tributes for him throughout the morning. And, of course, upon word of that, most people got word early Saturday morning after the overnight Friday announcement. But so many, condolences pouring in. Mack Brown, who is, if you saw Mack Brown back when Mack was the head coach, you saw Bill Little pretty close
all the time.
Behind him.
Exactly.
He had a tweet that said, "So saddened to hear of the passing of the Texas legend. There's nobody who cared more about the Longhorns. We lost a great man. Send our deepest condolences to Bill's family and friends. Rest in peace." And I thought, to your point, our friend Mike Finger, the columnist down with the San Antonio Express News, a UT graduate himself, wrote it best on a tweet, said, "It sounds ridiculous to say, but when hearing about the loss of Bill Little and wanting to put his life into proper historical UT context, my first instinct was to call Bill Little." He knew more about the program and the people in it than anyone who ever lived. Rest in peace.
Agreed. Exactly.
I mean, that's pretty well said. And that's true. And someone who has done this radio gig since, the late 90s, got many a call or message from Bill Little. Hey, a little quick note. I would say something, or it would be a little off. He'd always in a kind way.
No question.
In a kind way.
Yes.
Or just want to inform you a little bit more on something. Bill was always great and an ambassador for the program and the university where he graduated from, and oversaw most of Darrell Royal's tenure, all of Mack Brown, and all of it through 2014 before his retirement. And as I said in the headlines, I mean the press box at Darrell K. Royal and at Disch-Falk Field are the Bill Little. In honor of Bill Little for all that he did for so long, but
deservedly so.
81. So the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. That was bad. Sad to see, but he was a good man. There's no doubt about that. Also.
Agreed.
We'll get into the Longhorn scrimmage at the bottom of the hour. If you're chomping at the bit to get some insider access and reports of what was going on, we've compiled it and talked to our sources and our people. What went on with that depth chart defining scrimmage. We'll have it for you at the bottom of the hour in the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain segment. But good, bad, and ugly, Rod. Good is, we'll get into the golf and the baseball. But the bad, how about DeMarvion Overshown?
Yeah, that's
what
bad.
A shame, man. That's the worst fear of coaches and players in the pre, and it happened on such a seemingly innocuous play, but it can happen on any play.
So I was gonna say, it always does, right? It'll seem like, oh man, that wasn't even a play that was a lot of contact. Sometimes it's non-contact. It's just freaky the way it all went down, and he tore his ACL, so he's gonna be out for the season for the Dallas Cowboys. And we all had been documenting how much progress he had already made. In terms of being able to solidify himself a spot on the roster, whether it be through special teams. Micah Parsons had kind of taken him under his wing a little bit. Micah Parsons even talked about that. Even Mike McCarthy was very complimentary of him as a professional, as a young player. Remember, we saw him break down the team huddle
in week one
after pregame warmups. And we're like, he's a third round pick doing that. So he had a lot of credibility with the team. He had built that up. So it's unfortunate to see. And he made a play to start the game. He made a play early in the game. He had a nice run stop early in that game before he ended up getting hurt. And by the way, the Cowboys, that might have been a disastrous preseason. They lost the preseason game. Nobody cares about that. But they had multiple injuries. That's probably the one thing you do want to come out of every preseason game with is no injuries and no injury concerns. DeMarvion Overshown was carted off with the knee injury, ends up being a torn ACL. Swing tackle Matt Waletzko, he left the game with a shoulder. He didn't come back. Tight end John Stevens, who's had a really good preseason so far, he left with a knee injury. He didn't come back. That's pretty rough. That's what you don't want to see in a preseason as a coach. You don't really know exactly what your goals are. One of them is to come out injury-free. That was not the case for the Cowboys.
Yeah, it was not the case for the Cowboys. I mean, it was the worst case, and that's why you don't start your starters, right? Don't put them on the field
That's
because it could happen
exactly
on any
what-
play.
Yep.
But DeMarvion Overshown, I don't know if he was going to start for the Cowboys, but he was certainly going to have a role within Dan Quinn's defense. And as a player, Rod, I mean, it's this is your chance. He was going to get an opportunity, and now you don't get the whole season to make those reps and build that resume and just learn to play the game of football at that level. It really is a shame for DeMarvion, who will always keep a positive spirit. He had a real positive tweet about still blessed, and he's going to keep grinding. But, man, that's a shame for the team, and it's certainly a shame for the player. Hate to see that. We got a bunch of those over the weekend, unfortunately. The New England Patriots game was canceled with Green Bay. They were playing the Packers, and a rookie cornerback of theirs was immobilized on a stretcher and precautionary, but took him off the field. And by all accounts on the field, the New England Patriots, the players, Rod, had kind of the same feeling as Damar Hamlin last year in Buffalo. They didn't know. It didn't look good.
Yeah.
So Bill Belichick made the call. It was in the fourth quarter, and Belichick said, "You know what?
It's a preseason.
My guys
game.
aren't. They don't want to keep playing.
No.
It's the preseason. Let's go home." And not only that, Bill Belichick, caring for the psyche of his players, they were supposed to leave and go straight to Nashville, and they were going to do joint practices with Tennessee this week, and then play the Titans to wrap up preseason. But he called Mike Vrabel and said, "We're not coming. We're not coming."
And him and Vrabel are close. So
hate to do that. Hate
yeah.
to do that. But our players need to get our heads right. Get back home. So yeah, those are for DeMarvion, he'll be okay and he'll come back. He's just going to miss a year, unfortunately. But it's still a contact sport, Rod.
And they've had so many injuries to like linebackers. They
Feels
bring
like
in.
it.
Remember Damone Clark? They brought him in, and then the doctors actually found like a back injury, spinal injury with him. And
Spinal.
Remember he had to sit out that year while he fixed that. And Jabril Cox came in from LSU, and I was a big fan of Jabril Cox, and he had an injury early on. And if they end up moving guys, like it sounds like they will, Micah Parsons to DN even more, and not playing it off-ball linebacker. Now we're talking about depth issues at linebacker for the Cowboys.
Leighton Vander Esch is probably one of the most important pieces on that defense.
No
Keeping him
doubt.
healthy.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
And
even
he's
more
been
important now.
injury-prone,
Great
right?
point, Ty. Yeah, last year he did have
In his
that injury
career,
last
he's
year. You're
battled
right.
the
He missed
injury
a couple
bug.
games last year too, and it was devastating to the rush defense. By the way, when he missed those games last year, it was devastating.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. So yeah, I mean.
So now you got linebacker depth issues.
Well, I mean, I think
Jabril Cox is playing well, and so is Damone Clark. But in terms of behind those guys, not going to win.
Well, this is one in the linebacker room meetings. They're, Dan Quinn's throwing stuff because DeMarvion was going to have a big role, and then you just pointed out the other two that they're dealing with. I mean, that's because you wanted to be able. I mean, DeMarvion was going to make it likely that Micah Parsons can be this weaponized piece that they just move all over the place. Then DeMarvion can kind of fill that hole of his. So then one of those guys. Now you're dealing with injuries, and that's what you don't want. That can really become a damper on a season, Rod, where you have cluster injuries. You have a series of injuries at one
position. Oh, remember what did the Ravens at running back? It's been it happens.
Well, and the Cowboys last year at the opposite corner, opposite Trayvon
Diggs.
Diggs.
They just couldn't figure it out.
And teams would just attack that side of the field because Kelvin Joseph wasn't ready to man it, and quarterbacks would say, "I'm not messing with Trayvon Diggs."
The Anthony Brown injury, the Jordan Lewis injury.
We're going to run the ball and try to stay ahead of the chains a little bit here because the Cowboys will give up some rush yards, and then we need something big. We're going over here. We're going to the right side, the quarterback right, and they feel like they've shorn that up with the sign of the trade for Stephon Gilmore to play opposite Trayvon Diggs. Well, now there's a cluster problem at linebacker, so keep that in mind. I still have good players, and DeMarvion's the only one that's for the year at this point, but that's something to watch.
One answer might be, I will say this, Cowboys are especially deep now in the secondary, especially with Deron Bland. They really love him. Remember, they got those three safeties they really like. You just talked about Stephon Gilmore. They could potentially play a hybrid defense where they could play dime, move a Jayron Kearse down into the box pretty much as another linebacker. They do that a lot anyway, guys like Donovan Wilson, and then have Deron Bland, other coverage guys, Stephon Gilmore. You still can cover across the board. You got enough of those guys. So you could see Dan Quinn come up with a really creative solution. He's one of them dudes. That's why I love Dan Quinn's defense. I love the Cowboys defense. They are so malleable. It does help them deal with some of these injuries.
It does. You know what was a highlight, though, of Saturday night in Seattle? The Deuce was on the loose again. Can we hear this? This is from the TV call. Here we go.
Deuce in this stadium right here. Great cut by Deuce Vaughn, and this is what you want to do when you have a defender one-on-one. He had two defenders, spent out of trouble. He has a low center of gravity, and that's a big reason why.
Deuce, yeah, man. Deuce was loose, number 42. Another one of those 14-yard run. Did a complete left turn spin move on a dude who grabbed air and was made to look silly. And so Deuce Vaughn, I thought it was a good night for the Cowboys running backs. Rico Dowdle and is likely to be the running back 2 behind. Going into camp, you thought it was going to be Malik Davis, the second year back out of Florida, but Dowdle has had a better camp, number 23. Looks like he's going to be the backup running back to Pollard. Deuce Vaughn will have a role as kind of a gadget player and a third down back. And
gotta
Tony Pollard, of
deuce
course.
Package.
Yeah, got to have a deuce package. Well, he shows. I mean, he just makes people look silly in the open field, and he can deliver. Size doesn't matter in that case. Yeah, it's kind of like the Sark thing we talk about. If he's good enough, he's big enough. Now, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. We said it. We told you guys, like, it doesn't matter. He did it to guys, Big 12. We've seen him do it to Big 12 defenders, Power 5 defenders at the highest levels. There's no doubt it was going to translate to the NFL. And, yeah, if you're creative enough, you need to get him in the open field one-on-one. That's it. You can scheme that up. Deuce will do the rest.
Yeah, he will.
Because he's going to make you look silly out there one-on-one. He's one of those guys you have to gang tackle. You cannot be trying to tackle Deuce one-on-one. And I think that's kind of the advantage for the Cowboys. So I'm with you.
I will say, Rod, it was the big concern going into camp for the Cowboys, and I'm still not. Is Tony Pollard an every down running back? Is he a guy that can carry the full workload in what Mike McCarthy wants to be a run-based offense? Rico Dowdle seems nice, and Deuce Vaughn, but it feels like you left yourself pretty thin at the running back position, where it's a collision sport, and they take more collisions than anybody. You hope. Now, look, Tony Pollard could break out and become what they believe he can be, which is the every down running back. They've been sharing carries with Zeke Elliott the last several years, and I know Cowboy fans were clamoring, look, let's just leave him in there. Let Pollard be the beast. He's a big play waiting to happen, but he is also coming off an injury that he suffered in the playoff game against the 49ers. You hope he's ready, but that's a key position, and they haven't done much behind or beyond. There was some thought that when the Cowboys drafted DeMarvion Overshown, who's now out for the year, and you can't anticipate that back in April, that there was a lot of thought the Cowboys were going to go running back with that third-round pick.
I remember that.
That they were going to take because they had gone.
You could argue they should have.
They went defensive tackle. They went tight end. And then they went defense.
And by the way, tight end thing has been not so great either because Schoonmaker hasn't really contributed anything.
Well, so they went defense, offense, and then they went defense. The 2 of the first 3 picks were on the defensive side. There were a lot of people with that because there were at pick 90. I liked the Overshown pick, but that injury on top of not, going running back in that spot. They took Deuce in the 6th round was the first time they addressed, running back in the draft. You wonder, it's 20/20 hindsight at this point, but that position is one to watch.
Maybe I thought Rojo was going to be one of them picks or something.
Yeah, Roshan Johnson was named. A lot of people talked about.
Kept coming up. I remember, and it didn't work out. You're right. And Deuce is still a steal for the Cowboys where they got him.
In the 6th round, yeah.
It's a steal where they got him, but I'm with you. I do wonder if that will come back to haunt the Cowboys. But keep in mind, training camp cuts. There will be some at least decent running backs that are cut, serviceable ones. And I wonder if the Cowboys may dip back into the running back market once there are some running backs who are cut from other teams. Speaking of, the Bears got a lot of good running backs. The Bears got like 3 starting running backs. So there are some teams with a lot of good starting running backs, and they'll decide to cut those guys, and maybe the Cowboys can make them.
Yeah, trust me, the Cowboys will be looking at that waiver wire coming in the next 10, 12 days.
They should.
As the preseason winds down, 1 game to go. We'll talk more what went down in Houston. I thought C.J. Stroud looked good in his 12 pass attempts, looked accurate. The thing you hear about C.J. Stroud, and he claims he's a ball placement expert, right? He can put the ball where he wants. He showed that on Saturday. Now, the Texans defense left a lot to be desired against the Miami Dolphins, who looked explosive with Tua in that run game.
Yeah.
They rolled past the Texans 28-3. We'll talk a little about what the Texans did, the rest of the takeaways from week 2 in the preseason, also the good, the bad, and the ugly from the busy weekend. Longhorns coming up. And also before the end of the hour in our Just the Facts segment, we'll get into what Lionel Messi did again on Saturday night in front of a frenzied, packed house in Nashville. What an incredible start he has had to his Inter-Miami career. They're now the champions of the League's Cup.
It's the greatest start for any player in MLS history, their MLS career.
Well, maybe in most any sport, to come in and take over the way he has and take a team from the bottom to the top and electrify, and not just his market, but an entire league. That game they played Saturday night was in Nashville, and so that's a road game, and it was packed. And most of them, again, just like in Philadelphia, there to cheer for Messi. And he did not disappoint in a thriller. And I'll get into a little bit of the golf. I mean, if you're a golf fan, what Victor Hovland did yesterday at the BMW Championship was incredible. I mean, gosh, 61 on the back 9 rod. I mean, he was you know, like getting laser locked in. Oh, the zone. I mean, he hit every green on the back. and he was just pin hunting the entire back nine with the pressure of a Sunday, a tough golf course. And Scotty Scheffler had to settle for second place with Matthew Fitzpatrick. Think about it. If you're Rory McIlroy and you tee off on Sunday saying, okay, if I shoot 66, I should be okay. And he was playing with Hovland yesterday. Rory shot 66 and lost by 5 strokes because my guy Hovland went nuclear. And he took the BMW Championship outside Chicago ahead of the Tour Championship this week. So we'll get a little golf, we'll get a little soccer. Austin FC laid an egg last night in their return to the pitch. We haven't seen them in 5 weeks, and they did not play well last night. But coming up, Rod, we'll get to the Longhorns because I know all of our audience is up early, wants to hear about what went on at the scrimmage and what you were able to glean and take away from the depth chart defining scrimmage on Saturday. How is that depth chart looking coming out of it? We're 12 days to the start of the season. Think about it. You've got school starting today. Training camp's essentially over.
This is it. Now after that scrimmage, they'll pretty much get the depth chart done. I don't know if they post it still like they did back in the day, but the depth chart will get done, and then they'll start game planning. They'll start
you
their
install
weekly,
for Rice and maybe for Alabama, and then next week's game week. And so here we are, 12 days out, counting down those days here with you, with E and Rod B and Ty. Let's pick it up on the other side. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll get your thoughts on the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend, including the American League West is now a 3-team race. Here come the Seattle Mariners. We'll get good, bad, and ugly on all that, plus Jose Altuve. Bad weekend for his team, an historic night for our little Petey Altuve, as I always have called him. He had quite a moment. We'll get you that coming up as well. It's Ian Rod B, just getting warmed up here on The Horn, 104.9 or 101.9 AM 1260. Always streaming for you. Make it digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.
Austin, Texas, sports. The Horn.
You are locked in on Austin's only local morning sports conversation. 5 hours, 5 days a week. It's E and Rod B with Ty Through the Glass and you up and at 'em and getting after it, talking all things weekend 2 of the preseason in the NFL, the unfortunate injury for DeMarvion Overshown, also the great performance on the golf course by Victor Hovland yesterday, the baseball. We'll get more of it coming up in just the facts. But we said going into the weekend, both the Astros and Rangers were playing kind of playoff kind of series because the Brewers are the first place team in the NL Central, Milwaukee, where they and the Seattle Mariners were hot coming in, and they torched the Astros 3 straight games. And the Astros didn't have Kyle Tucker all weekend. He was out with an injury, and I think he's been the clutch hitter and the big bat in the middle of that order. They missed that. But, the Seattle Mariners have put themselves right in the mix. And I would say this to Ranger fans. The Astros, I believe, are done with the Seattle Mariners for the year. Thank goodness. They went 2-8. They went 2-8 against the Mariners this year. The Rangers, if you haven't looked at the schedule, have 7 games with the Mariners in the last week of the season, 10 days of the season. They have a 3-game series with the Mariners and then a 4-game series with the Mariners at the end of the regular season. So the Mariners are absolutely in the thick of this thing. The young center fielder Julio Rodriguez is a superstar. He had an unbelievable weekend in Houston. So the Mariners are in the mix here in the American League West and that wild card race. And Rangers, Astros, now Seattle in the conversation. Remember, it was the Angels that were going to go for it with trades at the trade deadline.
We thought.
Yeah, well, here's Seattle. Announcing their presence with authority with a sweep in Houston. Meanwhile, the Rangers got swept by the Milwaukee Brewers, so everything has tightened up atop the American League West, to say the least. They did have a moment, though, because Jose Altuve posted his 2,000th hit.
Yes, historical.
I'll get you some numbers on where Jose is right now, and it's interesting. When Craig Biggio, Astro great, had his 3,000th hit, he also had a single that got thrown out at second base trying to stretch it out into a double there at Minute Maid Park. And same thing happened. Altuve got him a single, but he got thrown out trying to stretch it into a double at second base.
Why not?
That's kind of how the Astros weekend went. They got swept by the Mariners, and they're glad to see the M's get the heck out of town. And they've got a big series, Houston, with Boston this week, Rod. Red Sox for 4 games. Red Sox are also right in the thick of the American League wildcard race, and that series opens tonight down in Houston. That's one to keep your eyes on, as the Rangers will be in Arizona tonight. So a lot to recap, the good, the bad, and the ugly from a great weekend. Hopefully you had one. Rod, you had a good weekend? You said you
great weekend. Went to
Houston.
Yeah, had a baby shower with the family, so it was nice.
Oh, yeah, your wife is
nice. Then we,
on her way.
Yeah, then came back and got to enjoy a little
that's your first
downtime.
Baby shower experience?
Yeah, I had to, it's my family, so I had to go. Usually the baby shower, I let her do the thing. It's like her 3rd baby shower, and she's got another one. She's got like tons of these things.
Oh, yeah, you got to do them.
Yeah, and I've only been to that. That's the only one I've been to, and I don't want to go to a bunch of these things. Yeah, I'm good. That's all I need. I got my fill.
When I was getting married and having children, it was I understood the baby shower thing because I didn't understand wedding showers. I was like, well, everybody can come to the wedding. Right?
Yeah.
You can come show up, be at our wedding. But remember, they can't come to you when you have the baby. You don't want them around.
That's
so
true.
they're trying to do something nice for you
I
ahead
get that.
of
That's
the
a good
baby
point.
being born. And
Yeah.
clothes and gifts, and oh boy, we did one that was like a diaper baby shower.
That's kind of what this one was. And
You'll use
we got
them.
a lot of them. We got tons of them, boxes of them.
You will use diapers. Trust me.
I've been told. We need to get the Costco plan when it comes to.
You will
diapers.
need diapers.
Yes.
You will use every single one. And the good thing about it, if they're not, you don't open them. You can always take them back and get the size you need as the baby grows. And that kind of
Okay,
stuff.
there you go.
Just hold
Nice.
on to them. Just hold on. They're currency. They're currency when you have an
Like
infant.
cigarettes in jail.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But baby diapers. So Gerard had a good weekend. Ty was out at Camp Longhorn, which is a cool thing. We heard that was a good story. We'll take your weekend thoughts, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Hit us on the Specs text line 512-337-3776 on Austin's only morning local conversation in the ATX and throughout. But right now it's time to go behind the burnt orange curtain and talk some Texas scrimmage.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, looks like for the second scrimmage in a row, this was the depth chart defining scrimmage. Looks like the defense might have gotten the better of the offense. Looks like the defense may be a little bit ahead of the offense. Remember, Sark said one of the things that he was critical of in the first scrimmage, especially of the offense, was the fact they didn't take care of the football, turn the football over in the first scrimmage, I believe. In that scrimmage, there were 3 turnovers, and Sark was upset about that. Well, reportedly in this scrimmage, and by the way, shout out to all the great services. Shout out to Inside Texas doing a great job. Horns 24/7 does a really good job too. The Football Brainiacs, friends over there, do a good job, and Orange Buzz. So we kind of gather up reports from all these really, really good sources and throw them out there. And the early word, Horns 24/7 says that the offense suffered two lost fumbles and 2 interceptions on the day. And one of those guys that's making plays, once again, Malik Muhammad, showed up and had a hand in forcing one of the offense's turnovers. Also looks like he may have had an interception too. So you got, that he's racked up a couple of takeaways in these 2 scrimmages. And remember, one of the spots he's competing for is that field corner spot. And I don't know exactly who won the competition. Terrence Brooks was also one of the guys who was leading in that competition. Right now, that's one of the open spots I can't wait to hear from Sark today. He's going to have immediate availability to see who they have as the number 1 field corner. Because right now, Malik Muhammad is definitely trending in the right direction. And Terrence Brooks is also a guy that Sark likes. Between those 2 guys, I do wonder if remember, Sark has mentioned that Malik Muhammad and Terrence Brooks can play both boundary and field.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're trying to get their best 11 on the field. We haven't heard about Ryan Watts' camp. I wonder if Ryan Watts is having a really good camp too. Because if not, then I wonder if the coaches are thinking about, hey man, we just need to get these young guys on the field in the rotation of corner, and now they can play boundary and field as well.
Well, it was Inside Texas, Eric Nalin, their insider, who had the nugget that senior quarterback Ryan Watts didn't have the greatest scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
But the way he wrote it, that's the price a corner pays for going against these wide receivers. Xavier Worthy's
Very
long
true.
bomb came at the expense of the boundary corner. And by all accounts and people I heard from, Rod, to your point on Friday about using motion to create free get-off for the receivers, Xavier Worthy was the one that was moving, doing that Devontae Smith role that you talked about at Alabama, where he was constantly in motion and freed up to, hit the ball is snapped and he's already moving. And if you can't get hands on Xavier Worthy, give him a free release,
That's trouble.
You played corner, you're going to have a problem.
That's trouble. Once you give him, you're talking about giving him a full speed running start. He's already a vertical threat because he's one of the fastest guys, if not the fastest guy on the team. And then one of the liabilities of his skill set is that he's slight. All right, his frame, he's skinny. Sark likes these speed demons, but they're a little slight and skinny. And so if I can get my hands on him and reroute him, that is tremendously advantageous to the defensive back. When Sark puts that guy in motion a ton, and we talked about targets at the snap, right? And we talking about targeting a player at the snap when he's still in motion. We call it targets to motion. That could be a really dangerous concept this year for Xavier Worthy, because now think about it, he's no longer typecast to be the deep guy. You got a couple of guys that can do that. Jonte Cook can do that. A.D. Mitchell can do that. Isaiah Nayor can do that. So you don't have to have him forced into a role on offense. You can do whatever you want with X-Man now because you have so many receivers like Jay Witt and Isaiah Nayor that can fill in different roles, and he can just be the featured piece of the puzzle.
and if you've talked about and sometimes complained about or criticized, Steve Sarkisian is going to take his shots. They're going to take deep shots, right?
Yeah, he ain't stopping.
And last year you knew it was going to be Xavier Worthy, right? He was your one.
He was your
option.
one deep threat. Yeah,
And
you didn't throw it to Jay Witt deep.
No,
you don't believe in that.
But you're right. They've got multiple guys who can do that now, which frees him up. And by all accounts, and even reports from Saturday, A.D. Mitchell had another really strong camp. So you've got a second. It's almost like they have 2 number 1 receivers. You watch it in Cincinnati with the Bengals for Joe Burrow, and you've got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. You got 2 guys that are legit number 1 threats. That puts a lot of stress on a defense. The Longhorns feel like they can do that with those 2 guys. And Jordan Whittington ain't bad. Isaiah Nayor's having a great camp. They do have weapons. And they didn't even figure in Jatavion Sanders, the tight end, into the passing game. That can be a problem because all accounts that I heard from and saw and read, Rod, that Quinn Ewers had a solid day. That Quinn Ewers is doing a good job of distributing the football. And according to one person I talked to who was in camp last year at the same time, said Quinn Ewers is miles ahead of where he was 1 year ago when he was battling Hudson Card for this job. Much more comfortable in the system. much more in control, and more weapons to throw to.
I think that's, there are more solutions for Sark now built within the offense, right? With all the personnel that they've acquired and that they've kind of upgraded at different positions. Last season, essentially, Steve Sarkisian was presented with, a test and all these different problems to solve. But to me, it was an open book test. Right, he had the answer was simply give it to Bijan, give it to Rojo. Right, it was an open book test, and all
Coach,
the answers.
You can use your notes on this test.
Yeah, exactly. Remember that professor? You love that professor. He's like, all right, you've been taking your notes.
I don't know that I would have passed college algebra if I didn't have the open book.
Oh, with all the notes that I took, Robbie loved that. I was like, oh yeah, notes. Oh, I'm gonna kill it here. And some people were like, oh, they didn't take any notes. I'm like, oh man, too bad for you. But for Sark last
Sark
year,
needed one note. Give it to Bijan.
Give it to Bijan. Right. That was the answer to every question on the test, which is, you know what, give it to Bijan. You don't even need multiple choice. Give it to Bijan with a side of Rojo. Put some Bijan on it. And this year he doesn't necessarily have that, those notes. He doesn't have that open book this year. But what he does have are solutions to different problems because he has all these very versatile weapons in the passing game. And more, and I'll give shout out to my man Jerry Hamilton, talking to him about this yesterday with the Inside Texas crew. Man, that offensive line this year, it's always important. But I do think in terms of pass protection, it's going to be really pivotal because there's no doubt. I think the identity of the offense, when we boil it down, is going to be the passing game. That's where all your strengths are. I mean, your strengths, you have so many weapons in the passing game. You're almost going to be forcing the running game. And by the way, C.J. Baxter, was reported, also had a good scrimmage. So
freshman
that's good.
Running back.
Freshman running back. C.J. Baxter had an impressive scrimmage. Say he looked good, and that he's probably going to be number two running back behind Jonathan Brooks, who also continues to impress. And then you'll throw in Keelan Robinson, right? As kind of your, he's kind of the side dish to the main course of your running game, which will be Jay Brooks and C.J. Baxter. But I'm not saying the running game is not going to be good or it's going to, it's going to have a severe regression. But, man, we've watched Bijan and Rojo now in the NFL in the preseason. It's not going to be the same running game. It just won't be. And I think the strength will be the passing game, which means pass protection is going to be pivotal.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. And but the stress that the passing game can put on a defense will benefit the running game because they're going to have light boxes. I mean, having more coverage players on the field, not big thick linebackers trying to stop run game like it was last year, because a lot of times Texas was in heavy package trying to run that ball. As you've talked about, 6 offensive linemen at times. I think you'll see more field spreading, and you've talked about the empty formation from time to time. That's going to pressure a defense and open up running lanes because it's just there's so many weapons on the offensive side that the run game will benefit from just having that much stress on a defense.
Yeah, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I defend the Texas passing game first. And then I would almost open them up to try to beat me with the running game.
Yeah,
I think it's more for me if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'd like it more if Texas decide to beat me with the running game than the passing game. As we've just pointed out, man, the passing game just presents you with mathematical equations you just cannot solve as a defensive coordinator. If they're going to just run the ball, man, makes life a lot easier. And that means they're taking the ball out of the hands of their best weapons.
Well, that'll be a test again for Coach Sark this year. Will he be patient and take the yards? He's always had a 1,000-yard rusher wherever he's been the head coach or calling plays. He's always had a 1,000-yard back. If that's the case this year, it's likely to be Jonathan Brooks as a 1,000-yard rusher. But will Sark be patient with it and take those yards when they're there? Because I agree with you. I think most, including Nick Saban week 2 at Alabama, he's going to try to, and he's got 4- and 5-star corners that he can try to match up with your passing game.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting chess match, or open book test, as you call it. We will see. Because last year when it was just give it to Bijan, he wouldn't always just give it to Bijan. He would force it to a broken-handed receiver. You know what I mean? Over and over again.
That's very true. He learned late in the season, right? He learned in the Baylor game, Iowa State game. He learned later on, you know what? Maybe Daryl K. Roy, the late, great DKR, had a point. All right, when you throw the ball, 3 things can happen and 2 of them are bad. And that happened for Texas in that Iowa State game, the Baylor game. That started to happen a little bit. And I think that's when Sark decided, you know what? Let's put some Bijan on it with a side of Rojo. And that's smart, but this year he won't have that luxury. He's going to have to find other solutions to the problem.
Somebody said on the text line, we appreciate your text and the contribution. Says, I think Jay Witt is the college version of Anquan Bolden. You wonder if they'll try to weaponize him. We'll talk about that throughout the morning. Could that be a weapon, especially if you're in that spread formation and all of a sudden, Jay Witt's all of a sudden behind the quarterback and he could become a running back in that spot. Longhorns have a couple of guys because remember, Savion Red, who's been battling an injury, is also cross-training from receiver to running back as well, and they like his power between the tackles. We'll come back. When we do, it's just the facts. We've got some big facts from the weekend, including the incredible Lionel Messi, Jose Altuve, a couple of shorter guys in stature had big weekends. We'll get you some facts on that from the weekend. Also, weekend 2 in the preseason of the NFL. A lot to do. Coming right back here on Ian Rod B. Monday on The Horn, Austin's only local morning sports conversation, 5 hours, 5 days a week with myself on the shutdown corner, Rod Babers.
Oh, shizzle.
Faux shizzle. Here's a text from our friend Chan. Wants to know, is DeMarvion Overshown out for the year? I saw the play, feared it, and yes, unfortunately, an
Sorry,
MRI.
Chan.
Can we play the highlight from the game on Saturday night when DeMarvion Overshown was running over to the left flat to just make a routine play, it seemed like.
Brutal.
And here's how it sounded.
Ways. Pretty remarkable the last couple of years. Geno Smith still in there at quarterback as lowering the boom, so to speak, on the near sideline. And that holding his knee is DeMarvion Overshown, the rookie out of Texas, and hopefully he's okay.
Yeah.
Not what you want
Kind
to
of
see.
landed awkwardly, Rod, and got it to foot caught in the turf. You've, I'm sure, done or been a part of that many times. When you play on turf, it's kind of sticky.
Doesn't take much. But I will say that with the technological advances we've seen a lot of guys come back, pretty strong after ACL injuries, and they get really close to back to their prime quicker. I mean, they get there at one point, but they get there a lot quicker. So hopefully with DeMarvion Overshown, it's not something that ends up putting him too far behind.
Yeah, unfortunate.
It's sad
unfortunate.
because he was, like I said, he was trending. Mike McCarthy was talking all about him. Micah Parsons had taken him under his wing and kind of mentored him a little bit, and he was getting all these goals. He broke down the huddle after pregame warmups as a rookie. I'm like, who does
rare.
that?
That's rare. That's a different dude.
Yeah, he was showing a lot of leadership.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. That's what preseason's for. He needs all the reps he can get to show what he can do, but at the same time, it can happen on any play. And it's time for our Just the Facts segment. And here's a fact, I think, on the text line, Rod, that says northbound I-35 completely closed at 51st Street. This is a fact.
That is a fact.
That could be a problem on the first day of classes at UT and the increased traffic flow that's going to be out there this morning.
Yeah.
Northbound 35 completely closed at 51st. Don Miller will have updates coming up just as soon as he can get them to you. What do you have for us in Just the Facts, Rod?
Not good for anybody there. How about this one about Lionel Messi? So Inter Miami won the League Cup championship, right? That conference, that inter-season tournament they're doing now.
Yeah.
Lionel Messi now has 42 career senior titles, breaking a tie with Dani Alves for the most in men's soccer history. So basically, he's won more than any other player in soccer history, just adding up all his titles at the different leagues he's played in throughout his career.
How many?
42.
Oh.
What they call career senior titles.
That's why he's the golden toe. He is a great of all time, without a doubt. His 10th goal in his 7th match. Think about it. That was a rock-bottom franchise, Rod. They were in the rock bottom and now winning the League's Cup as the champions, and now they'll get back to MLS play. Can we hear in the 20th minute in Nashville, in front of a frenzied, packed crowd, Messi cut through, he's left-footed, so he cut through and he just fired a shot through about 4 different people.
I saw it.
Incredible. Here's how it sounded.
Lionel Messi around Zimmerman. Messi!
Incredible. And, of course, that's a home crowd. That's the road team scoring a goal, and that's the reaction from the Nashville fans.
They're like the Heatles. They go on the road. It doesn't matter. The people will cheer for Messi.
Well, everyone's wearing Argentina jerseys, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Another piece of sound. Can we hear the historic hit for Jose Altuve on Saturday night? Houston lost and got swept by the Mariners this weekend, but Jose Altuve made history.
Down the line and left, and that ball is fair. There it is. Hit number 2,000 in Altuve's career, and he is going to be out at second base.
All right, so 2001 hits now in his career. He's got over 200 home runs and over 200 steals. How about this there, Rod, as he's building that Hall of Fame resume? Only Willie Mays faster to join the 2,000 hits, 200 home runs, and 200 steals. Only Willie Mays faster. Willie Mays did it when 1,600. Actually, Jose Altuve did it faster than Willie Mays. Willie Mays had been the fastest at 1,669. Fact is, Jose Altuve now the fastest. 1,631 games to 2,000 hits, 200 home runs, and 200 steals.
Yeah, that's a
fact.
That's a rarefied group to be associated with. There's no
fastest
Willie
ever
Mays.
going past Willie Mays, and I know he'll always wear the 2017 situation, as all Astros will, but he's on his way to the Cooperstown 307 lifetime batting average. And when he first came in the league, I called him Little Petey Altuve because the way he played the game was like Pete Rose. And Pete Rose owns the all-time hits record.
Yeah.
If Jose Altuve plays 10 more years, if he can stay healthy and play another decade, Could he chase down? He's got to stay healthy. He's in his early 30s now, but he's the type of player that could, and he loves the game. So 2,001 hits now for Jose Altuve, fastest ever to 2,000 hits, 200 home runs, and 200 steals.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yes.
And considering his story getting how he got his shot in the league.
Oh,
is just
was told to go home
fascinating.
because he was too short.
Yeah,
and came back.
Exactly.
Yeah, he went to a tryout and on Saturday, and he went home, and his dad said, no, you need to go back. I know the scout. I kind of helped engineer this tryout.
He needs to get a look at you.
And he went back the next day, and the rest is history. Here he is.
Yeah, well, that's a really, really amazing accomplishment, actually.
What else do you have there?
Fastest to 2,000 hits. I got some preseason stats that are facts that are pretty cool.
Cool.
Okay, how about this? If you go look at it, the Ravens now apparently are the first team in NFL history to have an all-black quarterback room, including players and coaches.
There you go.
There you go. Some history being made with
Lamar
the Ravens.
Jackson.
Was it Anthony Brown and Tyler Huntley's gone now, right?
Tyler Huntley's still there, I believe.
I think one of them's still there, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, no, Tyler Huntley's still there. I'm thinking P.J. Walker go to the Bears.
There you go. And have you been paying attention to how Jordan Love has been playing in the preseason, actually?
For the Green Bay Packers, pretty good.
He looks pretty good.
Looks
Just
efficient.
throwing it out there. Yeah, just in case you keep it up with it. Jordan Love looks pretty good. And we're going to see Aaron Rodgers make his preseason debut in the third preseason game for the Jets Jets. So that's happening, too.
Coming back.
Now, versus the Giants, I believe it's going to be.
Coming back, we will have Rod's first rant of a Monday morning, which is always good intel and insight. One other fact, your Austin Gamblers, because we're going to do Bullish and BS next hour, Rod. The Austin Gamblers
still
had another great weekend. They've lost one game, but they went 2-1 over the weekend. They're 8-1 now. And you know what Friday begins? Austin Gambler Days at Moody Center.
That's right.
The highest level of professional bull riding coming to Austin this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Austin has the best bull rider in the world in Jose Vitor Leme and the best team in the PBR, 9-1, sitting in top first place. Get those tickets now, austingamblers.com. Ian Rod B., Austin's only local morning sports conversations, coming at you live on 101.9 AM 1260. Of course, streaming on our Horn app, which digital numbers have been great. We appreciate you finding it, downloading it. It's so easy to do. One touch of a button, and you're listening to us live wherever you are. And maybe that could be sitting in traffic on a good, bad, and ugly Monday. The traffic is ugly. This is a text on the Specs text line. It says, tell Chopper Dave, 35 already backed up in G-Town at 6:30 a.m. So, yes, I like that. Chopper Dave.
Bad news right there. Bad
Chopper
news.
Dave.
Not how you want to start your Monday.
Not how, but you can anticipate it with school fully back in, and now the first days of school at UT means all the faculty and students all making their way to campus. Probably not at 7 a.m., but here at some point this morning, so that's going to add to the volume. I used to work with a guy, Rod, named did traffic for us back in the day called Buck Naked.
Buck Naked. I like
Buck Naked. And he used to actually be up on an airplane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They've done traffic choppers. Yeah, and they would put him up in one of those little planes, and he'd fly over and just be able to see where the hot spots were and kind of get eyes on it with binoculars.
Buck Naked.
Buck Naked. Good dude. Good.
What do you do? Is reports from the plane?
Yeah.
Interesting.
How do you get the name? Buck Naked.
I don't know. He shows that, I guess. I don't know. You're either.
Now I'm curious.
I like that. Yeah. Well, he's not a guy you'd like to see buck naked. I will
Exactly.
tell you that. Nice guy.
Even
great
more
guy.
so. Like,
Love that guy.
how'd you get the nickname then?
Love that guy. But yes. So Chopper Dave, our man Dave, bringing you the traffic. Ty is here as well, and we got a lot going on: the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. But yeah, watching and listening on our Horn app, easiest way to do it. Also on our Twitch channel, if you'd like to watch the program, you can do that. And on YouTube, our YouTube channel growing by the day. It is Austin's only local morning sports conversation. We appreciate you making us part of your morning, whether you're sitting in traffic or sitting in your office or trying to get to your office, wherever you are. Thank you for doing it. Hope you had a great weekend. We recap it on Mondays with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Rod will have his first rant of the day. I want to say that some people say, well, you'll do your rant, and you'll say, well, that's not really a rant. Well, you're not always mad about things.
It's not always, I'm not always ranting. It's too early to rant like
Right.
that. I mean,
Right.
Come on.
So
start off
for
with some
people
positivity.
who weren't able to catch your show when you're in the afternoon, now your mornings will explain. It's not always
Sometimes
a rant.
sometimes just going down a rabbit hole, just research. It's a lot of different ways you can throw it. But during the
sometimes you'll
season,
rant.
it's more of a rant during the season, especially if Texas isn't playing well.
Well,
That's when we started calling the rants, because Texas hasn't been playing well. So I'm always ranting in the middle of the day about something. But hopefully this year, not as many rants. Hopefully,
maybe
just research, rabbit holes. You know what I mean? There you go.
It's always good intel. But yeah, look, when Coach Sark becomes Coach Steven, as you called him, then you got to go on a rant.
Then exactly, that's where the term came from. I was on a rant and I called him Coach Steven and called him Coach Sark.
He's no longer Sark until he gets some.
If it was like a 1 week
turnaround.
I think it was after the TCU game when he gave Bijan the ball 12 times with 0 targets. And I said, you know what? It's going to be 1 week of Coach Steven after that game plan. You don't even get to be Sark for a week.
He was on probation.
I was upset about it. I was upset. I'll admit. There you go.
Love that. All right. Well, we have a lot to do. We'll get into it all. Rod's rant this hour. Also, we'll have some bullish and BS brought to you by the Austin Gamblers for the end of the hour. A lot of great topics as usual. The good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. What was good for you, what was bad, and what was just downright ugly, including the ugly news out of Dallas Cowboys camp for a lifetime Longhorn. Let's get you caught up on the news of the morning. Start your 7 o'clock hour with the headlines. Give you business services. Yeah, we'll bring you the news. We'll start with college football. 12 days to the Longhorn season opener with the Rice Owls. Actually, 0 week for college football. There are a schedule of games this coming Saturday, including Notre Dame and Navy from Dublin, Ireland, but we'll count you down to that as well. But on Saturday morning this past weekend, Texas had a depth chart defining second scrimmage of camp. We're going to have our insider thoughts and reports throughout the morning here on Ian Rod B. Head coach Steve Sarkisian will have immediate availability after practice this morning to provide his thoughts. In the NFL over the weekend, Cowboys fell to 0-2 in the preseason. They lost in Seattle 22-14, as in a majority of their games. First game, the majority of the starters did not play in the game Saturday night for the Cowboys. They did, though, suffer a couple of key injuries, significant ones at that. Former Longhorn DeMarvion Overshown caught his foot in the turf on a seemingly routine tackle on the flat, suffered a torn ACL in his left knee. He will be out for the year. Team's third-round pick's going to have surgery. Reserve tight end John Stevens, who also had a strong camp, suffered a season-ending knee injury as well in that game. Dallas will wrap up their preseason hosting the Vegas Raiders this Saturday. Down in Houston, Texans are 1-1 in the preseason. They got steamrolled by Miami 28-3 in their preseason game Saturday afternoon. Houston rookie C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, much sharper in Week 2 than he was in his debut. Second overall pick went 7 of 12 for 60 yards. Also had a couple of drops. Led the Texans to a field goal drive. Major League Baseball, don't look now, but the Seattle Mariners have made it a 3-team race atop the American League West. M's completed a 3-game sweep of the Astros in Houston yesterday, 7-6 the win. They've won 6 in a row and have now pulled to within a half game of the Astros for second place. They're 3 back of the Rangers, who were swept in a 3-game series of their own by the Milwaukee Brewers. They fell yesterday 6-2. So the Mariners right there as well for the wild card and the division with plenty of ball games to go. And how about the streaking Round Rock Express? They rolled to their 12th consecutive win yesterday in Sugar Land with a 4-3 win. They're in sole possession of first place atop the Eastern Division of the PCL. E-Train back at Dell Diamond tomorrow night. Open a series with Salt Lake. In golf, how about the back nine for the ages for Victor Hovland at the BMW Championship yesterday outside Chicago? 25-year-old delivered the best round of his career to storm past Scotty Scheffler and win the second leg of the FedEx Cup playoff. Had a solid 233 on the front nine, but then Hovland went crazy on the back. He birdied 7 of the 9 holes in the back 9, added 2 pars to come home at 21, and carved a new course record 61. He goes past Scheffler and Matthew Fitzpatrick to win that event. Tour Championship tees off outside Atlanta on Thursday. In soccer, Austin FC returned to the pitch last night in St. Louis following their month-long layoff. Got steamrolled by the top team in the Western Conference, 6-3. St. Louis stretches its lead over second place LAFC to 7 points. Austin slips back to 7th place with 32 points.
And also something we talked about a little bit earlier in the show, our deepest condolences, thoughts, and prayers with the Little family. Bill Little passed away over the weekend. Natural causes at the age of 81. You're talking about the greatest historian in Texas Longhorn sports history. Anybody who's worked in our business used him not only as a resource, but just a great source of knowledge overall about Texas sports. So thoughts and prayers to everyone who was close to Bill Little. I think everybody thought they were close to Bill Little because that's how you felt when you were around him. But anytime I went down a rabbit hole doing research and I would get stumped, or Billy, the website there at Texas Sports, it wouldn't have the stats going back, prior to 1960 or something like that. And I'd always think to myself, or like, man, I need to talk to Bill Little about this if I want to get better context and perspective on it. And Bill Little would always provide you with that. So I know a lot of people are sad about the loss of Bill Little, as well they should be. He will be missed. But if the goal is to affect as many lives as possible in a positive way, Bill Little definitely did that. He did that in a lot of ways.
Well, and the name is familiar, but then the voice is also very familiar of the great Bill Little. He was the public address announcer for the football games for more than a decade. And, Craig Way would tell you he called many a baseball game, which is why the press box at both DKR and Dish Falk Field are named the Bill Little press box, right? He served as the from 1968 till his retirement in 2014, he was heavily involved and the director and in charge of the media relations department. Can I play this for you? Because we'll maybe play a full one of these this morning. But also before football games, Bill Little used to do shining the spotlight on a Longhorn legend, right? Yep. And it would be a 2 or 3 minute.
Oh, it was awesome.
Story about a Longhorn legend because no one knew more about the history of Texas. And this is from one that he did about Darrell Royal, which we will play in its entirety coming up. But the end of it, because he's talking about Coach Royal here, but on this morning, after he passed away of natural causes at 81, it is applied, and in his own words, here is a little tribute to Bill Little.
People have often asked me what I would like to be remembered as, and my answer is pretty simple. I tell them that on my tombstone. I don't want it to say that I never made a mistake. I'd like it to say he meant well. And so shall it be for our legend, our Longhorn legend tonight. I'm Bill Little.
There you go, Bill Little.
And now he himself, a Longhorn legend.
Yeah, it suits him too.
Yeah, it does.
What would I like to be remembered for? I don't know. He cared a lot. He cared a lot about UT. Maybe no one cared more about. I mentioned, like, if he would hear something, he would listen to our show in the mornings, and not the full show, but when he would hear it, and if I would say something that wasn't quite right, or you make errors on a show, you make mistakes.
Yeah.
He would always call kindly and say, "Hey, just wanted to let you know. Wanted to let you know." And then, and then you would say something that, and he'd say, "Man, I really appreciate you pointing that out. That was nice of you to say."
Yeah.
He was a very nice
he was
gentleman.
a gracious, yeah, exactly. The way you put it, he was a gentleman. And like I said, I remember all the conversations I had with Bill Little, and I always learned something new about Texas sports and history. He always dropped these little nuggets on me because he knew that, I was a guy that loved research, and also he had a gift for, kind of elocution. Really did. So
he's a great writer.
That's what I'm saying. He would throw out some really cool new words. That's why when I gave a tribute to him on Twitter, I threw out the word, perspicacious.
I saw that. I was like, wow, Rod.
That was, if for those who know Bill Little, they know that that's a term that I heard him use actually once, but I think it was perspicacity he used it. I asked him about it. He's like, oh yeah. And we actually had a little, back and forth about it.
Perspicacity.
Yeah, and perspicaciousness is one of the terms I learned from Bill Little. And I was like, that is a really cool word. I'm putting that in my vocabulary. And so, he'll be missed. But it's a celebration of life for Bill Little, man, because he really did. He really did put his fingerprints on the Texas Longhorn sports culture. And I think everybody who participated in that culture and contributed to it, they know what he meant to the Longhorn brand and how he championed the brand. Whenever you got a chance.
Authored or co-authored 9 books,
exactly.
Dozens of award-winning magazines and web commentaries, and of course those Longhorn Legend commentaries were always tremendous. Took over as a sports information director at Texas in 1982 and held it until his retirement in 2014. And as I mentioned in the first headlines, he graduated from UT in 1964 and then came back to be, and while he was there, he was the sports editor of the Daily Texan. And then left and then came back and got into sports information, and the rest is history. Of course, worked with the 69 and 70 and 05 national championship teams. And, yeah, that's a sad one for sure. The Longhorn legend, Bill Little. Well said. Also from those headlines, which we'll get into throughout the morning, the Mariners are on the prowl in the AL West. That's interesting. Cowboys, unfortunate for DeMarvion Overshone, to say the least. We'll get back into the NFL of the weekend. There was some good for the Longhorns. You are playing on Sundays now. We'll play some of those highlights coming up. Sam Ehlinger had a touchdown run. Joseph Osai had an interception. Bijan Robinson had his first carry as a Atlanta Falcon, and it was Bijan-esque.
It was,
to say the least. Roshan had some nice runs and nice plays. And looks like really positive news on Moro Ojomo. We told you on Friday morning that Moro left the game with the Eagles on a cart and a stretcher because of a neck injury. Reports today that he's doing very well and he's going to be okay. And Moro Ojomo is having a really good camp with
No, that is the good.
And it's like, how many defensive linemen do the Eagles need, for crying out loud?
They can never have enough. They're like Rangers in pitching. They're like, you can never have too many pitchers, too many good arms. You can never have too many good D linemen. And honestly, outside with him, Shano believes that 49ers, they stockpile D linemen too.
Yes.
I'm all about that, man.
Can we dive into Rod's rant? First one of a Monday, first one of the week.
Let's do it.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
No, I'm not mad as hell, all right? But it is a rant of sorts, more research than anything else, but something that I am concerned about when it comes to Texas football this year. So, first of all, I was watching some preseason highlights and looking at Bijan and Rojo. And saw that basically Bijan ended up with, I think, around 5 yards per touch in his first preseason game, and Rojo was around 5.3. So both of them was over 5 yards per touch in their last preseason performance. And Bijan's first preseason performance, I believe Rojo, he actually played in the first preseason game for the Bears as well. He had that 24-yard run. I think he ended up in that game with less than 4 yards per carry, but he had that 24-yard run where he broke like 3 different tackles. Anyway, watching those guys, started thinking about how instrumental they were in Texas's offensive success last season, because Sark essentially had the answers to the test. And the answers to the test were always, hey, give it to Bijan, give it to Rojo. Put some Bijan on it with a side of Rojo. That was my motto for 2022. And honestly, I think Sark adopted that motto toward the end of the year when it came to, games like Iowa State and games like Baylor. And Texas ended up being able to pull out those victories, just leaning on the run game. And obviously, you're not going to have that, and you didn't have it in the bowl game. And we saw what happened to the run game in the bowl game versus Washington. Right, it just wasn't as dominant, and it wasn't as formidable as it was with Bijan and Rojo. Now, I think a lot of that was the lack of innovation and creativity from Sark. Also, Jonathan Brooks was hurt, and offensive line was still younger. Offensive line will get better, but it did make me think about some of the stats about Bijan and Rojo from 2022 in the running game. That Texas was second in the country in yards after contact as a team, behind LSU last season. After contact, meaning a lot of that is Rojo and Bijan just making something out of nothing. Texas also led the country in broken tackle rate in 2022. At close to 28% of the runs, they end up breaking a tackle. Bijan actually averaged 5.8 yards per rush versus stacked boxes, which are usually 8-man boxes, or boxes where you have more defenders than blockers. And 3.3 yards per rush versus on stuffed rate, which is stuffed rate is hit at or behind the line of scrimmage. So when he hit behind the line of scrimmage, he still was able to get you over 3 yards per rush. I mean, these are astounding numbers. And even Pro Football Focus says if you look at over the last 4 years, running backs with the highest missed tackle rate per attempt, forced missed tackle rate per attempt, Bijan and Rojo are both top 5 in the last 4 years. And Rojo actually broken tackle rate is higher than Bijan, who set the Pro Football Focus record for most forced missed tackles or broken tackles in a college football season. You get my point. Give you all the numbers to show you that those guys were extraordinarily elite when it came to breaking tackles and taking negative plays and turning them into positive plays. And this year, you're not going to have those guys. And hopefully, I believe that the optimism should come from the offensive line. One of the reports coming out of the scrimmage is that DJ Campbell has been great and that he has actually been better in the run game as a road grader in the run game than any of the kind of the other young offensive linemen that are getting a shot. And I think that's why they prefer him in the competition over a guy like Cole Hudson. So what I'm getting at is the offensive line is going to be big this year. If they lean early on the running game and they trust the running game, it'll be because they trust the offensive line to be able to reset the line of scrimmage and open up holes for those young running backs, because those young running backs are unproven commodities. But your offensive line is a proven commodity. You just need to take the next step. And not only in run blocking, but also pass blocking. So I went and looked at the 19 sacks Texas gave up in 2022, 19 of them, that's not a lot.
Not a huge number.
It's not a huge number. Here's the compelling thing, though, because I tried to look for trends, patterns. Like, well, is there something that is disproportionately more effective versus Texas offensive line than one concept or another? And I didn't really find anything until the Baylor game, the last game of the season. Dave Aranda.
That was the game where Quinn Ewers' head was spinning every time he dropped back.
Exactly. Dave Aranda figured out. So nobody else really. I think Dave Aranda just kind of looked at the sample size and what he had, what Texas was presented with and what they had to try to adjust to during the season. And I just think he came up with a masterful pressure package, or at least some concepts within the pressure package that worked well against the Texas O-line. And so they allowed, by the way, they allowed 5 sacks in that game, which was the most sacks they allowed in any game. So
5 of the 19. And
that's one game. So already, okay, well, they had a lot of success. What did they do? Well, what they did essentially was present what they call an amoeba front. They used to call them ghost fronts. You guys have seen this, where they line up 7, 8 guys all across the line of scrimmage. All right, some guys in a 2-point stance, some guys in a 3-point stance. And essentially, this helps them use what they call simulated pressure, which is 4 guys rushing, but you never know where the 4 guys are coming from, because you have that ghost front. They call it ghost front because the quarterback can see ghosts. And what he did was he would drop. You got 7 guys across the front, all lined up on the line of scrimmage. You're gonna drop 3. I'm gonna rush 4, but you have no idea
which 4.
And the offensive line at times, it would confuse the blocking schemes because they would set the protection or slide the protection, and it would just be wrong. You know what I mean? And a free rusher would end up coming, or they would end up confused, and 2 O linemen would be devoted to 1. So what Dave Aranda showed, and I looked at the 5 sacks. In the 5 sacks, you had either those amoeba fronts I just discussed, those ghost fronts, and/or a simulated pressure on 4 of those 5 sacks. So that he was using the concept a lot. And I think if teams are picking up defensively where Dave Aranda left off, that's where they're going. Now, Washington didn't use it, curiously. Washington, I think, figured they didn't need it. Because Washington actually is one of the top 10 best teams in the country at creating pressure, and they had their own type of pressure. So they actually were able to create organic pressure. Hell, at one time, Texas had an 8-man protection against a 4-man rush and allowed a sack against Washington. So
I remember that. I mean, you just watched the film this weekend because that's how Rod spends his weekends, watching film, an old James. But Hayden Connor, the left guard, really struggled in that game. I remember him just looking, all right, where are they coming from? He was seeing ghosts in pass protection.
Yeah, so Washington, Texas had the 2 sacks they gave up versus Washington. They had 6 and 7.
I was talking about Connor in the Baylor game.
No, you're right. In the Baylor game, yes, of course. And I think that was the whole purpose of it. Right? You wanted to confuse those offensive linemen, and whatever pass protection they set, it wouldn't always be wrong. But there's a good chance that one of the 4 rushers that were coming, their simulated pressure, would be a free rusher. Who's responsible for the free rusher? Quarterback. The quarterback's responsible for the free rusher, so you're putting a little bit more responsibility and burden on the young quarterback too. And think about this, guys. What did Quinn Ewers talk about is more satisfying than throwing a touchdown pass this year? What did he say?
Getting your check right.
Getting the pass protection right. He said getting the right pass protection, it's just as satisfying as throwing a touchdown pass. Yeah, because he experienced that Baylor game last year, and he's like, damn, touchdown pass don't mean a damn thing if I don't get the pass protection right up front. So that is a young, maturing quarterback. He's growing. He's evolving. He knows, all right, you know what? First things first. Guys, we get the pass protection right before I start thinking about Xavier Worthy and that one-on-one he's got with that really nice route combination of the post corner. Get the pass protection right. And I think the Baylor game is a direct reflection of why they wanted to emphasize that. Now, actually, the Baylor game isn't as troubling to me as the Washington game, considering you had 7 8-man protections and you were still giving up sacks versus 4-man rushes. That is a big issue.
O-line did not have a good game against Washington.
They did not. Run blocking
or pass
blocking.
They enjoyed the holidays.
Yes. And so my point is, we need the offensive line to take a leap this year. Pass blocking and run blocking. And I can tell you right now, they're going to see, if Nick Saban and was it Kevin Steele, his new DC, you're going to see them amoeba and them ghost fronts, and you're going to see lots of simulated pressures. I can guarantee it. As a matter of fact, now that is on my list of ways to defend Texas offense. You got to throw that simulated pressures and ghost fronts out there a ton, and I think you're going to see it more.
Confuse Quinn Ewers and make him. Well, the idea of that, to me, Rod, and we'll get to the timeout and pick this up. Also get into some of the Longhorns trying to make NFL teams. Bijan Robinson's first action in Atlanta. Roshan Johnson. Colt McCoy got the start for the Arizona Cardinals. Shane Buechele continuing to shine in Kansas City.
He looks good, don't he?
With all that coming, he looks really good. It might be the backup to Patrick Mahomes if he continues to play like he is.
That's wild.
Wanted to mention, so for our audience, if you're breaking it down behind the curtain of how this works with the defense, if they're all standing up and some of them are standing, shouldn't you have an advantage in power run if you're just going to run the ball, or do they do that in passing situations only?
They did it mostly. It was some run situation.
I would think you should have the advantage running the ball if you got dudes that are just standing up.
Yeah, you're right. There were
leverage game.
2 first. You're right. There were multiple first downs where they also were able to get.
But that also is
Sark is passing on first down.
That is also Quinn Ewers getting a check right now. Look, he can look to the sidelines and look at the big board but you can check to a run in that spot, and if the offensive line is more of a power running line this year, that should be an opportunity to attack an amoeba defense with your own run game.
That's a great point. To start trust. Last year, you might not have trusted this young quarterback to make that audible to check. This year, you have to, especially if you want to show NFL coaches that this guy is ready for the next level. And what do you always say? If Quinn's not declaring for the draft, next NFL draft, then something
might be transferring.
Yes, something might have gone wrong. Everything didn't go as planned. And I'm with you on that. That's a great point. I don't think he did that last season. I don't believe I observed a lot of that last season.
Of checking out of a play or trusting him to check out of the play. That's got to be the next step, because something tells me he'll trust that guy Manning to check out of a play when it's time, right? I mean, and understand the concept and get it called right, because you got to call that the line of scrimmage, and the linemen have to hear, okay, that's when they're calling out.
Yeah, exactly.
You used to hear Peyton Manning go,
who's the mic? This guy declaring, strong side.
You're helping your offensive line not look like they don't know what they're doing. That's the quarterback's job. We heard, if you're watching Hard Knocks, you've heard Aaron Rodgers talking to Zach Wilson, the backup quarterback there, about, hey, no look passes are nice, but get the check right.
Set the protection right.
Set the protection, and you'll be in a much better place.
Yep.
Your offensive line will appreciate it. You'll appreciate it because you won't get ear-holed.
And I think that's why he's like, it's just as satisfying as throwing a touchdown pass because, he had some trauma from that Baylor game and the way they approach their pressure packages. I think Texas will be able to solve it and remedy it. It's not anything that football teams aren't doing at every level of football, but they definitely struggled with that concept.
There's Rod's Rant. It's brought to you by our great friends at Texas Orthopedics, the best. I mean, they're the largest in Central Texas for orthopedic services, but, man, they're locally owned, proud to be locally owned and Texas-owned, helping patients in their orthopedic care since 1986. 7 area locations of Texas Orthopedics. Find them online at TXOrtho.com. Viking Fence, folks. Viking Fence is back with us. I mean, they never really went. Did a little week off, but they're back to get ready for the football season. They are pumped up. They've been trusted in Central Texas since 1972, and it's everything. Told you a little bit ago about their wood privacy fences with that Big Tex brand. It's their own brand where they they have their own lumber mill, but they bring in that Big Tex brand and that Western Red Satyr Run rail cars and mill it in their own on-site lumber mill. No other fence company in all of Texas has their own on-site lumber mill. They mill it, they pre-stain it. It's a better grade. It's 50% thicker and stronger than what you're going to find when it comes to fence posts and pickets that you're going to find at the lumber yard or at the big box store. You're just not going to find it in this quality. That's why Viking Fence is the best and has been since 1972. They're the same for a wood privacy fence as they are for an iron fence, chain link, perimeter security, gate automation. They are the best. It's what makes them special, what makes them trusted in Texas since 1972. It's all of it. It's just a better fence with better people that are locally owned and operated. It's everything you want. Do it right the first time, or you'll be doing it again sooner than you want to. I promise you, when it comes to any fence project, go to the website or call them, 837-6411. It's 837-6411, or find them online at vikingfence.com. The website is there, the galleries. Get a quote, finance your project there at vikingfence.com. And just remember, when you think fence of any kind in Central Texas, think Viking. As usual, jam-packed on a Monday on Austin's only local morning sports conversation, live on 101.9 AM 1260. And of course, digital numbers have been great. We appreciate you finding us on the Horn app and streaming at hornfm.com. It's on our YouTube channel. You can watch it on Twitch as well. And Rod just gave you the rant, the deep dive on the Texas offensive line and its need for improvement. Somebody said, guys, what about Neto taking over for Hayden Conner at left guard? What I like about the Longhorn offensive line is you have 5 guys who are back who started last year, 5 starters.
Yep.
And then you have young guys who are pushing them. And you mentioned DJ Campbell at right guard, Neto. His last name was
Zulu. I might have got it wrong too, but we're gonna get it right.
We're gonna get it right.
We're gonna be talking a lot about him.
When you played in a loaded defensive backfield at Texas, Rod, when you played, and you played in the NFL, you know competition.
Oh, it's everything.
You either rise to it or you're gonna get passed up. That's what it's about. That's what every coach wants.
There are probably, and it may be less than this. You give me your thoughts. There may be 6 programs in the country, maybe 6 to 10. Where the practices are harder than the games.
Yeah, Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama,
Clemson. You just went through them right there. Exactly, right there. What are you thinking, 5, 6 maybe?
Well, they're the best programs in the country.
Yes.
I mean, everybody knows their names.
And Texas is trying to become one of those programs. And when we won 11 games 2 years in a row, we didn't win a Big 12 title. We played for one. We should have. We were right there. If not, they probably the next class, obviously 02, 04, that kind of group, 03, 04, they were there. There was no doubt. 2004, 2005 Texas, their practices were way harder than most of their games until you got to the BCS or versus Oklahoma or the Big 12 title game. And for Texas, that is the hope that you are getting there now. You have that time of competition in practice, and on the offensive line, you certainly have that level of competition. So a lot of different positions may be experiencing that.
And to the point where you can say, well, you guys are just the burnt orange Kool-Aid, but even Kyle Flood, who's been 30 years an offensive line coach at the college level, the NFL level, has said, I've never had all 5 starters back ever. Wherever I've been, all 5 starters back from season to season, and 3 guys or 4 guys who can play and then have played, pushing them. That is a luxury. And you've mentioned a lot the Pancake Factory and the Texas One Fund certainly helped that cause. Same time, it's a deep offensive line where competition should push. And, yes, if Neto's the better option than Hayden Conner, he's going to earn that opportunity. That's why that scrimmage on Saturday was really important. And now all the film work from that. DJ Campbell, the road grader, the 5-star offensive lineman out of Arlington Martin, Jake Majors at center. And at left tackle, it's Kelvin Banks. At right tackle, it's Christian Jones. I mean, that is the makings of a really good offensive line.
Exactly.
Well, think about it. Look, the standard is Georgia right now, right? Georgia is they're twice the national champs, the heavy favorites to do it again this year.
Yep.
But you don't know a lot of their star players. What do you know? You know their lines of scrimmage are going to dominate. And the tight end. You hear, well, who's the best player at Georgia? Oh, the tight end's really good. Okay. Who's the quarterback? Well, they just announced Carson Beck.
They just announced it, yeah.
Who's their best receiver? I don't know. McConkey. Who's there? They just they're going to be ferocious up front, and that's going to be the start of everything. If Texas can get close to that point, look, how did Michigan overtake Ohio State, where Ohio State has all the weapons that are playing NFL football now, and they Marvin Harrison this year.
Lines of scrimmage.
Because Jim Harbaugh built punishing lines of scrimmage, and
play bully ball.
They meet at the end of November now, and Jim Harbaugh's team just punches them in the face. And they've turned the tide of the rivalry.
And now they're saying 16 to 20 NFL prospects on that team. That is just nuts.
And, Jim Harbaugh says 20.
I know.
And in Columbus, the natives are restless because they've seen this happen. And all of a sudden, hold on. When we had Urban Meyer, we were the bullies.
Yeah.
Now this guy, Ryan Day, seems like he lights up the scoreboard, but he's getting out bullied.
He's getting beat. Exactly. Yep. That's what you can't have. Especially in your own conference when you're supposed to be the big dog.
Then if they would have handled their end-of-game situation better, they might have beat Georgia and prevented a national championship last year. They had them beat.
Hey, now.
They had them beat.
Yeah.
They had a good look at beating Georgia.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then, of course, they smashed TCU in the championship game. By the way, speaking of our Ian Rod B. Horn Top 20 Countdown.
That's right.
Coming up, we've got
Top 10, baby.
Back-to-back Pac-12 teams. We had Washington at number 11 on Friday. Today we have Utah at number 10. So we're going to talk in our Horn Top 20 segment at 9:30 with Pete Futak of College Football News. He'll give us a good preview of both of those squads. The Pac-12 in its final year as we know it has 3 teams with USC still to come 3 teams in the top 11 in the country. So we'll see. Hey, Rod, from the NFL from the weekend, and we'll get some bullish or BS before the top of the hour and some of the other topics, including Lionel Messi and the Seattle Mariners making it a 3-team race in the AL West. Also, the amazing Victor Hovland yesterday on the golf course. What a performance he had outside Chicago. But how about some of the performances? You know what the number is for number of Texas players on NFL rosters right now, former Longhorns who are trying to make NFL rosters?
Oh, that's good. I do not know that.
T.Y., do you have a guess? Number of players in camp right now?
24.
41.
I was going to say it's definitely higher than
41
24.
former Longhorns.
That's good.
And some of the best performances of the weekend. The worst on a good, bad, and ugly Monday is DeMarvion Overshown is out for the year.
Yeah, torn ACL.
Such a shame.
Brutal.
Routine play. Foot got caught in the turf as he turned, and you kind of could tell from he went off in a cart. Or once he got to the sidelines, he walked off under his own power. But then they put him in the cart, took him to the locker room.
It's a great opportunity to sit back and learn and watch and see what a year in the NFL is
Better
like,
to play.
I
than watch.
know, but just taking a positive out of it.
No, you're right.
A lot of mental
Got
reps.
to.
That's a glass half full.
Also,
I like
the Moro Ojimo injury that we saw, he left on a cart, immobilized on Thursday night. He's doing much better by all accounts from the Philadelphia Eagles. It's no longer been called a neck injury; they're calling it a concussion for Moro Ojimo, head injury.
Yeah, very
Still
serious.
scary.
Yeah, still scary, but at least now, it seems like he's going to just be put in concussion protocol. It looks like he'll be okay. Yes.
And monitored. He got hit in the side of the head.
Yeah, the NFL, this preseason week, bad for the league. 'Cause you had guys getting carted off, different reasons.
New England canceled their game with the Packers.
Yeah, that's the image the NFL does not want to really project about football. They're trying to stay away from that, considering last year you had the DeMar Hamlin thing.
Yeah.
You had Tua going down. Oh, Tua has learned how to fall.
I saw him.
Did you see him?
In the Houston game. He's done it. He's better at falling.
He tucked his chin.
Yes.
So he learned
That's
it
why
from
he took
jiu-jitsu or
jiu-jitsu.
whatever. Yeah, he tucked his chin.
Fall
he learned.
class.
There you go, man. It works.
Tua looked good, by the way. He threw a terrible interception on the
Early
first play
on,
against
yeah.
the Texans,
That was
and
terrible.
the Texans didn't even score. They didn't score
Don't
from
remind
the
me.
7-yard line. But we'll get to the Texans coming up because C.J. Stroud, I thought, looked much, much better. I think you saw some glimpses of why C.J. Stroud was the second pick in the draft on Saturday against the Dolphins. So as far as the 41 Longhorns, Colt McCoy got the starting nod for the Cardinals against Kansas City. He's very likely to be the starting quarterback for them when the season begins because Kyler Murray's not ready.
And he's not going to be ready for a while.
So Colt McCoy, it's a tough spot for him because it reminds you of when Colt was in Cleveland. They're just not very good.
Mm-hmm.
And they're rebuilding. They're trying to play for draft picks, and Colt's going to he's going to get the start.
Yeah, but it's
But DeAndre Hopkins is gone.
Yeah.
It's
going to be it's going to be stressful starts.
And it's in a very good division with the 49ers, the
Seahawks are good.
Rams, and Aaron Donald. I feel for Colt, but he went 5 for 8.
Colt's tough.
He's
tough. He's tough.
Well, you've seen him on bad teams before. It's just you're trying.
He's
but
played for the Browns. He's good.
It was like watching Sam Ellinger last year.
He started for the Browns.
Well, I think the Cardinals this year could resemble the Browns. You know what I'm saying?
You're right, because
bad ownership.
All the projections
new
are they're
coach.
going to have the number 1 and top 2 picks.
Because they have the Texans pick for next year too.
The lines came out for gambling for every single game this year, and they're not favored in one single game.
And not one game?
Nope.
Oh.
To start the year, that changes.
Is that the case for any other team in the league, though?
No, they're the only team.
Wow.
How about speaking of
that's a nice factoid right there.
Sam Ellinger led the Colts on 2 touchdown drives. They've already named Anthony Richardson their starter, but he's in competition with Gardner Minshew. He'll be on this roster. Can we hear a touchdown run from Sam Ellinger? He led them on 2 touchdown drives in a 4-minute span, including this typical Bam Bam Sam run.
Last year, a guy that was a 4-year really special teamer for the Colts. Ellinger. There's a path. There's a touchdown.
Mr. August, here he is again. 4th quarter comeback, Sam Ellinger. I'll tell you what. Oh, no. But, getting back to that interview,
there you go. Mr. August, they're calling.
He already got a nickname? Basically, in the preseason, he just wrecked shop in the preseason.
That's the only time he gets to play.
He wrecked shop. He did get a couple of stars.
And I feel bad for Sam, too, because remember last year,
he was Saturday, Jeff Saturday?
Yeah, he was in the middle of that tornado where the owner took over.
And then Jeff Saturday
as the coach, fired. Yeah. And then all of a sudden fired the offensive coordinator and put Sam in at quarterback to face Bill Belichick.
Apparently he liked Sam.
I would say he's a big Sam guy.
Yeah, he's a big Sam fan, but he didn't do him any favors.
Yeah. Hey, fire my head coach Frank Reich, fire my offensive coordinator, and then put me up against Belichick with Jeff Saturday coaching.
Sounds about right. But I will say now, Now that they have, because Anthony Richardson, he's going to be the starter there, and is it Shane Steichen, the head coach now? They can have like running game plans for their quarterbacks now, and you could have more kind of synchronicity because Sam can also do similar things. He's not Anthony Richardson by any stretch, but you can still use the quarterback running game, which is what they want to do.
Playbook, yeah.
And he came from the Philadelphia Eagles, where they love the quarterback running game.
Jalen Hurts, yeah. Bijan Robinson, 8th overall pick in the 2023 draft, had 4 carries for 20 yards and a 6-yard reception. His first carry was Bijan-like, Rod. He made a safety.
It was nice.
It was
I
so
saw
ridiculous.
He had no business getting, what did he end up getting, like 10, 11 yards on the first carry?
11 yards after what should have been contact. But
it should have been like a 4-yard gain for any other normal human.
He was like parallel with the ground.
Yeah,
running.
yes.
When he does, that's crazy.
What? No Longhorn fan was shy. We were like, told y'all.
Told y'all.
He
won't be able to do that in the NFL. What? Shoot. Well, now these are guys trying to make teams. I get it.
Yeah, still.
Also, one more highlight. Can we hear Joseph Osai with the Cincinnati Bengals? Osai, remember his season ended with that late hit penalty?
Oh,
late hit out of bounds. Oh, Joe, you hate that.
That was brutal.
And it looked like he got hurt on that play, but he's balling out. Let's hear Joseph Osai had himself an interception.
In motion. Ritter to Miller. That one's deflected up in the air. Picked off.
There it is, Joe Osai.
Intercepted by Joseph Osai.
I love that the defensive coordinator for Cincinnati too, Lou
He's really
Anarumo.
good. He was up for the finals for the Cardinals job, and
yeah, he must be a bad interviewer or something. I don't know.
I think he's just an older guy.
He's an old guy.
He just doesn't really care that much.
I think it's gonna be like a Vic Fangio,
but he's very good.
That's kind of that's what I felt.
That's a good point. Yeah, because maybe he doesn't care that much about being a head coach.
Maybe he does, but as an organization, do you want to hire?
Well, he finally got noticed because the Bengals won the Super Bowl the previous year. They beat Patrick Mahomes.
His game plans versus Mahomes is what got people looking at
him. Well, remember when Josh Allen and the Bills, the Bills couldn't stop Patrick Mahomes. Then on their way to the Super Bowl, the Bengals had to beat Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, and they did the best job of anybody on him.
Yep, nobody's done really that Tampa Bay game plan in the Super Bowl, and then Lou Anarumo's game plans with Cincinnati have pretty much been the most effective to neutralize or somewhat neutralize Patrick Mahomes. But man, it's only so much you can do.
Hey, there you go. There's some of the NFL. 41 Longhorns looking to make their way. Sam Ehlinger. I did mention Shane Buechele. Shane Buechele in behind Patrick Mahomes.
Buechele
went 10 for 10 with 105 yards of passing and a touchdown run of 14 yards for the Chiefs. I know he didn't finish at Texas, but he's a lifetime Longhorn and playing well.
More of those Longhorn quarterbacks just in the NFL.
Yeah,
I like it.
I like it.
It's good, man.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll get some bullish or BS topics that we're bullish on and maybe not so bullish on. Plus, in our next hour, we go behind the burnt orange curtain again, find out more about this Longhorn scrimmage from Saturday, the depth chart defining scrimmage. What can we glean as we await the thoughts of Steve Sarkisian this morning? That's coming next. First, bullish and BS. Straight music, folks, since 1963. Straight music and the Straight family have been bringing it to you when it comes to music and the live music capital of the world. No matter your need, they've got it for you at both of their Austin locations, north and south. If you're a guitar player or playing, the drums, the keyboards. If you got a youngster in the band, this is important. Maybe you've got a middle schooler and they've come home after the first week of school and say, "Yeah, I need an instrument because I'm taking band," and they've got to get that instrument. Straight Music has been serving people just like you for 60 years. How about no interest, month-to-month rentals? The payments then apply to the purchase if you end up wanting to buy the instrument. There are no contracts. You can return it any time. They'll maintain and repair that instrument for free while you're renting it with their in-house technicians who are the best. It's award-winning customer service, locally based and family operated. Absolutely the best. It's a rental program made for you, created just for the situation you're in. You'll breathe easier and know that, okay, I got this covered. Youngsters got the instrument. The Straight Music in the north side is on 183 right there, right by Lakeline Mall. Straight Music South has a new location. That's right there on Bee Caves and Walsh Tarleton. They've moved to about 2 miles west of Zilker Park from their longtime location there on 71 and Lamar, but they're now down in Westlake. You'll find them. Great flagship location now. Find them online at straightmusic.com as well. STRAIT music.com. It's Straight Music since 1963, where customers become friends. Yeah, your first place, Austin Gamblers. Another great weekend they had in Nashville. Kind of like Lionel Messi was in Nashville, electrifying a sold-out crowd on Saturday night. Austin Gamblers were at the Bridgestone Arena downtown Nashville and won 2 of their 3 games. They continue to roll. Won yesterday, so they're coming home. It's Gambler Days are this weekend, Rod. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Professional bull riding at its highest level. The best riders, the best bulls. Get your tickets at austingamblers.com. They bring you Bullish and BS. And TY, do you have any? What's a topic that's on top of your head that we have not talked much about that you might be bullish or BS on?
You mentioned it at the top of the 6 o'clock hour in the headlines, but the Seattle Mariners are now 3 games back at the Rangers, only a half game back at the Astros. Are you bullish or BS on them being serious AL West division, winning that division?
I wish it was BS.
I think it's bullish because
I know. I wish it was BS. I'm an Astros fan.
Rod, the Astros are done with them, but they went 2-8 against the Mariners. If the Astros don't win the division or make the playoffs, they can thank the Seattle Mariners and Scott Service's team because the Astros won 2 of their 10 matchups. And I believe the Astros are done with Seattle this year. The Rangers still have 7 games. And then those are coming on the last 10 days of the regular season. They'll play a 3-game and then a 4-game series. That 4-game series they play with Seattle is the last series of the year in the regular season.
So you need to be, as Astros fan, rooting for those.
Well,
for the Mariners.
Well, yeah, Astros got to take care of their own business.
Well, they got to take care of business, but you're going to need some help now, too. You're going to need a little help.
Well, Astros first and foremost thing is they got to get Framber Valdez right. He's been terrible since the All-Star break, except for the no-hitter. He threw a no-hitter, but every other outing he's had has been bad. Seattle, though, they're not hot. They're good. They can pitch. They can hit. If you look at their lineup, you've kind of wondered, well, why were they lagging behind all year? They look like they were underachieving. And Julio Rodriguez was the rookie of the year last year. This guy's unbelievable. How about this, Rod? Over the course of their Thursday game and then opening the series in Houston, he had 17 hits and 21 at bats. So he went 17 for 21, and everything the Astros threw him, he was hitting. Like, he was hitting inside, outside. I mean, it didn't matter where they threw it. He was just in a
17 of 21.
Those are hits. That's not just on base.
No, 17 of 21.
What?
He hit one of the longest home runs I've ever seen at Minute Maid Park on Friday night.
That's wild.
I mean, it's still going. It was one of those Albert Pujols-like shots off the glass. It was like to break the window up there atop of the train. But, yes, I think they're for real. They can pitch. They can play. I mean, they're right there. The best teams in the American League right now are Texas, Houston, Seattle, and then Baltimore. Rays are in there. The Twins are going to win the AL Central. But, yeah, it's going to be a great race because the Astros have that series in early September with the Rangers head-to-head, 3 games. And then the Rangers still have 7 with the Mariners. So I would say bullish.
Bullish, unfortunately.
Well, and the Rangers got swept, right? The Rangers played a first-place team in Milwaukee and got swept 3 straight games at home. So, that could have been a series for them to really, put ground between them and the Astros. It's now a 3-team race because of how Seattle handled their business. So, as Ty said, the Mariners, Houston's 2.5 back of the Rangers still, but now just 3 up on the Mariners.
No matter what happens to the Rangers and Astros, they can't seem to the Astros can't close the gap and the Rangers can't seem to separate. It's so weird because that was a perfect opportunity for the Astros to gain some ground because the Rangers got swept.
Or the Rangers to stretch.
Or the Rangers to stretch it.
But
and neither one of them.
The story is this third team that has shown up.
And exactly. Now we got a problem.
Now it's a threesome.
And not the good kind.
Yeah.
On the Julio Rodriguez, this texter said he's only the second person ever to have four 4-hit games in a row.
Yeah, no, he was unbelievable in a tree. Well, and Suarez is a really good hitter at third base. Ty France is a professional hitter in the middle of their order. They can hit, they can run, they can pitch. I think their pitching is probably their best strength. What do you have this bullish or BS, Rod? What are you bullish on?
Are you bullish or BS on this? That the Chargers and the Saints essentially played in what they're calling a hurricane. Because out in Southern California, remember, Hurricane Hillary was predicted to hit, but then it was downgraded to a tropical storm. But there was also an earthquake that was detected. And while the actual game happened, that was a hurricane, as they called it.
Yeah, 5.5 measured earthquake. And
they still played the game, no big deal.
Still play the game. I'm bullish on that. They're having a lot of rain still. I saw where Vegas is flooding because that storm came right up, through Mexico and Vegas getting a ton of rain, downtown LA getting a ton of rain.
As long as there's not a Sharknado.
Nothing a Sharknado.
Play the game.
There you go. That's right.
Or like they had, unfortunately, in Maui was the tornado of fire.
Yes, the fire-nado.
The fire-nado.
Yeah, that's weird.
Also bullish in BS after watching this weekend, Rod. I'm not bullish on Scotty Scheffler winning the FedEx Cup. I mean, he's still he made a 3-putt on 17. I know Victor Hovland shot 61 and 28 on the back. That's hard to overcome, but still, Scheffler was right there, and his putting continues to kill him. A 3-putt on 17. He missed a makeable putt on 18 to make par, not birdie. And golly, Scotty Scheffler is just such a great tee to green player. But
he's just been a bridesmaid this year, but never the bride.
Well, he's the best player in golf from tee to green. He's terrible on the greens right now, and it's killing him. He at least will be in the Tour Championship. Bullish and BS brought to you by the Austin Gamblers. We're coming back.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take overdub. 5. Double go.
Austin's only morning sports conversation on a local level is right here on The Horn. As we bring it to you live, local, and digital, 101.9 FM, AM 1260. And if you're sitting in traffic, streaming on hornfm.com, traffic is a mess. Unfortunately, we had a fatality. It's like an auto pedestrian situation on I-35 headed towards 51st Street, 2222 exit. And these auto pedestrian things never turn out good, but it's usually somebody trying to cross the freeway. And that's right there near Capitol Plaza.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Be careful out there.
Please be
That
careful.
happened before the sun came up, and it's going to be a problem all morning. It's first day of classes at UT, which is, even more cars on the road.
It was crazy down there. I was moving my brother in on Saturday or Friday.
How was that? I saw where Jay Hartzell, they're having a pop-up popsicle party today at lunchtime down
Pop-up popsicle party. Yeah, it's hot
music.
enough.
Well,
It's
it's
hot
first
enough.
day of school.
Yeah.
They had an event last night.
It was good. I actually saw a bunch of workers, maintenance workers, and bartenders that I knew very well in my time down there.
They remember you?
They're like, where you been? I'm like, no, it took me a lot of time, but I graduated. So
They're like,
I
"Where
was like,
you been?"
take care of my brother though.
Where you been,
You like
Ty?
no one from Cheers. They still remember Ty around there. Ty, what's going on, bro?
Yeah,
What's up, Ty?
my mom was like, how do you know these people? And I was like,
That's why,
through the years.
That's why it took me 6.5
That's
years to get
great.
through school, Mom?
Exactly.
I knew all these. These are all my friends.
Had a good time.
I was hanging
Had
out
a
with
good
these people,
time.
not the tutors. You know what I'm saying? That's
Hey,
how that goes.
Hey, life's about networking. I
They
learned
were
how to
tutoring
network,
me in
Mom.
life. They were tutoring me in life.
Exactly. You learn networking, man.
Well,
That's a big part of it.
Good luck to your younger brother and all of the new students that are starting. I think my daughter starts her first day of class today up at North Texas of her final semester, which is pretty exciting. So, yes, all of you, good luck. And the parents that are dealing with it had to do that whole drop-off thing, because last week was like first day of kindergarten.
That's emotional for
That's emotional.
parents.
You'll get there, Rod. You'll get there because
Yeah, it's coming.
you had your first baby shower over the weekend.
Yeah, that was an experience. It was
Hey,
fun.
I'm going through the process of applying for a master's program for next semester.
Dang, Ty. Look at you on the advancement.
Ty, growing
And
up.
then I could officially
Who
be
is
a
this
Longhorn.
guy?
That's a
There
beautiful
you go.
thing. Look
There
at
you go.
Ty. All right, look at that, man. See?
Master's in business?
No, it's some kind of communications program. I'm not that deep
No.
into the process yet.
Hey,
but
it
we're
don't
getting
matter.
there.
Higher education. That's all that counts, brother.
yeah.
All right, well,
Never
we're
stop learning.
having fun with you talking about hurricanes and
That's the
Fires
thing now. Merriam-Webster tweeted out the term. They were like,
Hurricane.
hurricane. We might have to add that to our Webster's dictionary. So I was like, man.
we also have a lot on the Longhorns, including that big scrimmage they had back on Saturday morning. Get some details and some intel on what came out from that. Steve Sarkisian will meet the media this morning to give his
This
thoughts.
is going to be an important media availability. Lots of questions asked. Think about it. They're going to want to know who won the backup quarterback job.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about
Who's going to be the back?
who's going to be the backup. We know Quinn's the starter, but
Well, if
Arch
it-
has been trending.
If it was a depth chart defining scrimmage and, you 120, 130 plays, and then Sunday, I'm assuming, was spent watching the film and
Yep.
picking through it. So, yeah, I mean,
won the job?
let's define the depth chart.
Who won the job? We know, unfortunately, you're going to, knock on wood, hopefully Quinn Ewers is one of those quarterbacks, those rare occurrences in recent Texas football history where he starts and finishes every game.
Sure.
But that is usually the exception and not the rule. Since 1999, I think only 6 times a quarterback started every game and finished every game for Texas. So it's not likely to happen again this year. You're going to need that backup to help go win you a game or two. And so it's an important competition, whether it's
It
going to
is.
be Arch or Malik.
And-
And also, I think that will determine if it's Arch. I mean, I'm not saying Malik's going to immediately leave because he had that opportunity and didn't. But if it is Arch, he might start looking elsewhere for a better opportunity. It might
If you're running
come to his
third
mind.
team, behind
Behind a
Manning.
freshman.
Yeah, no, I mean that is, you're right. This is it's not one of those press conferences, it's just an availability. So he will be asked about that and the other position battles.
Corner's going to be a big one, too.
Linebacker, David Benda. Some folks I talked to said David Benda did show up and continues to be assignment sound for the Longhorns at linebacker next to Jalen Ford. They're liking that. Anthony Hill continues to make plays as a freshman. It's pretty clear that 3 freshmen are going, much like we saw with Kelvin Banks and Xavier Worthy in previous years, are going to be maybe 3 freshmen who have impact on this season. C.J. Baxter at running back, Anthony Hill at linebacker, and Malik Muhammad. Manny Muhammad's going to see the field this year, Rod. I mean,
no doubt. They love him. We'll get into that in that ball behind Burns curve, but he's been making plays.
And he's what, did he force a fumble again? He's one of those ball hawks.
That's another fumble.
Ball hawks.
He's a havoc player, man.
Havoc-wreaking player. And then, I talked to somebody over the weekend that was there on Saturday morning who was there last year for this very same scrimmage, and said with his own, Quinn Ewers is light years better than he was. Last year he wasn't sure if Quinn Ewers was better than Hudson Card. Remember, he was battling Hudson Card, and the question was, I don't know. Maybe it's Hudson.
Right now, yeah, exactly.
Obviously, Hudson Card's now at Purdue, but that same person said, no. Quinn's got control of this offense, and he's the defense may have gotten a better day, which we'll talk about at the Burn Orange Curtain, but Quinn continues to be day-to-day a really solid player for Texas, and, Xavier Worthy had a big game along with A.D. Mitchell. So.
I just think his job is easier, but because there are so many weapons now on offense, I think there are more solutions to solve the problems that you have within the offense. Last year, the solution was simple. It was an open book test. Put some Bijan on it with a side of Rojo. Now, I think the answers to the test will be a little bit different for Sark and for Quinn Ewers, but the beauty of it is you have a ton of weapons in the passing game, and you have a veteran O-line with a infusion of young upside talent in that O-line too. And really the only question mark about the offense should be the running game and the state of it. But Quinn Ewers' familiarity with the offense, he's going to be more comfortable with the personnel. He knows the personnel. Think about last year, he didn't know the personnel either.
Yeah, he was brand new.
Yeah, he was brand new to all of it. Personnel, scheme, system, all that kind of stuff. Hell, the university, all of it. He was new to everything here. And now you just have someone, I think, that's going to be more comfortable within the offense, comfortable with his role as a leader. Remember last year, his role wasn't to be a leader, but he's in a natural leadership position. That can be awkward. Now, he is the unquestioned leader at that leadership position, and he knows his offense, and he knows the personnel. I think that all is going to help him take a huge leap forward.
And don't forget, it wasn't just a young, which you could call a freshman or redshirt freshman quarterback making his first, plays in college football. It was two offensive linemen up front that were freshmen and a young O-line that was coming along and learning the same system and learning each other. And they did have Rojo and Bijan, but at the same time this year, more weapons and just more comfortable. I think that's where the offense is going to be. That's why I keep going back to coaching continuity. The coaching staff, the same. The message has been the same on both sides of the ball for now 3 years. And I think that's starting to show that, hey, we feel pretty comfortable with where we are. Hey, let's get to the other headlines, trending topics to start this busy morning, this Monday, good, bad, and ugly. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news. Yeah, we'll have more on the Longhorn scrimmage coming up. NFL over the weekend. Cowboys 0-2 in the preseason. Hardly matters. They lost in Seattle 22-14, but the majority of their starters didn't play again, much like in Game 1, but they did lose former Longhorn DeMarvion Overshown for the season. Caught his foot in the turf on a seemingly routine tackle on the flat. Suffered a torn left ACL. Unfortunately, he will have surgery. Also, reserve tight end John Stevens has also had a strong camp for them in that tight end position. Also suffered a season-ending injury. Dallas will close the preseason this Saturday against the Vegas Raiders. In baseball, we talked about the Astros, Rangers, and Mariners now involved. Astros and Rangers both get swept this weekend. Rangers by the Milwaukee Brewers, Astros by the Seattle Mariners, who have now made it a three-team race in the AL West. How about the streaking Round Rock Express? They've won 12 consecutive games now. Won yesterday in Sugar Land. The record for their franchise came back in 2004 when they won 13 in a row. They could break that record Tuesday night, or at least tie the record when they're back at Dell Diamond to host Salt Lake City. In golf, back nine for the ages for Victor Hovland yesterday outside Chicago. It was the BMW Championship final round. 25-year-old Hovland delivered the best round of his career to storm right past Scotty Scheffler and Matthew Fitzpatrick and win the second leg of the FedEx Cup playoff. After shooting a solid 233 on the front, Hovland birdied 7 of the 9 holes he played in the back nine, added a couple of pars, and comes home in 28, cards a new course record, 9 under 61 to get the victory there. Scheffler posted a final round 66, but a costly bogey at bogey 3-putt on 17 really hurt. In soccer, Austin FC returned to the pitch last night in St. Louis following their month-long layoff, and it didn't look like they got much rest. They got steamrolled by the top team in the Western Conference, St. Louis FC. The expansion franchise beat them 6-3. They take the 3 points there. They stretch their lead over LAFC to 7 points now. If you missed it on Saturday, the incredible Lionel Messi did it again, scored his 10th goal in 7 matches since coming to the MLS, helped lead Inter Miami to the Leagues Cup championship with a thrilling 10-9 win over Nashville in penalties. They had to go goalie on goalie at the end of the penalty kicks to settle that. And we began the weekend with some very sad news. Back on Friday, official word from the university that Bill Little, university's longtime and legendary athletics department and sports information director, passed away from natural causes at the age of 81. Little, whose name adorns the press boxes at both Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium and Disch Falk Field, is survived by his wife Kim and 3 children and 10 grandchildren. A UT graduate, Bill Little was the one-time editor of the Daily Texan and then worked in the media relations department at Texas from 1968 until his retirement in 2014. He will forever be remembered as a Longhorn legend.
People have often asked me what I would like to be remembered as, and my answer is pretty simple. I tell them that on my tombstone. I don't want it to say that I never made a mistake. I'd like it to say he meant well. And so shall it be for our legend, our Longhorn legend tonight. I'm Bill Little.
And yes, thoughts and prayers and deepest condolences to the Little family and all those who obviously are really close to Bill Little. I think we all felt close to Bill Little after all the years and all of the great stories he told. He was an excellent storyteller, very skilled storyteller. And what I loved about him is that his just really the expansive knowledge that he had, and there wasn't a greater historian in Texas Longhorn sports history than Bill Little. So we were all better for having known Bill and being around Bill, and his love and devotion to Texas sports and to the brand. Very few, I think, have committed and devoted themselves to the brand as much as Bill Little did.
Yes,
I mean, that's just the truth. We talk about service. We always salute those who really have committed themselves, devoted themselves to service in any capacity, God, country, community. That he was a man that devoted himself to the service of the brand of Texas.
It's well said. I mean, he went to school there, was the editor of the school newspaper or sports page of the school newspaper, and then came back in 1968 and never left until his retirement in 2014. And the impact was felt when you just looked at social media and saw the condolences pouring in from Mack Brown and just so many, and a lot of people in our industry in the media, because Bill Little was our resource for make sure we got things correct. And if you're writing a story or telling a story, Bill was the guy to call. And I thought our friend Mike Finger, who is the columnist for San Antonio Express News, said it well, that odd, but when I heard the news of Bill Little, I felt like I needed to reach out to Bill Little to be able to write the story right.
Yeah, to get context about something of this magnitude, right?
Yeah. Who am I going to call now? Well, John Bianco is still there, and he had a great tribute too.
John Bianco's great
on social media, and Mack Brown and so many others. But the great Bill Little, and since we have 5 hours every morning, 5 hours, 5 days a week here on Ian Rod B, we have some of those. That little piece of that little vignette we played at the end of the update was Bill talking about Darrell Royal. He was not talking about himself there. He was doing a tribute to Darrell Royal, because he would do those Longhorn legends in pregame shows before the football games. And they were always kind of must listen, 2.5, 3 minutes.
It really was.
And it just told the story of Texas athletics and Texas football. And he wrote 9 books or co-authored 9 books almost all about Texas. And just a wonderful guy and great resource at the University of Texas for a long, long time, and you knew him as a player. That's not something I
did. Yeah, I loved Bill. I knew him as a player, and obviously a member of the media too. And he was always, guys know I love doing research and going down rabbit holes about Texas and going back, looking through the records. And whether I had an issue of just not necessarily, because I didn't live it, not having enough context or perspective on a topic or a player, or I needed some stats because the website didn't go prior to 1960 with this stat or that. He literally is somebody I would, reach out to or try to reach out to, and Bill always would point me in the right direction. He was great, kind of elocutionary talent, if you will. And he really he'll be missed. But we're celebrating his life because the positive impact that Bill Little had on the program and on so many Longhorn fans and so many people in this industry, that's really the goal, right? You want to make sure you have a positive impact on as many people as possible. We'll all have this day one day. We'll have to say goodbye to our loved ones, but you're celebrated when you have made people's lives better, and Bill Little definitely did that.
He did, man. Charted and staffed a record 521 straight football games at one point. 521 in a row.
That's wild.
And it wasn't just at the
that.
game. He was the voice of the PA voice for a decade at Texas football games, so you'll know his voice very well. And if you're a Longhorn baseball fan, and I know our friend Craig Way put out a very nice tribute to his friend.
He and Craig are really close.
Bill Little broadcast more than 1,700 Texas baseball games because at its core, Bill Little was a baseball fan. Loved the game of baseball, loved broadcasting baseball games on the radio, and did a really, really good job of it because he's an historian. You know, there's a romance and a history to baseball. Right?
Yes.
And baseball games and play-by-play.
Yeah.
And Bill.
All the great sports historians seem like they would draw into baseball or came from it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a romance to it, but at the same time, he was there for all 3 national championships, to Coach Royals 2, Mac Brown's 1, and obviously the near misses as well. But Bill Little, 81.
Hey, a Longhorn legend now himself after celebrating all the Longhorn legends. So,
and we'll hear one of those full vignettes before we get out of here today.
For sure.
So lock it in. We'll play probably his the one you just heard from was from Darryl Royals.
That was a good one. I remember that one actually. He's had a lot. I mean, a lot of great. They had a James Street one that was really good about James Street. They're all fantastic. You just get so much wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we'll get more on Bill Little. Also more on the Longhorn scrimmage at the bottom of the hour behind the burnt orange curtain, what we can glean and the intel from the as you said, Rod, the depth chart defining scrimmage. If we keep calling it that, is Sark going to put out a depth chart? I would imagine it'll be out next week ahead of the Rice game.
Game week.
Because game week will be here next Monday.
But he'll be asked about certain positions at the media availability today. I guarantee you backup QB, that's coming. Corner, field corner, that's coming. Off-ball linebacker, opposite Jalen Ford. We want to know who's going to win that job. And I want to know about defensive end, opposite Barron Sorrell. I haven't heard much about whether it's Justice Finkley or Ethan Burke. You know what I mean? Are they moneyballing that position? You talk about Anthony Hill situationally. So I about 4 positions that I think he'll be asked about at the media availability directly. Who won that job? Who's going to be the starter there? He may decide we're still looking at film. We're still deciding that kind. He may not reveal too much about the depth chart. And why would you when you got Nick Saban listening?
Well, speaking of Nick Saban, how about this? This is so if you're Steve Sarkisian, this is an important week. Obviously, the depth chart, your training camp is essentially over. Players are going back to school today.
Yeah.
Playing
you're in
now.
game week mode.
Yeah,
now.
And I think this is an important week, to install, but to start looking at Alabama. I mean, last year they had a great plan for Alabama.
Well, because GP was working on it all summer.
Right. And you have to replicate that. And I'm sure they have been working on it all summer, but now's a good week once because here's what the Longhorns have done. They've gotten through training camp to this point with, I can say pretty relatively injury-free. There's not a big injury.
No big-time injuries that that'll decimate the roster somehow.
Yeah, and last year on one scrimmage, you lost Isaiah Nayor and who was the offensive lineman that got hurt, the senior, which forced a freshman on the field. His name is escaping. He's transferred now to Utah, who's, by the way, number 10 in our countdown.
Yes, that escapes me too.
He's transferred, but because he's going to get a 7th year in a medical, but he was out. They both got hurt in the same.
Carriage?
No, he was here for the 6th lineman.
Tennessee.
Yeah, he's at Tennessee now.
Big interior lineman.
I'll get it for you.
Find that for me. But this year they have not, as far as we've been told, suffered a significant injury. That's huge. But the reason I say Alabama, how about this stat? We're talking about facts of the day, Rod.
Okay.
Here's what you're dealing with when you go to Alabama, because most wins.
Junior Angilau.
Thank you very much. Both lost to knee injuries.
You're right. He was the starter, too.
Kind of like the Cowboys, losing to Marvin Overshone and one of their reserve tight ends to season-ending, seemingly harmless injuries. Most wins against top 25 teams in the AP in the last decade.
Oh, no. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go here. Okay.
Alabama has 53 wins against top 25 teams in the AP. The next closest is Ohio State at 36, Georgia at 34.
Wow. So
big number.
That's a big gap between number 1 and number 2.
Texas has 17 if you're counting in the last decade.
But how many Big 12 teams have more than Texas? That's the problem here.
TCU.
Mm-hmm.
TCU, Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma.
Okay.
3 who have more.
That's not good.
Most wins against AP top 25 opponents in the last 10 years. Alabama 53. That's a big number. That's like
hey, A&M's got more than Texas.
A&M when you're dominating the SEC West for 10 years.
A&M has won more than Texas in the last 10 years.
And that's the toughest division within any conference. So they've been doing it the hard way. That 53 came the hard way.
Yeah, 5 out of those 6 teams every year.
Yeah,
ranked almost the whole
right.
year.
That's 5 a year, obviously, more than 5 wins
Something
a
like
year.
that, but
And you're playing in the SEC, so you play a lot of ranked teams.
And then your SC title game, which would be
And Alabama's always played that typically under Nick Saban has played that non-con game at a neutral site. That team's almost always ranked in the preseason, whether it was USC or Oregon that they've played and smashed. But so Texas 17, but that's what you have to beat. You realize that going in.
Mm-hmm.
And you've talked about Sark giving this team a
schematic tactical
advantage,
strategic advantage. You have to.
Well, this would be a big week when you start picking deep diving on Alabama. What are you going with? What are you going to? Because you're not taking Rice lightly, as we learned from our good friend and legend Todd Dodge last week. Respect your opponent every week. You've got to get prepared for Rice, but that's next week. You can really zero in on game week. This could be a week where you start peeking at Alabama a little bit because you know how important that game is, how big that game could be to the catapult of the rest of your season. If you know your depth chart, you haven't suffered any big injuries, you don't have any blind spots that you feel like you have to shore up, get to work on that game plan.
Yeah, I was actually Jerry Hamilton, who we have on all the time, and Jerry's great. He was asked, what will be better for recruiting, Texas winning the Big 12 or Texas beating Alabama? And he said, beating Bama.
Oh, gosh.
Because he said, like, nationally, it would have such a huge kind of domino or butterfly effect that you'd probably get guys just jumping on board. Then winning the Big 12 title is big, but think of TCU didn't even win it last year.
No.
K-State won it last year. People just assume nationally, TCU won. No, they didn't win it. It's K-State. So he might be right about that in terms of the impact nationally it would have on the psyche of young teenage recruits.
Well, think about it. Well, gosh, 2 years ago, A&M beat Alabama but lost 4 other games.
Exactly, yeah, but we remember.
But who had the number 1 recruiting class the next year?
Exactly. There you go. It's a great point. Yeah. So I was shocked to hear, but when I thought it through, I was like, actually, I think he makes a good point. We want the conference championship. The fans want the conference championship. But if you're talking about just recruiting young, teenage prospects coming up, that win over Bama and Nick Saban,
yeah.
That's check and mate.
And now the lead team is Georgia, right? Georgia is the team that no one can beat. And Bama slid a little bit last year with 2 losses. And look, they could have lost the A&M game last year if A&M would have executed at the goal line. Texas had them beat. So Alabama was in jeopardy of 4 losses to potentially last year. They survived 2 of those. There were a couple other close calls for Bama. So, has it slid back, or is this going to be Nick Saban fixing those issues with new offensive and defensive coordinators and all that? All right, we'll pick this up. We go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up.
Yes, sir.
And Rod, you mentioned Jerry Hamilton and Inside Texas. You've got some things you're doing with that group, which we're excited to tell folks about. We'll also get to some off-the-record topics before the end of the hour. Netflix has announced a new sports-themed series, which Dave, not announced, but the trailer is out for the new series. It begins this week.
They're going deep into sports now, I see.
Because they're working.
Yeah.
I'll get you details on that and off the record. I think all fans of this show and college football fans will be wanting to check that out. Details to come. But first, we go behind the burnt orange curtain on the other side of a quick timeout.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Jerry Rice used to always say, and he's the GOAT, if you look good, you feel good, you play good. And if you want to look good and feel good so that you can be at your best, you need to try 40 Acres Apparel. That's right. 40 Acres Apparel is, trust me, it is my go-to game day fit. It keeps me cool, it's breathable, and of course, it is fashionable as well. So I'll tell you guys right now, my favorite Longhorn apparel collection is 40 Acres Apparel. And you can get it at one of my favorite places to shop. That is at the University of Texas Co-op, I should say. The 40 Acres collection offers great exclusive custom design apparel for the entire family. We're talking about mom, dad, kiddos, everybody can enjoy these limited edition, trendy, fashionable pieces with luxury apparel with wicking as well that will not only enhance comfort, but also makes it easy to care. All right, 40 Acres Apparel is the gear that gives back as well, because right now, working with the University of Texas Co-op, they are making a financial commitment to the University Co-op Course Material Scholarship, giving free course materials to Longhorn students. Every penny of profit from the co-op goes directly to course material scholarships, and the co-op thanks 40 Acres for expanding scholarships this academic season. So come on out to University of Texas Co-op and get geared up with the new 2024 collection of 40 Acres Apparel. Hook 'em horns.
Indeed, we are Austin's only local sports conversation, 5 hours every morning, every day here on the Horn. However you find us, we appreciate you doing it, and looking forward to it. 12 days to the start of the college football season. We also have games to come this weekend, Rod. If you love college football.
Oh, yes, time.
It's time. It's time. Also, high
Week
school football, zero week in high school football, so that's cranking up as well. And yeah, it's here. It's still hot. I mean, we're still breaking records for triple-digit temperatures, and we haven't. As I was watching what was happening out in Southern California and into Vegas, and I'm thinking, man, can we get some of that hurricane? Can we get some of that rain?
Oh man, what's the last time it rained around there?
Can't even remember.
I mean,
it's probably been like 40-some days.
It's been a bit. Now there is rain in the forecast tomorrow, Rod.
That's good. We need
now
it.
It's supposed to be 104.
I'm cool with that.
But there could be a cloud or two.
A cloud or two, so we could get some drizzle, a little mist.
Yeah,
a little humidity is really what it's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. It'll evaporate before it hits the ground.
All right, some good, bad, and uglies on a Monday. We do it with the recap. What was good for you? What was bad for you? And ugly over the weekend. Good. Rod got a bunch of diapers.
Yeah,
baby shower, which was awesome.
Stocked up at the crib.
Ty got to go out and hang out at Camp Longhorn. He wasn't a camper, but he knows the owner, so that's a cool weekend.
That's a really cool weekend.
When the camp is not with any kids.
They have a pretty nice lazy river that I was in.
Nice.
I'm pretty sunburned all over my body. So
I love this. I love this. Also on the good side, we mentioned Victor Hovland. What a performance. I mean, I'm a golf fan, Rod, and at the turn, because right here at 8:30 is at the turn of our show. We've got 2.5 hours in the books. We've got 2.5 hours to go, and coincidentally, a lot of times a golf round is 5 hours long. If you're playing with 4 people, it'll take about 5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah, that's long.
That's too long for. It is
too long for me. I like to keep it closer to 4, but between 4 and 5 is the number.
But I understand what it's it's a lot more going on than just golfing, so I get it.
Oh yeah, come on, man.
So I get it.
Yeah, it's fraternal. You're having a good time.
I get it.
But here at 8:30 at the Turn, it is a new segment. We're going to do this to get some golf chatter in there. And Viktor Hovland was unbelievable yesterday, to say the least. I mean, what he did. And yes, Scotty Scheffler, he made a bogey at 17, which hurt him. He couldn't make a putt on 18, which would have helped, but it was probably too late by that point. Because, and if you're Scotty Scheffler, you're like, I shot 66. Leave me alone. I shot 66 on Sunday. I'm good. Rory McIlroy shot 66 on Sunday, but this dude Viktor Hovland won for the ages with a final round 61. And think about this: he was on every. There's a stat called greens in regulation, Rod. When you're on the green on one shot on a par 3, on the second shot on a par 4, or on the third shot or lower on a par 5, 9 for 9 greens in regulation on the back 9. 9 for 9. And the average approach, I mean, he had 6 birdies inside 9 feet. So he wasn't just on the green. He was pin hunting the whole back 9. Yeah. He was like a laser. It was like watching a video game. Yeah. Sometimes I watch my son play the Tiger Woods video game, and he would like everything's like right on the pin. He's on like the easiest settings. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Come on,
that game's hard now.
I know.
Tiger Woods golf?
Tiger Woods golf
we used to
or
play
whatever.
that back in when I was in college, yeah.
Well, this is what he looked
back
like.
in the day.
And Viktor Hovland, only 11 total putts on the back 9. 28 total shots, which was his score, and he wins with a 61. That was dumb. They're going to go to the Tour Championship this week up there at outside Atlanta, Eastlake, and the FedEx Cup winner will be crowned at that event. And
so they knocked down more people out of the pool this time?
Yeah, they went from 70 to 50, and then this week it'll be the top 30. And I saw where Jordan Spieth, the lifetime Longhorn, made it by percentage points. He made a bogey at 18 that almost cost him. There's a guy, Denny McCarthy, and Sepp Straka, and all these guys were right there. So every shot at the end was going to separate whether you made the top 30 or not. And Jordan Spieth did make it, which was pretty cool.
And is it points over the 3 tournaments, or is it just whoever wins the next one wins?
Yes, it's points over the 3 tournaments, but somebody wins each tournament and takes home that cash.
Yeah, okay, I got
as the first prize.
Yeah,
and someone will win next week. But they may not, because remember, the way it's going to start next week is gets a little bit confusing, but they're trying to have a playoff to create drama here. Scotty Scheffler is going to start this event at -10 on the rest of the field because he's acquired the most points over the 3 and for the year. Viktor Hovland will start at -8. Roy McIlroy -7, Jon Rahm -6, Lucas Glover -5, and then you got a bunch of dudes at -4 and on down. So you start with an advantage. That's your advantage to start the tournament, and then there will be one winner. So essentially, Scotty Scheffler starts with a 10-stroke lead.
Okay.
But just a 2-stroke lead over Hovland.
This has been the only tournament that's been like this. Though,
yes,
right?
This is the Tour Championship. But this is the weighted way that they make performance leading up to the championship count. So Scotty starts with a 10-stroke lead on the rest of the field. But, I mean, everybody has got a couple strokes to start with. Hovland as just 2 back. Rory's just 3 back.
He's trying to create some drama.
Yes.
He's trying to create some drama, that's all. Yeah.
And so,
it's smart.
And it gets difficult if you have someone, if you start it all even, somebody would win the tournament and someone would win the FedEx Cup. That could be different.
Okay.
So
yes.
Does that make sense?
Could be different, but it could be the same.
Yeah, you're winning this 4-round tournament, but the points would have given, so you're giving out 2 trophies. They want to make it just
more
one
people
trophy.
can win. That's also what they want. More people can win, make more money that way, yeah.
But I said it in bullish or BS. I'm not bullish on Scheffler, even with a 2-stroke lead to start it. He's just not putting. His tee to green game is Tiger Woods-esque.
I like big putts, and I cannot lie.
Yeah, he does not.
He does not.
He does not right now. So that was a part of the good of the weekend. Viktor Hovland won for the ages there on that back 9. Also on the bad side, Rod, in addition to the Astros and Rangers getting swept.
Go Astros.
How about the Austin FC? They had 5 weeks off almost.
That's too much time.
And then they come out and they get trounced by St. Louis. I mean, they knew who they were playing for 5 weeks. Like you had 5 weeks to get ready.
Can't say you didn't game plan enough.
No, it was on the schedule. It wasn't like a tournament where you don't know. They knew they were playing St. Louis, who's the best team in the West right now in their first season, and they got 6-3. That's bad.
What's up with expansion teams in the MLS being really good?
I don't know what
year?
the key is. I did watch some of that match because it was on Fox Sports Net last night, and the crowd there was unbelievable. That crowd is, as far as like Austin FC and the Verde fan club, they're unbelievable. This crowd in St. Louis was rowdy. I mean, they were awesome. It was a great home field advantage, home pitch advantage. That was cool. But they, 6-3 later, Austin is again taking a loss, and they are not playing good. It's just kind of weird for me, Rod, that we'll have to get our soccer experts and Austin FC experts, because remember, they brought in a new general manager essentially right in the middle of the year.
What's it?
Rodolfo Borrell.
Yep.
And then there's Josh Wolf. It just feels like, and they haven't won very much since then.
And remember that new guy came in. He said
We're not very
basically
good.
the first year was that second year was an outlier.
Yeah.
Getting lucky. Is what
He's like,
said.
he's basically like,
We were
he won.
fortunate to win.
Essentially, that you guys shouldn't have been a team that's in the
So you
conference
wonder if-
championship, but you found your way there.
Yeah, that's a different, interesting merger right in the middle of the season. New voices, new eyes that are now in charge. He's the boss.
There he is.
Right in the middle of the year. And they would have done that sooner, but Claudio Reyna and all of his controversy of last offseason.
Yeah, they had some issues to
so
deal
say
with.
if it wasn't a great offseason, and that may be leading to a season of discontent.
They've had some injuries too to start
the
the season to some of their star players. They didn't deal with that as much in the year two.
On the good side of soccer, Lionel Messi was incredible. The 10th goal in his 7th match. Spain won the Women's World Cup for the first time ever, which was pretty cool. And we'll get back into the NFL and the Longhorns, who were balling out over the weekend. 41 Longhorns trying to make NFL rosters.
I remember that.
Yeah, you were one
It's
of those.
a hard life, man.
And back when you were doing it, there was like a ton of Longhorns going into the NFL every
Oh,
year.
yeah. Then exactly. Yeah. Me being drafted in the 4th round, I was actually one of the later drafted Longhorns. Yeah.
You had to wait to get the call. A bunch of your teammates were way ahead of you.
Yeah.
But that's an awesome event. So, yeah, we'll recap those coming up. Plus, we'll go off the record first behind the BOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, a lot of discussion among the Longhorn Nation about the second scrimmage for Texas, the second scrimmage of training camp, which was described by Sark as the depth chart scrimmage. So a lot of what will be the game day depth chart, he believes they're going to solidify that based on the performances of players in this last scrimmage. So everybody wants to know who stood out in the scrimmage. Well, when asked about who won the scrimmage, offense or defense, usually that's something that Sark likes to address. And I think the defense might have won the second scrimmage as well as the first scrimmage. The reports are, and we gathered up multiple reports, so shout out to Inside Texas, does a great job, of course. Shout out to Horns 24/7, does a really good job. The Football Brainiacs got some stuff from those guys too. Orange Bloods, a lot of great different entities covering Texas football. But one of the reports said that they suffered 2 fumbles and 2 interceptions on the day for the offense, which is good for the defense. This is one of those, is it glass half full or glass half empty?
Yeah,
So
one
we're
of the
talking about
focuses has been turnovers.
It has
forced,
been.
Right,
They-
and havoc wreaked.
Yes, they've emphasized we need to take the football away. They had 14 takeaways as a defense in the first 2 years under Pete Kwiatkowski. You were 9th in the Big 12 last season in takeaways, but you actually tied K-State with the fewest giveaways. So in terms of turnover margin, if you can, be more opportunistic, you could end up being one of the better teams in turnover margin in the Big 12. I'll give you a real quick stat, and then we'll move on to give you more practice reports. There have been only 5 times, actually 6 in the last 20 years, 5 times in the last 17 years, where a Big 12 champion finished outside the top 4 in the conference in turnover margin. Texas was 5th last year. Right, exactly. It's only happened 6 times in the last 20 years. So if you're going to win the Big 12, you're usually going to be top 4 in turnover margin. And 7 times the Big 12 champion has actually led the Big 12 in turnover margin, including last year with K-State. So Texas, this is why I think it's a good sign, that we're hearing the defense take the football away and being more opportunistic. They're being more havoc-minded defensively.
Well, this is steel sharpening steel. Right now, the offense has to correct that. I mean,
they do, but our offense, Texas offense, isn't they're not careless with the football. They're not a careless offense with the football. Last season, like I said, they tied K-State with the fewest giveaways. So I think I would give more credit to the defense for emphasizing, as you pointed out, and taking the ball away than an offense that's, one of their traits as an offense, one of their character traits is they're really careless and irresponsible with the football. That has not been the case with Sark's offenses, or at least not last season. It was not the case with Sark's offense. Actually, the first year, Casey Thompson, I think, led the Big 12 in interceptions. But last season with Quinn, that was not really the case. So to me, I'm giving more props to the defense. They're just taking the ball away. And you're right, Sark has said because the scrimmages are usually 2 games worth of plays, I believe it is. I think it's like 130 plays, something like that. That essentially you would have to look at it from that standpoint. So if that's the case this time, they had 4 turnovers in 2 games. Right? I think that's how Sark's looking at it. He's like, man, I gave you that was 130 plays, 2 games worth of plays, and we had 4 turnovers. That's 2 turnovers every game. That's not good.
That's
so I think
not
that's Sark's looking at it from that standpoint.
Well, that's the good thing, right? The offense can, if the defense is forcing that, their mission accomplished on that front. But now the offense has to tighten the ship up because just because you were that good in turnover margin last year doesn't mean you can't revert and have some bad years. And
good point.
Guess who was carrying the ball last year?
Bijan Rojo.
Bijan Rojo.
Who fumbled, I think, once each last season, right? Tech game, and I think the K-State game for Rojo.
I think that Tech overtime fumble for Bijan was like one of the only of his career.
Yeah, you're right. I don't even remember many for him at all. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, wait, I saw a highlight over the weekend. We all remember. It was horrifying because we were doing it during the COVID year when you and I were doing in-game broadcasts, and Bijan Robinson almost paralyzed himself.
Oh, yeah. Or the Tech game.
Against Tech?
Yeah, I remember this. And he jogged off the field.
I know. We were all like, what?
Looked like he was going to break his neck. And like he would have snapped his spine.
The Matrix.
Yes, and he jogged off the field. Remember, Tom Herman.
And he didn't fumble the ball that play. That's what I was pointing out. His neck went backwards.
Remember, Tom Herman actually kept him out the next week. And not because he didn't pass all the physicals and the protocols. Tom Herman literally was like just afraid to play.
He saw the video
him.
and said no.
Yeah, like no, you don't play after some type of injury like that. Even though he actually wasn't injured, he walked away from it. And I remember at the time, I'm not joking. I remember at the time starting to pray a little.
Yeah, because
it looked
that was COVID,
bad.
And so we were doing we were doing the watch the game with us thing.
Yeah,
and so we were sitting in our man caves watching the game, talking football, which was a lot of fun. But at the same time, we were all like, "Oh my gosh!"
I remember starting to pray like, God, please be with him, because I thought it was going to be bad. And he got up and jogged away.
And I believe he held on to the ball.
If aliens do indeed exist and they are walking among us like some people hypothesize, Bijan is definitely one of them. And that play proved it. That was his Men in Black moment where he wasn't supposed to reveal his alien status. And then he was like, oh, Bijan, how'd you do that? I'm okay. I didn't walk away. It's okay. I'm fine. It's like, no, you are not fine.
What's the Bruce Willis movie, Unbreakable, right? Where he survives
He's
train wreck. Everyone else is dead and he's walking out.
The train crash. Love that. Anyway, getting back to the Frags reports. So let's start with the position that I think was one of the most important open competitions was the field corner spot. All right, guys, I didn't think Malik Muhammad was going to end up being a big part of this conversation. I thought it'd basically be a Terrence Brooks, Gavin Holmes conversation. Malik Muhammad in back-to-back scrimmages has forced turnovers. He's got 3, I believe, in the 2 scrimmages. They played 2 of those are forced fumbles and 1 pick 6, I believe, in that first scrimmage. Malik Muhammad has forced the hand of the coaches. They have to find a way to put him in the rotation and play him.
He's the true freshman out of Dallas South Oak Cliff.
I think he calls him Manny. I think sometimes Sark calls him Manny. So maybe that's his thing. They call him Manny Muhammad, but Malik Muhammad is that guy. And according to sources, he looks like he may end up being the 3rd corner right now, the rotation behind Ryan Watts and Terrence Brooks. And remember, Sark believes that Terrence Brooks and Malik Muhammad can play both boundary and field. He said that at one of the media availabilities. So keep an eye out potentially for now this being a 3-man competition. And if Ryan Watts is, inconsistent or he's having an off performance, I wouldn't doubt if they decide they want to play these 3 corners and start rotating them with even a Ryan Watts just to get them some boundary experience too. Because remember last year when Ryan Watts went down, it completely deteriorated the structural integrity of that defense. Ja'Day Barron had to go out there, remember, because they didn't really have an answer, another option at that boundary corner spot. I think this year, without the interest, I think this year you could see them, just so they have a contingency plan, rotate some of those young guys at that boundary spot just to make sure they have possible plan B if plan A doesn't work out.
Well, I think it's based on how they targeted recruiting. Steve Sarkisian saw that when they lost Isaiah Nayer, they were thin at receiver last year. Mm-hmm. When they lost key guys in the secondary, I was at the Oklahoma State game, and Michael Taft was pressed into duty in that safety. They had to move Barron to corner. I mean, they were taping things together,
scrambling. And
it's like Sark said, no, we're going to go get Jalen Catalon. We already got good players. We're bringing in Gavin Holmes, Jalen Catalon. We're not going to be thin at that spot. And if our young guys develop, we'll just have a lot of depth there. And the same at receiver. Where they went and got A.D. Mitchell, they got Isaiah Nayer back. They recruited Jonte Cook, a 5-star, and have said, okay, no, we're not getting – these are too important of positions for us. We got exposed last year. We're going to try to prevent that this year with just numbers.
Exactly. You're right. Just talented depth, as my man Jeff Howe calls it. Also, Alfred Collins, reports are continues to look good.
I think it's time.
Continues to impress.
And I'm sure Sark will be asked this because he's talked glowingly of Alfred Collins, but I heard the same thing, that he shows up. And so if Sark's not clearly Sark not just blowing smoke, that Alfred Collins is bringing the consistency to go with the talent, and he's having an impact, practice by practice and scrimmage by scrimmage. If that's true, because I think, as we've said, the Longhorns have some foundational players that you just know are really good players. Kelvin Banks, Xavier Worthy, Jatavion Sanders. These are just really good players. Byron Murphy, Jalen Ford. You can just count on these dudes. If Alfred Collins joins that group, Texas has their ceiling gets higher.
I'm with you. I think everybody is on board with it because we've been waiting on it.
Yeah.
We've been waiting on this Alfred Collins awakening for about 3 years now. And it seems like like you said, the practice reports are now lining up with what the coaches are also saying in the media availabilities. That could be, if you get a Byron Murphy and a Tavondre Sweat and now an Alfred Collins playing at a level where he can be a draftable NFL defensive lineman, that to me will have a kind of a positive butterfly effect throughout the entire defense. Because you'll have those guys will demand double teams. I mean, you're going to win the numbers advantage everywhere else because of that.
Hey, coming back, we're going off the record. There's Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. Great stuff with RB as usual. In our off the record, Baker Mayfield and his wife are looking for a lot of bread, a lot of money that has gone missing. Yeah, this is a troubling story. Also, the new Netflix sports documentary that's hitting your Netflix this week that I'm pretty certain you're going to want to see. Never sucks. Sometimes. You know, it sucks if you're Baker Mayfield. This story is troubling, Rod Babers.
Yeah, I saw this. Not good.
Yeah, well, somebody texted us about it last week that had a little intel. But Baker Mayfield and his wife, Emily, have petitioned a court here in Austin to begin depositions for a lawsuit against 6 companies, 2 of which were founded and run by his father, James Mayfield. This is not a lawsuit, but this is depositions that may lead to a lawsuit, essentially. Mayfield and his wife want those companies to turn over financial reports from 2018 to 2023 to figure out what happened to $12 million they invested in those companies, and not sure where it's at. Mayfields don't know if their money has been properly and competently invested or has been stolen, otherwise misappropriated, or something in between.
Wow.
Never good, especially when
12 million?
12 million, especially when it involves family, obviously, with the father. And so that is on, you know, the lawsuit. I read a little bit of it. Not a lawsuit. It is it's a petition to begin the process. They just need people under oath saying, where's this money? Where did it go?
Yeah.
And once that happens, it could lead to a lawsuit.
Yeah.
But right now,
they just, this is a fact gathering.
Yeah. The petition was not acrimonious. It says, look, we need to figure out where the money went.
This is fact gathering. Like, hey, we need to find out where the money is. What's the trail?
Where's the trail?
Yeah.
Who were we talking to? And get people under oath
Ooh,
and answering questions.
12 million.
And now, of course, Baker Mayfield's in really the only quarterback battle in all of the NFL right now is he and Kyle Trask in Tampa, as far as for a starting position.
You're right. Good point. I'm trying to think of some more. You're right. It's not many.
I think that's it. I think that's the only. Now that Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud in Houston, Brock Purdy is the guy in San Francisco.
Yeah, they've called all of them already.
Yeah, I mean, so we'll keep an eye on that. Never like to see that with family, and that's a lot of money. And now
that's
he's battling for
a lot of money.
12 mil. What do you have for us on Off the Record, Rod?
Man, I'm still buzzing from that one. That one's crazy. All right, so here's a crazy story. So Mark Cuban, he's already a billionaire, so Mark Cuban's doing pretty well for himself. But he claims that he missed out on a chance to be even richer. He missed out on more
Rich
billions.
guys can always say that.
That's what he said. He claims that basically he missed out on billions because he had an early opportunity to invest in Uber, and he passed on it. The billionaire investor and entrepreneur talked about the deal that got away. He went on Kevin Hart's podcast saying he was offered the opportunity to put in some dough early in the company in 2009, years before the ride-sharing app took off. Mark says it was a $250K investment at a $10 million valuation for the company. And he said, basically Mark's $250K would have been worth $2.2 billion today.
Oh,
he's already.
I don't feel bad for him.
He's a billionaire though. He's good.
Still stings a little.
Anytime you miss out on billions, they got to sting a little bit.
Hey, today is the 21st, so tomorrow, Rod, on Netflix, they call it the most in-depth look at one of college football's most notorious teams. It's a new Netflix series called Swamp Kings, 4-part series on Urban Meyer's dominant run at Gainesville with the University of Florida, featuring Tim Tebow. Aaron Hernandez, of course, were on those teams, and many more. It's a 4-part Netflix series called Swamp Kings. This comes on the heels of the Johnny Manziel Untold part. So college football, a lot of interest, obviously.
This will be better than the Johnny Manziel thing.
Agreed.
Just because of the, the contrast and the dichotomy of Tim Tebow, who is considered to be one of the biggest stars and icons in college football history, led by his faith, all right, championed his faith and tried to live his life by certain principles.
Unlike Johnny Manziel.
And but also on the same team with Aaron Hernandez and throwing to Aaron Hernandez on the same team, in the same locker room, hell, probably even at times, going out as a team together. And yet you got a serial killer hanging out with a guy who's, led by his faith and passionate about the Lord and about the message. It's that to me is probably the most interesting part of the whole.
Well, and then the Urban Meyer part of it too. How much did he know and not know?
Good point. That's true too. Good point. Yeah,
did he know he had a
serial killer
on his team?
No,
and
he didn't know
anybody?
that. That's no way he knew he was he probably knew he was kind of sick and demented. And a lot of football teams got sick and demented dudes on it.
Crazy dudes.
Listen, football is the reason a lot of these guys aren't in jail anyway.
Yeah.
So coaches know that, but he didn't know he had a serial killer on the team.
Who could have?
And didn't he kill somebody while he was there?
Yeah. Allegedly.
Yeah.
I think he's not even
alleged
anymore.
Face. I think he shot somebody in the face too.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Unreal.
That's gonna be wild. Yeah. How
All right.
much of it will be just about Aaron Hernandez and Tim Tebow, I wonder?
Hey, did you see, and off the record, Taylor Swift went to a wedding this weekend?
I
Taylor
saw that
Swift.
she went to a restaurant.
Addie McDowell, the actress, has a daughter named Margaret. She married music producer Jack Antonoff. And so they had a big wedding on Long Beach Island. Taylor Swift went to the wedding, and then she went out to eat at a local place.
Yeah, I saw that.
And word got out that Taylor Swift was eating at this restaurant.
Swarmed it.
And it was within 30 minutes, they had to get crowd control.
It
There
was
were
easily
thousands of people
there just to get a glimpse of her.
Yeah, how
They
quick-
weren't even going to the restaurant, just get
No,
a glimpse.
outside to see her come out.
Unbelievable.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she's the biggest pop star in the world right now. There ain't no doubt.
Also, you're not going to like this, Rod. In L.A., because of the
That's
hurricane,
not real. That can't be real.
There are sharks
No,
in the L.A. River.
No, that
this
cannot
morning.
be real. No.
Sharks in the L.A. River.
I refuse to believe it. There you go. Nope.
Sharks on the road.
No.
We're back. Austin's only local morning sports conversation rolls on, and we appreciate you rolling with us. However you're finding us, maybe you're just tuning in, that's fine. If you've been with us since 6 a.m., we appreciate that as well. If you're locked in on our Horn app, on your smart speaker at your office, sitting in traffic, which has been a nightmare this morning apparently. Also on our Twitch camera at hornfm.com or on our YouTube channel. Thank you so very much for helping this show grow very quickly, and we're excited to take it into football season 12 days away. That means a little over 12, but a week beyond that will be the NFL season starting up, and we're counting down those days, Rod Babers. We're counting down those days, and I know you had a fun weekend, and here we are cranking it up, but it's starting to get a little twitchy over there, starting to feel the football.
Oh, it's here.
Jones.
I mean, what do we got? 0 week is upon us.
Yeah, we got games this week.
You got games this week, and then you got Texas football in less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'll have more on the Longhorn scrimmage, and we're anticipating Sarks conversation coming up.
You got Sharks on the brain because
that's a Freudian slip.
Got the Sharknado that you just reported that's happening in California.
Well, I'm looking at video.
The hurricane.
Well, listen, it's 9 o'clock here, which means it's 7 o'clock in Los Angeles, which means the sun has now come up, and the scenes are unbelievable. So this Hurricane Hillary that made landfall, and I don't think there's ever been a hurricane in Los Angeles.
Yeah, they downgraded to a tropical storm, but it wreaked havoc. And
it's just heavy rain at this point, which is a lot. And there's a storm surge, which comes with any storm like that, even if it gets downgraded. And it came right up through Mexico, and then right through Palm Springs. Las Vegas is getting hit pretty hard with the heavy rain, and Los Angeles and L.A. County, San Diego, and so it's just a lot of flooding. But obviously that storm surge comes from the Pacific Ocean, and so there are sharks in the L.A. River.
Come on, man. This is nightmare fuel. What you talking about? Sharks?
And then the other thing that they were warning, I was watching some of the Weather Channel last night, because remember they were most of the heavy rain was going to come overnight in the dark, and when it made landfall, and it was going to come right through the desert, right through Palm Springs, which is it's the desert. Usually it's just hot. Well, it's also snake season.
Okay.
Rattlesnake season.
Nice, E. So
the floods, the warning from the weather people, like, don't get in if they're standing, like if there's high water, because this is California, don't get out your surfboard. Don't get out your paddleboard. Don't
get in the water. No recreational activities in this water.
Leave your kayak at home. There's sharks in the water.
And snakes. Sharks and snakes in flood water?
Yeah, and cars and
all types of stuff, whatever is floating in the water. That is a crazy video, though, of these cars.
Well, the L.A. River, you see it
being submerged.
You see it in movies all the time, right? Where they drive when it's dry, and they drive in it.
Oh yeah, I know.
All kinds of scenes in the L.A. River. It's full now.
That is nuts. That is crazy. Yeah, they got an earthquake, 5.1 on the Richter scale.
I think the craziest picture I saw was Dodger Stadium, where it's just water all around it.
Yeah, it's
like,
crazy.
It looks like an island in the middle of a lake.
Yeah. Well, I have not seen that photo.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Well, because the sun's just coming up.
These guys like jogging by the flood water. This dude's just jogging. Let's go for a little jog.
Well, and it came from south to the north, so it's brought snakes from the desert, and these guys are going to go across that raging.
Yeah, don't do that, guy. Don't try to cross the. He did it, but still, it's not smart. They tell you that in Texas. Like,
come on, there's a hurricane.
You got to watch the flash floods, man.
Rod, I know you get up and jog before the show in the morning. You could skip your jog for a hurricane.
Yes, I would. I would skip the day because I'm not into life-risking activities for recreational purposes, and that would count. Going running during a hurricane.
Yeah. No thanks.
That is crazy. The Sharknadoes. Now you got rattlesnakes.
You got all those clever movie makers out there that are going to say, this could be a movie. Now we've seen it.
The Hurricane is definitely going to be a thing. The Hurricane. Sharknadoes already got like 3 or 4. How many Sharknadoes have they made? Like 4? Like 4 of these things?
I've never seen it.
I've never seen any of them.
I watched, I think, the first one. I will admit. And it was just like, it's one of those. It's like a Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, it's a one watch. It's maybe watch half the movie.
Yeah, it's made purposely bad. It's intentionally made as a bad movie. You're supposed to enjoy a good bad movie. Yeah. There you go.
All right, so that's going on out in L.A. The sun has come up, and speaking of west of us, we're going to go at the bottom of the hour. It's our Horn Top 20 Countdown. We will check in with our buddy Pete Futak at the College Football News. He's going to get us the 411 from his perspective on our number 11 team, which was Friday with Washington, and then today's number 10 team, which are the Utah Utes. Utah Utes, Rod.
Hey, the Utes. Man, the Utah players, they win more than most college football fans realize.
Yeah, Kyle Whittingham is, along with Mike
That's why he's
Gundy,
been
the
there so
dean of
damn long. Yeah.
longest-standing coaches. Right?
Yeah.
Like when Gary Patterson was let go at TCU, he and Mike Gundy became the longest-tenured coaches at their current universities.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that. But Jerry, it makes sense because he's been there forever. Did he take over after, like, Urban Meyer left? Was it that long ago? Was he the next coach after Urban Meyer left? He might have to be.
I think he
had to be.
Ryan Day?
Huh?
No, Ryan Day's at Ohio State. We're talking about Utah.
He's at Utah. I'm talking about way Urban Meyer's first.
Where he went undefeated.
Where he went
had a
undefeated.
great
Alex
year
Smith was his quarterback,
on
right?
his way to Florida.
Yeah. Was it that long ago? Are we talking about that far back? No way.
I'll look at it. I will.
Dang.
It might be. And we're going to preview the Utah Utes and the Washington Huskies with Pete.
Kyle Whittingham's he's a really good coach. I'm a fan.
He recruits to a style. And he's still got a former Longhorn playing quarterback for him and Cameron
Rising, who's balling right now.
Starting running back and quarterback from Texas.
True.
Oh, you're right.
Jaquinton Jackson starting running back.
Jaquinton Jackson,
who was a quarterback at one time, right?
Out of Duncanville High.
Roshan, he's got some Roshan vibes. So
Oh.
the way they play.
He was the quarterback on those
compliment.
great Duncanville teams that fell short a few times to win a state title.
So Kyle Whittingham was the next coach.
Yeah,
wow.
05 to now.
So
05 to now.
That's two good hires in a row. We talk about how it's hard to get three great hires in a row. Because is Kyle Whittingham like a college football Hall of Famer, you think? As a coach? I got to look at the resume. I have not. I'll admit that. But he's won a lot of games.
I'll give you a quick resume.
He won a lot of games, man. He won a lot of games.
He really is. And won back-to-back. Punked Lincoln Riley a couple times last year.
That's what I'm saying.
Beat them twice.
So my point is, remember my take about how it's really tough for any program to hire three Hall of Fame coaches in a row. It's really tough. Well, they've definitely hired two. They got two home run hires in a row with Urban Meyer and then with Kyle Whittingham.
He was
really
National
tough.
Coach of the Year in 08. Pac-12 title twice, including last year.
They're so underrated. Like, nobody realizes how much Utah wins.
In 08, when they had their best season under him, he won the Bear Bryant Award for Coach of the Year. And they got, I guess, a share of the Natty, right? I mean, I guess they claim that.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Because people always assume that was with Urban Meyer, but Urban Meyer was gone.
He was gone already.
When they had that undefeated season.
You're right. He left.
Yeah.
And is that when they beat Bama? Who'd they beat in the bowl game?
They won the Sugar Bowl.
They beat Bama, right?
Beat Alabama.
I remember that game because I remember
31-17.
Yeah, they put it on them. They put it on Bama. They just beat Bama. They put it on Bama that game.
Well, we're going to learn about, obviously you've got about a 23-year-old quarterback and a big running back, and they've got a style, and that style, Lincoln Riley didn't figure it out last year because they just bullyballed USC.
Too physical for them. Those tight ends, remember? They still might have, even with tight ends leaving, they still might have one of the best groups of tight ends in the country.
And Washington's really good, too. Longhorns found that out in the Alamo Bowl, and we previewed them a little bit on Friday. We'll get Pete Futak's thoughts on it coming up. We're also talking about Texas and their depth chart defining scrimmage from the weekend. We'll get more of that coming up with Rod's. Actually, let's do that right now. We'll get to the very latest, but it's time for Rod's Rant, second of the morning, as we get you caught up on all things from the weekend.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
It's more than, not so much a rant. It's more about research and just some concerns I do have. I was actually watching some film from last season, and I went back and watched all the sacks because I wanted to do some research about the Texas offensive lines. I think this season, the passing game, because you have so many dangerous weapons in the passing game, could end up being the identity of the offense this season. Last year, it was pretty simple. Put some Bijan on it with Asada Rojo. You got two NFL running backs who, by the way, both averaged over 5 yards per touch in their last preseason game.
You know what's funny? When you saw them on Saturday is they looked like they did last year.
Yeah, they did. Exactly.
It's like,
they look,
you're in the NFL now.
Yep, you thought, oh, man, it's going to be a regression of some kind. Nope, they look perfectly comfortable. And I think, honestly, in the end, I don't know what's going to happen. I think Rojo at one point will end up being a starter in the NFL, too. I don't know for what team or whatever, maybe for the Bears. I think he'll end up there at one point.
Well, and Bijan's first run was like a 20-yard dash or 14-yard run. Where he should have been down at the 4-yard point, but he
broke like 2-3 tackles.
Made a dude whiff with one little shoot, little Barry Sanders juke.
Exactly.
But the 8th overall pick, 4 carries, 20 yards, and a 6-yard catch. It was a kind of a highlight catch.
Oh, yeah, it was a one-handed one. He got one-handed catch.
But whenever you're watching Rojo, just like last year, he's running through arm tackles.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he's breaking tackles.
He had a 24-yard run the first preseason game for the Bears. He broke 3 tackles on that one run.
Every run, he's breaking at least one arm tackle, which is what we saw here for years at Texas. And, between those two guys and Deuce Vaughn, also this kid, Tyjae Spears, the running back for the Tennessee Titans from Tulane.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Balling out in the preseason.
Yeah, he's a good player. Totally agree. And actually, a lot of good young running backs having good preseason so far. I saw Jalen Warren actually looks good for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Remember him from Oklahoma State not too long ago. But anyway, I was looking at, and actually I'm glad you brought up Bijan and Rojo because it got me to thinking about like how transcendent and extraordinary both of those guys were last season in helping infuse juice in the Texas run game. We saw that Texas run game without that juice with Bijan and Rojo in the bowl game, and we saw Texas average, less than 4 yards per carry as a team running the football, and they just really didn't have any balance in that running game. And I went and looked at some of the stats from Bijan and Rojo, and I realized why Texas struggled in that Washington game in the Alamo Bowl, because I think Sark just really had training wheels, essentially, for the running game last year. And the training wheels with Bijan and Rojo, almost everything would work. Nothing, I think, could really deter or derail the running game last season. Give props to TCU, but you just had 2 elite talents in that regard. Texas was second in the country last year in yards after contact as a team. Per carry. It was 3.66, right behind LSU at 3.69. Texas led the country in broken tackle rate or forced missed tackle rate at 28%. Bijan averaged 5.8 yards per rush versus stacked boxes. More defenders. That's more defenders than blockers. He averaged 3.3 yards per rush when he was hit at or behind the line of scrimmage. He set the college football focus record, actually, for most forced missed tackles in a season with 104, and yet Rojo actually had a higher broken tackle rate than Bijan in the last 2 years. Crazy. I mean, look at it. And Rojo averaged 4.2 yards after contact per carry. Bijan, 4.1 yards after contact per carry. The point is, they were really elite, and they'd be able to turn negative plays into positive plays. And we saw the result of the running game without that infusion of elite talent in the bowl game. And I think bringing in guys like Paul Chryst are going to help that, and Sark having more innovation, creativity in the run game are going to help that. But also the offensive line. The maturation and the development of the Texas O-line. This is a big part of why you're hearing that DJ Campbell is getting a lot of first-team reps and might have won that competition at that guard spot over Cole Hudson, is because he's a road grader. He's a guy that, as Tom Herman would always say, he can move another human being against their will. And they need more of those guys on the offensive line. And that's why if you're hoping that the run game doesn't have a huge regression, if it doesn't, it'll be because of the offensive line. If it does, it's because the offensive line didn't take enough of a leap forward in the run game, but also in pass blocking. I went back and looked at the 19 sacks. Every sack. I went back and looked at every sack Texas offensive line gave up last season. Try to see if I could find any patterns, any trends, anything that stood out. And I found one thing that stood out to me. And it was actually the Baylor game that stood out the most. Yeah. Now, Baylor had the most sacks against Texas of any team, and Dave Aranda is a brilliant defensive mind. So we're not shocked that he came up with a really good scheme and game plan for Texas. But you can tell that he took the sample size of everything that Texas had been presented with in terms of their offensive line defensively from the season, and he put together a really effective game plan. And essentially what he did, just to explain it in layman's terms, he put together a lot of what they call ghost fronts or amoeba fronts. That's when you see 7 to 8 guys lined up across the line of scrimmage, some in 2-point stances, some in 3-point stances, but essentially they're going to use what they call simulated pressure. A blitz is when you have at least 5 guys rushing. A pressure could just be less than 5. So it's not a blitz, it's a simulated pressure. It looks like a blitz. It sounds like a blitz, smells like a blitz. It's basically everything about that amoeba front or that ghost front that you have all those guys lined up in the line of scrimmage. It says to the quarterback, and it really alerts the offensive line, there will be a blitz. But it's a pressure, which means out of those 7 guys lined up across the line of scrimmage, you're going to drop 3, you're going to send 4. Problem is, the offensive line has no idea which 4 and which 3. Which 4 you're sending, which 3 you're dropping. Hey, you could send 3 and drop 4. They really don't know. Whole point is that confuses the blocking scheme. No matter what pass protection they set, where they slide the protection, there's a good chance they're going to have a free rusher. And who's responsible for the free rusher? Quarterback. So more of a burden on your young quarterback. He's not only thinking about, I got to set the protection, I got to get this right, but he's also freaking out about, that's going to be a free rusher because we're definitely going to get some of this pass protection wrong. And I think that's why you heard Quinn Ewers earlier this year, and I love this moment, and it got me giddy. I was titillated after I heard a young quarterback say this. He said setting a pass protection right actually is more satisfying, or just as satisfying as throwing a touchdown pass. That is the maturity of a young quarterback, turning into a veteran quarterback and knowing it doesn't matter what the route combination we got called is, how open Xavier Worthy is, what the one-on-one matchup that's advantageous to us is. If I don't set the protection, all of it's moot. It doesn't matter. I got to get the protection right, step one. And I think that's a big part of next season. And trust me, with Alabama, you will see a lot of those ghost and amoeba fronts. Out of those 5 sacks that Baylor had, 4 out of those 5 sacks, they used ghost and or amoeba fronts and simulated pressures. And Nick Saban in Alabama sacked Texas 3 times in that game. How about this, 2 of those 3 simulated pressures. So I can almost guarantee
you see a lot of them.
You're going to see a lot of it. Alabama week 2.
Well, even Rice. I mean, because again, if you go back to that Baylor game, remember it vividly where, I remember Hayden Connor, the person he was supposed to block, he slid away from him and let him come free and hit Quinn Ewers. But that's because the protection wasn't set.
They said it, but it was like, that's my job. It's like, yeah, but you're that guy, you let him free.
Yeah, because the quarterback maybe didn't communicate it or they didn't read it right as a line and a quarterback. And obviously, for a quarterback, Rod, if you're actually blitzing and you're bringing 5 or you're bringing extra people, you have an automatic hot route.
You
right?
cleaned it. Look, yeah.
Yeah, you know where your hot is if you're a good quarterback. Well, if they drop 7 and only bring 4 but confuse you, there's not a hot. It's covered.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you'll see Quinn Ewers look and go, oh, shoot, my hot's covered.
It's a great point.
Now what am I going to do? And we saw that against Baylor several times where he just didn't know where to go with the ball and just looked lost because it'll happen. Bill Belichick is famous for doing this to quarterbacks and making them see ghosts.
That's exactly right, especially young quarterbacks, rookies.
Yeah, make them think they're seeing one thing and give them another, and they're like, well, where'd that guy come from?
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to be not there. And that's defensive, and Dave Aranda is very good at that. But, yes, Quinn Ewers will see more, but if you're right, and he's developed as a QB and is now able to set that protection and still get into the play they want to get into, trust your offensive line. Okay, they're only bringing 4, y'all.
Yeah,
we got 5.
Yeah, we got 5. We're good.
And they're standing up. We could either check to a run play because you got guys standing up that we should be able to power through and get the leverage advantage, or we can block 4 and we still have our play. Just the quarterback has to stay engaged, go through his progressions, and trust his line that they've set the protection properly. That's the development in the next phase. Because if you do, you got weapons who will be open.
I totally agree. And I thought Washington would probably steal some of those concepts. They didn't. Washington went with a more organic pass rush, and Texas actually gave up 2 sacks versus Washington against, you're talking about 4-man rushes against 6 and 7 and 8-man protections. That cannot happen. So they really, the offensive line had 2 back-to-back subpar games in pass protection.
Having been at both of those games, the Baylor game and then at that game, offensive line was confused because Dave Aranda confused him. The offensive line just didn't have a good game at all.
In Washington, yeah.
Against Washington. They didn't get much push.
Yep.
I don't know if it was the holidays, the weeks off, or whatever. And I know they didn't have Bijan or Roschon. They were both watching the game. It was not their best day. And they did not pop off the ball. They got beat. They got beat at the line of scrimmage, and Washington, seemed like they wanted that game a little bit more.
Agreed.
In the lines of scrimmage, and we'll see. Good stuff right there in Rod's rant. That's not a rant. That is some deep dive analysis that you need for Texas football, and I agree with him 100%. I've said this a lot. If Texas can run the football this year with this improved run game, our offensive line running game, because of guys like DJ Campbell, if they have that and Quinn Ewers then has play action off of it, this will be a really hard offense to stop. This will be a really hard.
Agreed.
I hear you give the stat all the time about Dak Prescott when he has play action and how much better quarterback he is. Any quarterback's better.
Every quarterback's better.
But the play action doesn't work if you're not running the ball. The play action they won't bite on it if they're handling their business up front. If they can develop a running game with Jonathan Brooks and C.J. Baxter, this offense gets really scary because there are multiple options, and then that means man coverage, which is an easier read for the quarterback.
Yes, sir.
And it comes off play action, which sucks up a linebacker. And
makes those windows wide open.
Yeah,
big windows.
But that's the key. Now, if they can't run the ball, then you get a little worried. Like, oh, geez, because you got to have that.
Makes everything tougher if you don't have balance to be able to run the ball.
And then I think you started that whole rant with a great point. How much did you watch Roschon and Bijan now? How much did they cover up?
They covered up a lot.
And how much better is that offensive line to not need covering up? Because as good as Jonathan Brooks or C.J. Baxter can be, they're not those two.
They're not Bijan and Rojo. That's all. Exactly.
They aren't those two.
They're great, but they're not Bijan and Rojo.
They're going to need a little more. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll talk to Pete Futak, college football expert and insider with College Football News. He's the publisher of that great website. His thoughts on number 11 and number 10 in our countdown, Washington and Utah, coming next.
Texas Sports, The Horn.
All right, for the top of the hour, we'll play a little Who Said That?
Who said that?
Yeah. Might be a good spot to give a little love to our man Bill Little and his family who passed away over the weekend.
God bless.
Because he said it a lot, wrote a lot, did a lot for the University of Texas over the decades.
R.I.P.
And, you knew Bill Little, the longtime, legendary sports information director. As we said, 1968 he came to Texas to work in the media department after graduating in 64 and then being the sports editor at the Daily Texan. And then from 68 until 82 he worked there, but then in 82 became the director of the
Daily Texan.
Well, no, he became the director of the sports information department.
Oh, okay.
He took control, and you could argue helped shepherd in the whole era of media information. Like, how do you use your knowledge of this team to help the media write the better story or the right story, or getting the information out.
Great point.
I mean Bill Little was one of the absolute legends of that, and did it all the way until his retirement in 2014. Bill Little passed away on Friday at the age of 81 of natural causes. But man,
a legendary lifetime Longhorn himself now. Now he's in a legendary category.
Well, and if you will beg my pardon, in our Who Said That segment, I want to play his tribute, because he did our Longhorn legend today. His tribute of Darrell Royal, the story he told of the great Darrell Royal.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We'll have to play that before the top of the hour. But right now, it's college football. We're about 5 days away to the start of the season. 6 days, games on Saturday. Of course, 12 days to the Longhorn opener with the Rice Owls. But that means we're getting closer and closer to number one in our Horn Top 20 countdown. All right, that is the fight song of the Utah Utes, the champions of the Pac-12 1 year ago, or last season, not even a year ago. They won the Pac-12, beat USC twice. Then how about USC then, Rod? Because we're going to preview them on our way to number one. They went to the Cotton Bowl, got beat by Tulane.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it became pretty clear how to beat USC. Run the ball.
Bully ball, man. Make them tackle.
Make USC
tackle you. They don't like to tackle.
Well, and if you found out last year with USC, if you didn't turn the ball over, because their defense wasn't very good, but it's very opportunistic. They forced a ton of turnovers, USC did. If you could protect the ball and then bully them with your run game, you could beat USC. You wonder if people are assuming USC's kind of fixed that this year. We'll see, to go with Caleb Williams in the offense. But we have Utah behind them, as we had Washington at number 11 on Friday. And with that in mind, can we go to the Vaqueros hotline and preview both of those teams, number 11 and number 10, with our friend Pete Futak of College Football News, that great website and wealth of knowledge when it comes to college football. Pete, how are you?
Let me just fast forward here for you. USC fixed the glitch. They loaded up on the transfer portal for that defensive front. So that is a team that is going to be far, far better on both sides of the ball this year.
You think so?
Yeah.
So USC up in our top 5 or 6 is where you have them as well.
Yeah, they're going to make the college football playoff. I mean, they're there. I mean, because as long as 13 stays healthy, and as long as he doesn't have, Caleb doesn't have those hamstring problems he had in the Pac-12 championship, this is Lincoln Riley. He's doing for USC what he did at Oklahoma, only with a lot better players. And so this offense is going to still be amazing. And again, I think it's something crazy like the entire 2 deep of the front 6 is coming from the transfer portal with a solid rotation. So it's not going to be Georgia, but it's certainly going to be a much better defense, and that's really all they kind of need.
Hey, Pete, I heard Kyle Whittingham recently say about, and he was talking about football in general, that defense, doesn't win championships as much anymore. Now it's about focusing on offense. Has Utah, even though they're still a hard-nosed blue-collar football team, have they shifted now to an offensive mindset to reflect kind of what Kyle Whittingham's saying?
Not really. They did make a flip 7 or 8 years ago where they started to get away from just the ground and pound and started to pass it around a little bit more. But the principles are still there, like you mentioned, is that they essentially took what Wisconsin did and applied it to the Pac-12, where just big, giant men on the lines, dominate defensively up front, own the time of possession, be more physical than everyone else, don't turn the ball over, penalties. It sounds simple, but it's what they've been able to do and keep that thing going. And that's why, if anything, they've been extremely underappreciated, underrated for what they've been able to do over the last several years. And that's going to continue. The big, giant, huge problem, though, is that they don't have a quarterback. Cam Rising's hurt. He injured his knee late in the Rose Bowl. He's probably back at some point. They're not counting on him for the Florida game. And then their backup just got hurt. I think it was a bad hamstring injury. I could be wrong on that. It was something bad enough where they're looking. They have options. The guy who filled in for Rising is ready to step up and play, but they got to deal with Florida. They got to deal with trip to Baylor. So it's going to be a tough start to the season, but they're assuming that Rising's back maybe by week 3 or 4. At least that's the hope. And that's going to really dictate the Pac-12 season. So you might have 2 Utahs this season where they might not be great early on just because of that quarterback situation. And Florida's still pretty good. But come the middle of the year, you look at their schedule, and they are built to again, at least play for the Pac-12 championship.
Great insight from Pete Futak of College Football News. If you go to that great website, by the way, collegefootballnews.com, where he is the publisher, you will see all the previews of all of these teams. And you just said it. I mean, without Cam Rising, and that schedule comes at them hard early. They played at the Swamp and against Florida last year, and then now they get the return engagement at Utah. And then they play in Waco on September the 9th against the Baylor Bears. So we'll learn a lot about those 2 teams early. Then they have UCLA 2 weeks later. So 3 of their first 4 games. I mean, they're going to need a quarterback, someone, if they're going to not start 1-3.
Yeah, they did. Here's the thing, though. They win at home. If anybody who invests has figured this one out, where they're strangely, weirdly bad on the road. Their game doesn't travel. Here's where the difference between the old Wisconsin type bit is. Wisconsin could come in, just you knew it was coming. They don't beat top teams when they get away from Salt Lake City for the most part. It's especially against the spread. At home, though, that is a whole different ball game. I mean, because you do have the elevation, you do have the different atmosphere. So I do think they get by Florida. Baylor is not a top 15-ish team, so that should be a 50-50 game. So they should be able to get through this. UCLA going through a bunch of changes. So, again, those home games are going to be great, are going to be fine for Utah. It's just when they go on the road that's going to be the problem. But, again, as this shakes out, they should be good enough to be right in the mix for the Pac-12 title again. But maybe not the college football playoff. So that's kind of why they don't get a whole lot of attention, because they tap out the college football playoff race early. They did last year, but they're still going to be very, very good.
As usual, as we say, Kyle Whittingham took over from Urban Meyer in 2005, and he's still there, Rod. He's
still getting up, still winning.
Hey, can we pick your brain on our team number 11? That was Washington. We saw them in the Alamo Bowl last year, beat Texas, and Michael Penix is back and loaded at receiver. Their offense should be great. Defense, they think, is going to be improved, especially in the pass game. I mean, that's a team, if USC's not playing for the college playoff, they feel like they could, coming off a 11-12 win season a year ago, Washington Huskies.
Can they keep Penix healthy? I mean, that offense that came from Florida State is still, Fresno State is still amazing. But it depends on Penix Jr. being able to stay in one piece. He couldn't do that at Indiana. He had horrible, horrible luck. I mean, I think he had like 3 knee injuries, or at least it was 2 major knee injuries and a shoulder problem. I mean, he just never could stay in one piece. And he finally did it that last year, and that's partially because of the design of the offense that gets the ball out of his hands in a hurry and just lets him wing it around and doesn't open him up to a whole lot of shots. But if you got to assume that they are still going to be bombing away. They're going to try to be a little more physical defensively, because Washington D last year was underwhelming and too many shootouts. So the hope would be that you don't have to, throw for 360 yards a game, but that's probably what they're going to do. But the defense is going to be a little bit better. They're very good. But the problem overall, and this is going to go for any of these Pac-12 teams, is, where's your free space other than Stanford this year? If you're assuming Colorado's better, Arizona State should rise up again pretty quickly. Arizona is going to be really dangerous. So while Washington's good, in talking college football playoff, you got to go 11-1 and then win the Pac-12 title. Everyone except maybe there's USC and there's kind of everyone else. Where's the free space game in their conference schedule? I mean, Oregon State's nasty, Washington State's nasty, so they're going to be very, very good. They're going to be very in the mix. I just think there's just a slight tier below USC, Oregon, and Utah when it comes to winning the Pac-12 title.
Hey, Pete, what do you think about the Pac-12 in terms of quarterback talent? Are they the most talented quarterback conference right now in terms of Caleb Williams? Just talked about Michael Penix Jr. I'm looking at all the other Power 5 conferences or even the other conferences, and I don't think they actually can compete with the Pac-12's quarterbacks.
By 100 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, who's the signature star? Like, obviously, if you're in the southeast part of the country, give me the SEC signature star this year. Like, who's the guy? It's the SEC freaking C. You don't have Bryce Young.
Yeah.
You don't have, that obviously they're good. Obviously they've got quarterback talent. Who's the signature star in the Big Ten this year? The J.J. McCarthy, really? I mean, because you don't have that quarterback talent there, at least the known quarterback wise that you have in other spots. Just keep going with the Pac-12. Caleb Williams, Michael Penix Jr., Bo Nix, Shedeur Sanders is going to be an NFL starter.
Oh yeah.
My guy DJ Uiagalelei. I think the change of scenery is going to do him wonders. And from all reports, he is letting it rip at Oregon State. And if he puts it all together, that's number one overall draft. That's like the guy who goes from being kind of forgotten about to being Joe Burrow. Or one of those types who just all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute here, we got a 6'4", 245-pound guy who can move with every tool in the box. He's got it all, and just keep on going. Every single team in the Pac-12 has a quarterback, and there's like 6 or 7 who are good enough to end up in the mix to be all-conference quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Assuming that Caleb Williams is the one-on-ones here, but you're right. It is going to. It's the tough part about this is the Pac-12 dissolves and goes away. Every team and every game is going to be fun, and unfortunately, if you don't have the Pac-12 network, which if you're a streaming person of YouTube TV or something like that, you don't have this. So we get the first weekend where I believe you can watch. I think I got this right. But I think you can watch UMass and New Mexico State on ESPN. And good luck finding USC and Caleb Williams playing the opening game of the year against San Jose State.
Unbelievable.
Nice.
Pete Fiutak, great stuff right there. As usual, you like USC to play in the college football playoff, so that's got that out of the way early out of the Pac-12. And then, Utah, Washington, Oregon State should be a dogfight. Even, you go all the way down to Arizona quarterback Jaden DeLaura is a really good player at the QB position. It's kind of the QB conference of the year, without a doubt. And people forget that DJ Uiagalelei transferred from Clemson to Oregon State to get back to the West Coast, and he is out there as well with the Beavers. Hey, thank you, Pete. We appreciate it, my friend, and we'll check in and encourage our folks to get over our college football junkies. collegefootballnews.com is as good as it gets. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anytime, guys. You have a good one.
You're good. Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, good question there, right? Because, it's loaded at quarterback.
It is. I was just thinking about there aren't a lot of great quarterbacks. I was looking at the Georgia announcement. They announced their starting quarterback. I said, there's not a lot of proven veteran quarterbacks around the country.
Yeah,
but the
because
Pac-12 has an abundance of them.
Yeah, Georgia's got Carson Beck named.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Ohio State's breaking in a new quarterback. Alabama's breaking in a new quarterback. I mean, maybe if you're going back to the deep south and not worried about conference, Cade Klubnik at Clemson
That's a
might
great
be
point.
the best quarterback.
Klubnik, yeah, you're right about that. I didn't think about that. You're right.
The kid Jordan Travis at Florida State.
Notre Dame gets Hardman from Wake Forest, a transfer.
And then
he's a veteran. That's why Quinn Ewers is in a prime spot. It's like, hey, man, there aren't a lot of veteran quarterbacks who are returning in the Big 12, even really among the power players, I should say, in college football right now.
Without a doubt.
A lot of turnover.
Without a doubt. And you're looking, at Jalen Daniels at LSU. I mean,
he's big.
Maybe the best in the SEC, coming back established. That's why big. SEC will be in most people's top 5 or 6 in the country as well. All right, great stuff right there. Pete Fiutak, college football news, previews of all these teams on our way to number 1. We'll have number 9 tomorrow on our way to the top spot. All the way coming up, a week from Friday, we'll be at number 1 here in the Horn. Ian Rod, Big Top 20 Countdown. Coming back, who said that? We'll play a little round of good sound and good audio from the weekend. Who said that? I got to start with this there, Rod B. I don't know if you saw this, but
I did see this.
At
It's
the
awesome.
end of the week, a video got out. And somebody, by the way, mentioned Drake May as a quarterback to put at the
Yes.
over in the ACC. ACC,
Faux shizzle.
Pac-12 quarterback conference this year. ACC with Cade Klubnik's emergence, Drake May, Jordan Travis.
It might be the second best quarterback league behind the Pac-12 this year.
And if Sam Hartman had come back, well, I guess ACC you could consider Notre Dame because they do
That's
play
true.
that
Affiliation.
Yeah,
You're right. They
you
do
could put
affiliate.
Sam Hartman in there
That's a
too.
great point.
So yeah, for sure. As far as established QBs who we know can play, ACC and Pac-12, who are the two conferences that are in trouble right now in college football. Of course, the Pac-12 is dissolving.
That's true. They got
and
good quarterback
dissolved.
play.
The ACC is looking for it. But obviously it's because they're replacing top quarterbacks at some of the big names this year. But I wanted to play this for you. So Pete Carroll.
Speaking of quarterback.
Pete Carroll playing quarterback. 70-year-old Pete Carroll was at Seahawks practice. Of course, the Seahawks beat the Cowboys in that preseason game on Saturday night. In that game, Geno Smith looked good. Jackson Smith in Jigba.
Oh, man. He
Caught
was a
long
steal.
touchdown.
He was a steal in the draft.
He's going to be a problem because you got him and Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
They're going to be good.
Can't double all of them.
Can't double them all, and they can run the ball with Kenneth Walker III, and they drafted Zach Charbonneau out of UCLA. So watch Seattle in that. They were a playoff team a year ago. They could be improved with another good haul during the NFL draft, including Jackson Smith and Jigba. But so for fun, Pete Carroll's out, playing quarterback at 70 years old, throwing dimes.
No-look passes.
Yeah.
He did it good. No-look pass and completed it, too.
And that video got out, and people were having fun with 70-year-old Pete Carroll running around like Pat Mahomes, throwing the ball. And so schooling the guy. So give the Seattle Seahawks digital team credit. They put this video together. Let's see if you can discover who is saying this. It's a series of people calling out Pete Carroll for abusing his secondary.
Pete Carroll, the nerve of you to treat your players with such abuse. You should be sanctioned, dog. I thought you was better. This is Snoop Dogg. On behalf of Death Row Records, you keep treating them players like that, abusing them, calling them out their name. I'm going to show up and show out. Because you know I'm a player. Get your shit together, Pete. I don't want to do it, but I will. Get your arrested.
Hey, Coach, I got a video earlier today from one of your practices. It has me very concerned. I keep hearing about the abuse that you're putting on your defensive secondary, shredding them every day with your passes and your running.
What are you doing? These are young men out there. They're fighting for their livelihoods, for their jobs. And you make them look like little bitches, okay? You got to back off. Because if you're going to make them look like little bitches, I'm going to make you my bitch, all right? And you know I'll do it. Back off, bitch. Back off.
All right.
Whoa, I had no idea you guys felt like that. But hey, you're either competing or you're not.
There you go. There's
That's good. The
like
first
that?
one he gave it away, Snoop said it was him.
Snoop.
He said it was him.
And then you got the second
The second one was a little tougher. It's Roger Goodell.
Roger Goodell.
And then the last one is easier because we know they're close. Will Ferrell and Pete Carroll. We know that they're down.
USC graduate Will Ferrell.
Yes, from back then today. But that's really good. You're right. You got to give their social media team a lot of credit. That's pretty good.
What do you got for me, Rod B?
All right, we got this ready, Ty. This is, you know what? I will just play the audio and see if you can gather context clues as to who it is. Here's the audio.
No, I mean, I think you have to use your scars in that sense. And so to say I'm continuing to relive it, it's past me at this point. But a lot of the offseason was about that. And with Mike taking over as the play caller, we went into details. And sometimes, though there's those three plays, there's a lot of details in that allowed those three plays to not be successful. And that's what we really focused on this training camp and this spring of cleaning that up, making sure receivers are on the same page, linemen are on the same page with my drops, and receivers understanding where they've got to be and when they've got to be, just so operation just goes a whole lot smoother. So we're using the things that hurt us last year that are going to be our strength this year.
All right. Who said that?
That's Dakota Prescott.
Yes, it is.
That's Dak Prescott.
Brother.
I know that voice. And
he was asked by Peter King, what did you learn from your disastrous sequence to end your season in the playoffs versus the 49ers? Basically the really bad sequence that essentially ended the hopes and dreams of Cowboys fans to advance past the divisional round. and beat the 49ers.
Yeah, that's the bar. That is the bar. Can they climb over the divisional round? Longhorns bar is playing in and winning the Big 12 championship. That's the if you get there, you better win it.
That's
you
the
need to win it.
expectation.
That's the expectation, and getting past that divisional round of the NFC playoffs is the expectation for Dak, without a doubt. How about this one? You should know the call because it's a legendary call, but I needed to play it for you because it gets everybody pumped up.
Oh yeah,
on a Monday morning, getting a little case of the Mondays. It was in Nashville on Saturday night.
La pelota va a quedar para Leo, le va a pegar Leo.
There you go.
Wow.
It goes on for like another minute of him doing
we
that.
go on and on.
Fantastic. That is great. I mean, why are the goal calls in soccer so much better than any other type of touchdown or scoring calls? I guess you're right.
You
That's a good point.
Yeah, you score a lot of touchdowns.
Yeah, you're right. You
get
won
one a game.
That's true. You better make it count.
Yeah, Messi with an amazing, off an amazing angle with the left foot around three people. His 10th goal in 7 matches with Inter Miami. They've gone from rock bottom in the league to being the League's Cup champions, and that was the Univision call, and their great broadcaster. Oh, that was awesome.
That
there
was
you go.
Great.
And by the way, that game was 1-1 at the end. Messi's goal was the only goal, and then Nashville got the equalizer, and they went to penalty kicks, and they went to the 10th penalty kick, Rod, and it was goalie on goalie.
Oh, because they exhausted all the players.
Yeah, you get down to the last.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Me either. And it was goalie on Gelly, and the goalie for Miami got the block. Got the block on Nashville's goal. That's how they won.
Wow, that's great drama.
Great drama.
Ever since Messi came, I mean, they're getting everything that they could have hoped for. He's basically become the biggest star in that league, and he's made Inter Miami essentially like the best team in the league. That's great. That can't be. We'll see how the regular season actually plays out. If they end up being the best team in MLS after making just a couple of acquisitions and Messi being the main one, that would be pretty historic. We got to go see if there's any other example of that in sports.
You know, the best teams right now in the MLS are St. Louis franchise, which is expansion, and Cincinnati.
Wow.
They're brand new to the league too. They're one in the East.
What is it about being a startup franchise?
I don't know if they made the talent acquisition easier or what, but we'll have some more Who Said That coming up. Also a tribute to the legendary Bill Little. We'll let you hear his commentary about the legendary Darrell Royal in a fitting way to pay respects to the late, great Bill Little coming up. It'll be our fabulous 5th hour. The 5th quarter is on its way of Rod and E and Rod B coming next. Appreciate you being there, however you're finding us on 101.9, AM 1260, and, of course, streaming. Make sure you find and download that Horn app to your smartphone. Listen to us wherever you go. Also at hornfm.com and on our YouTube channel. Subscribe there today. We've got you live and local every day, all day, 5 days a week, right here on E and Rod B.
I woke up to the morning sky first.
Oh, it's the fabulous fifth hour here on Ian Rod B, the fifth quarter.
Oh, yeah. Put them up.
Still a lot to do ahead of the Jim Rome Show at 11. Go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Talk about Steve Sarkisian, who in about 1 hour from now will have a media availability after the morning practice wraps up. The players are back in school this week. Today is the first day of school. So, as we said, essentially training camp, as we knew it, is over, Rod.
It's done.
With Saturday's scrimmage.
Getting ready for game week. Game week planning, if you will. Yeah.
Which should make today's 11 o'clock engagement with the media kind of must listen. Now, it's not live anywhere. It won't be on the radio. That's just a Q&A with Sark after practice. But depth chart, if Saturday was a depth chart determining scrimmage, then there should be some depth chart discussions about backup quarterback, corner, the offensive line, who's won those positions. Because Tom Herman was not a big fan of the depth chart, apparently, when he was the coach at Texas, because he would just rotate guys, which would drive you crazy, Rod. But when you were playing, if you won the one spot, you were the one.
Yeah, I think it was like a badge of honor. I want the depth chart. I want everybody to see I won the job. It's my job. And I didn't want an or next to the damn name either. Ain't no or. It's my job. Ain't no or next to it. So I think Mac Brown, toward the end of his tenure, he went with the or. You can get, you have the starting spot, but then it's or this other player. I never really liked that. I wanted the starting job. I worked my butt off for it. It's mine.
Well, and as you said to me before, and I've heard you say on the air other places, I mean, once you win the starting job, you're on the field unless you're hurt or you need a blow.
Yeah, I didn't rotate. I mean, I think now it's a lot more common to see teams just rotating players, different positions. But if I won the job, it was my job. So I didn't rotate. And we had great players. We had, Michael Huff, Cedric Griffin, Nathan Vasher. I don't know. If a coach would have came to me about a rotation, it would have probably been a confrontation about that rotation. It's like, I ain't rotating. That's my spot. Now, if I'm down there, if I'm losing my job because I'm getting beat on the field, then take my job away and give it to somebody who's better so that my team can get the win.
Right.
If I'm helping my team win, then, take me off the field. But if I'm the best player and at this position, which gives my team the best chance to win, ain't no damn way I'm coming off the field. But like I said, that was just my my attitude
that's
toward
healthy.
it.
But look, I mean, if the depth chart is indeed solidified with what's gone on, and you feel like if you're DJ Campbell at right guard, or Cole Hudson, or if you're Malik Murphy or Arch Manning, you're battling for the job. The coaches are preaching competition.
Mm-hmm.
And so if it doesn't matter, what are we doing all this summer work for? Exactly. What are we doing all this for?
Well, I'm not working my butt off to beat out this guy, and I'm paranoid about it every damn day. If you're going to play, well, both of y'all going to play anyway. So, whoa, I don't know. It's my job. I'm the best man for the job. Now, rotations on offensive lines are a little different. You got to keep them fresh. D-line's a little bit different. But we can rotate, but I am the starter. I still think these days, it's like, hey, I am the starter, though. Yeah. I'm the starter. Yes, right. I rotate, but I start because I'm that guy.
And Tom Herman was maddening for that because it didn't seem like he had a rime or reason of who was in when and why. And
he did. He take Colin Johnson out in the red zone. So I'm like, what?
For Kai Money.
What are you doing? He's like 6'4", 6'5". What are we taking him out in the red zone for?
Oh, too much. But that could be some newsworthy stuff for sure. For whether he shares that here or, of course, next Monday would be game week, and there'll be a game week Sark news conference. And I would imagine at that point, that's when the depth chart, as they solidify, would be released. So there could be an out today for Sark saying, look, we've still got practices this week. We'll determine that.
I think he might go that route just to keep the information away from the future opponents.
Yeah. But it will be asked. Oh, yeah. That would be
the first one will be backup quarterback. I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
I think the first question about depth chart from the media will be, who won the backup quarterback job? Just because all the reports have been that Arch Manning, like the last, 2 weeks, has really started to ascend. And if that's the case, then has he ascended to the point where he caught Malik? I don't think he's caught Malik. I'll go out there right now and say I think Malik's still going to be the backup because I believe Sark wants a kind of traditional progression at quarterback. I believe, like you talked about, he wants Quinn Ewers to have a hell of a year and declare for the draft.
See ya.
Because he's been fast-tracking his career his entire life. So keep on going, brother. You only spend 1-2 years where you're at anyway. Keep going. You're fast-tracked to the NFL. And then the competition between Malik and Arch. Then you can have a legit competition between those two and just kind of keep the progression a little bit more organic, but it's quarterback. And I was here during the Sims Applewhite years, and it don't always work out that way. No. Coaches would love it to work that way, but that is not the way it works.
Well, remember, you were here for Sims Applewhite, but I was here too. And if the way it worked out was almost a perfect storm to create a controversy because Major got hurt in the bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
Texas played down in San Antonio, and Major got hurt.
He got hurt. He didn't have that A&M game where he got like food poisoning or something too.
Yeah, well, they poisoned the Aggies.
yeah.
Poisoned the pregame meal, got tainted, got roofied or whatever they did.
Yeah.
But then he got hurt in the bowl game, and so he didn't get to participate in the spring, which meant Sims even through the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris Sims came in as the number one quarterback, and Major wasn't healthy. And it, led to the whole thing. And everyone had known that Major was already – because Major's already a folk hero, but he was hurt.
He was already a folk hero. That's a great way to put it.
And you would argue that if Major hadn't gotten hurt that year in that bowl game, he would have gone into the offseason as a starter, and Sims could have potentially redshirted, and, Major would have been the guy. But it became this huge controversy for that very reason. And, this case – look, I mean, when you say it's been expedited, because I talk to people and say, well, Quinn Ewers wants to be in the NFL draft this April. If you don't think he and his family have been thinking about this, they didn't just reclassify from his senior year to become because once you reclassified the way he did and he got to graduate early, you're now 3 years from my graduating class. He reclassified his graduating class. So now after his second year of full football this year, because he was at Ohio State for a semester, then came here for a semester, and then played last year. Mm-hmm. This is his third year. He gets to be in the draft. Now, if he had stayed and played at South Lake Carroll, he wouldn't have been in this cycle, right? He sped up the clock.
He fast-tracked it, baby.
And so, there are a lot of, reasons why, you can say, why did Quinn Ewers, cut the hair and get himself in better shape and lock things down? I mean, there's very likely a conversation that, hey, man, because, like I've said, it's not harsh. It's just reality. If you don't have a good year this year, Quinn, the whole idea of the draft is gone for now, and you're probably going to get passed on the depth chart if you make some of the plays you made last year. Maybe you didn't have the attention to detail with your footwork and your mechanics and the understanding of the playbook like you needed to. Well, by all accounts, this year he's a whole different player. He's a whole different dude. He's leading. The hair's cut. He's leaned down. He's back to being more athletic in the pocket. He's throwing lasers all over the field because he wants to be in that draft. He wants to be in that conversation with Caleb Williams and Drake May, and that's been the plan since he was in high school.
Yep.
Whether you agree with that or not, just know that's been the plan. And again, if this year he looks not good and he looks like he's not progressing in this offense with the talent that's behind him, well, then at the end of the year, there's going to be some hard conversations about, well, you're not going to get drafted. So what's your next step?
Yeah.
There
was regression. You're right. If he ended up coming back here, I wonder if the competition becomes an open competition as opposed to we're just, a starter, a returning starter, coming back to the 40 acres. So you're right. I mean, I think this is the ideal situation for Sark because he does have arguably the most loaded quarterback room in the country.
Yeah.
But I think they like you said, the projection is that no, once Quinn balls out, fast track, he goes, and then there's plenty of room for our young quarterbacks to develop and compete.
And don't think in the quarterback industry and in the NFL, they've been keeping an eye on Quinn Ewers.
Oh, of course,
they know him. They knew it when
they know all the 5 stars and
when you're the number 1 ranked quarterback in the country, coming out of high school, which he was. You're on the radar of the NFL. I mean, you're Bryce Young. You're, go back to Matt Stafford. You're Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. They know about you very well. And if you show signs of maturity and you own this offense this year, it doesn't as much matter wins and losses. They can lose a couple of games.
Yeah, but as long as it's not because of him. Right. As long as he's not the reason they're losing.
Well, and Quinn's going to throw some picks this year. He's going to have some plays against Alabama you guarantee he wants back. That's going to be part of the progress. But look, they drafted Anthony Richardson 4th overall.
Just because of potential.
Yeah.
Just because of he's got measurables that only God can give and you can't teach.
And Anthony Richardson completed 57% of his passes last year. He's not a finished product. But the NFL took him 4th, the Colts. They'll take you.
They'll take you.
Yeah, so Quinn Ewers just needs to put himself into that conversation. He's got to have a good enough year and make enough really good throws within this offense that's loaded with talent to show the NFL, because then you're right, then the natural progression is on. Then it's Then you're going to have a battle between Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning and
Malik
Murphy for the starter's job. Whoever wins it will be the starter. Whoever loses it will probably leave.
Or probably transfer, yeah. That's but that's part of it. That's it. The quarterback position these days, you got to have the P. Diddy approach, the more money, more problems. Like, you want the problems that come with having a quarterback room full of stud blue chips and 5-star players who, if they don't win that job, will probably transfer. That's a better alternative than being in quarterback hell or quarterback purgatory. So you want the problems we all do that come with money, and you want the problems that come with a loaded, stacked quarterback room. Yeah, some problems with it, but I'll take those first world problems as opposed to the third world problems.
If I can afford that Porsche, and I'm not going to be complaining about the tax payment,
the maintenance
on it, or
you got to have on
insurance. The insurance, I got it. That's not a problem. I got that covered. But yeah, that's to me the cycle for Arch, and that's why it's encouraging to hear. As I mentioned earlier, I did talk to someone who was at this scrimmage on Saturday. And who was also at the scrimmage, the second one last year, and said Arch just looks like a whole new guy. He really does. He's got control of the offense. Because last year, that same person said, I don't know if Hudson Card might be better. Hudson Card might be the guy. Because, of course, Hudson Card knew the offense.
He did know the offense.
Hudson Card was a veteran player and played football.
Yep.
And Quinn was still kind of looking lost at times, and we saw that carry over into the year. And I've said this about Steve Sarkisian. There's an argument to be made that he may have won more games last year if he had gone with Hudson Card.
Or at least put him in a couple of games.
Yeah, a couple of games. Oklahoma State most notably, where the kid looked lost. But at the same time, he has now said that was part of the deal. I needed to see how he handled that. He's going to be our quarterback. I needed to understand and let him go through it and not put training wheels on this guy and take him out whenever he's struggling. That doesn't help him grow. And yes, fans can gnash their teeth and be mad about it, but this is the progress. And that's one of the things that Sark has said is, one of the things I liked about Quinn was how he handled it. He didn't point fingers. He didn't get mad at his teammates. He didn't sulk about it. Maybe his body language wasn't the best during games last year, but Sark said he was always accountable to it. He was coachable to it. And now we're maybe seeing the progress of that this year. At least you hope, because if he has a good year, Texas is going to have a good year.
There was even a note about that in one of the practice notes and practice reports, I should say, that it was a scrimmage that they had some turnovers and the offense started a little slow, a little lethargic, and that they observed the way Quinn handled it and that they thought he handled it in a very mature way, just to kind of help the offense get back on track, get back in their groove, and get back on schedule even after a rough start to the scrimmage. And that's what you're talking about. You're talking about that ability as a quarterback to withstand the storm, or or to be able to escape the quicksand that you're in at times. And last year, sometimes he got caught up in quicksand and he couldn't get out. I mean, basically, the Baylor game was quicksand. He couldn't get out. And Sark said, you know what, son? You're okay. We're going to take the ball out of your hands because it just ain't working. It ain't all your fault, but it ain't working when we put the ball in your hands. You're in quicksand today.
And we're going to pound the rock.
And we're going to pound the rock. This year, they won't have that luxury.
If he hadn't pounded the rock if he had done that against Oklahoma State, they might have got out of Stillwater with a win. And they may have been playing in the Big 12 title game.
That's a great point. But that's maturity from Sark, though. We saw that.
That's right.
He grew a little bit, too, as a coach.
Yeah, well said. All right, so we'll get more on that behind the burnt orange curtain, Rod's thoughts on what he's hearing from the scrimmage. We'll also, at the bottom of the hour, we're going to play a tribute to Bill Little. It will be Bill Little speaking, but our way of tributing the legendary lifetime Longhorn Bill Little, his love for the university, and we'll play that for you coming up right ahead of Burnt Orange Curtain. But I thought here in our final fabulous fifth hour, because it is the fifth quarter, Rod.
Oh, I love it.
I felt like
put the 5 up, baby.
Resetting some of the conversations earlier about the NFL games of the weekend, because we have good, bad, and ugly, right? We know that coming into this Monday morning, the Seattle Mariners have made the AL West a 3-team race with their sweep of the Astros, while the Rangers were getting swept by the Brewers. If you hadn't been paying attention to the Mariners, they're red hot.
Nobody has.
They're now the Astros are still 2.5 games behind the Rangers, but the Mariners are now a half game behind the Astros.
How?
So, and as I said throughout the morning for Ranger fans, the Rangers, 7 of their last 10 games this year in the regular year are against Seattle. So Seattle is definitely in this conversation. I know Ranger fans were hoping to not get swept by the Brewers this weekend, but the Ranger fans were also hoping that the Astros could have taken care of this Seattle problem, because now the whole conference, whole division, and maybe the whole American League has a Seattle problem. They've come on, they're playing really good. Also, Victor Hovland won the BMW championship with a ridiculous 61-28 on the back 9.
That's crazy.
And he went right past
How many
Scotty.
birdies did you say he hit?
7 of 9. Played 9
7
holes.
of 9?
And they were close. I mean, they were pin hunting.
In the zone.
Like a video game. Victor Hovland, 25-year-old. He was unreal yesterday. I mentioned he set a course record, Rod.
Yeah.
That course is over 100 years old.
He's like, yeah, this is not some 30-year-old course. Like, no, he's talking about a century-old course.
Olympia Fields, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that course is over 100 years old.
Yeah, that's wild. You didn't drop that little nugget earlier.
Yeah, it's a little chump deal. No. Course record for Olympia Field, 61. Pretty awesome. Hey, and to win the tournament, that was a part of the really good of the weekend. Spain wins the Women's World Cup. Messi's amazing.
Amazing.
All lead stories. The bad side, we had the Cowboys losing to Marbion Overshone.
That was brutal.
To the season. Can we play this? Because I wanted to play some of the audio for you, Rod, here with some of the NFL. Because we mentioned 41 Longhorns. I think that surprised some people that there are 41 Longhorns in training camps right now trying to make teams. And I think a high number of them will. And
I think they will too, yeah.
So, and then some of the highlighted one, gosh, because people forget, there's a guy like Taquan Graham who's in camp along
Atlanta
with Bijan
Falcons?
Robinson in Atlanta.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a guy, Devin Duvernay's in Baltimore. They play tonight on Monday Night Football. But Tariq Black, the Michigan transfer, who played 1 year in Texas.
Yeah.
He is still in Ravens camp. Justin Tucker still plays for the Ravens. Buffalo has Poona Ford now.
Yep, I remember that. That was a big pickup for them, though. They need him. He's gonna play a lot for them.
Yeah, he is. They think he's gonna help with their run defense next to who's the big kid out of the University of Houston?
Ed Oliver.
Ed Oliver. Yeah.
He's like the penetrator, he kind of pass rushing D tackle. They need a run stuffing D tackle. That's what Poona is.
Roschon Johnson in Chicago, also Deontay Foreman.
Oh man, and I wanted Deontay to end up with the Cowboys. I remember saying earlier the Cowboys should be trying to sign him, and they signed him for pennies.
That's one that because I know for Cowboys fans, if you're watching the Seattle game Saturday night, Rico Dowdle looked good at number 23, and Deuce Vaughn is making highlight reel runs. You still feel great about your backfield behind Tony Pollard.
Not the depth of it. And then Tony Pollard's coming off an injury.
And you want to be a power running team.
Yeah, I don't like it. They got a steal in Deuce Vaughn, no doubt. But I would have liked them to have
I shouldn't wonder.
The serviceable backup.
I assume the Cowboys will be looking at the waiver wire here when running backs start to get released.
You just talked about a team, the Bears, who might be cutting one of their running backs. They got like 3 starting running backs. So Khalil Herbert's dead too, right?
Yeah. Khalil Herbert.
They got some backs there. Yeah.
So Cincinnati, who you saw this week, Joseph Osai. Can we play this, Joseph Osai? Actually, let's not play the highlight. It's not very good. The announcer botched it. It was a tipped interception, but it was intercepted by Joseph Osai in their game with Atlanta. So that was kind of cool. You had Bijan against the Bengals, which means you had Osai and Bijan there.
I'm sure. Actually, I wonder if I can go try to watch that game. I bet there was a situation where he ended up tackling Bijan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or trying to.
Probably
trying.
Also, Marquise Goodwin has been the camp with the Cincinnati Bengals, bringing some speed elements.
I actually did not realize Marquise was with Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati Bengals.
Man, that wide receiving core is loaded.
T. Higgins.
Yeah, T. Higgins,
Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, Marquise Goodwin.
They're loaded. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to end up being the 4th receiver for that group.
Well, hey, take the top off. I got big receivers underneath.
Yeah, you're right.
Dallas has Malik Jefferson and DeMarvion Overshone. Unfortunately for DeMarvion, his season is over.
I guess that's for Malik, though. I mean, he's been on that practice squad a few times.
And he's been dinged up a little bit, too.
Oh, you're right. I think he did have a little injury.
Concussion or something.
Yeah, that actually helps him out, though, in terms of him making the team, because the Cowboys now have, unfortunately, depth issues at off-ball linebacker.
Because you mentioned, I didn't know DeMarvion got hurt, but I didn't know Jabril Cox.
And remember, Damone Clark came off of injuries, too. So there, you got those guys, and it should be stabilizing forces. But Leighton Vander Esch dealt with a couple of injuries last year and nicked him up, and that rush defense just cratered as a result of that. And we know Micah's going to be moving around a lot. He's a movable chess piece. They don't want him isolated and pigeonholed to just one position. So now you're looking at the depth at linebacker without Overshone, and you got LVE, you got Damone Clark, and Jabril Cox.
Yeah.
I mean, those are pretty much your top guys.
Our man CB says that Marquise Goodwin is in Cleveland. Okay, this list has that mistaken. So Cleveland, the other Ohio team.
Okay, I was like, I didn't realize.
I didn't either. But that didn't sound right when I was saying it. Then, Cleveland. Deshaun Watson, that's who picked him up to go with Amari Cooper.
There you go.
And they like their receiver room, and they really like Elijah Moore in Cleveland. Remember, they traded a second-round pick to the Jets to get Elijah Moore.
Yep.
Because Aaron Rodgers wanted Alan Lazard and some of his own buddies, and they wanted a second-round pick in New York. The Jets did, so they gave up Elijah Moore. He's had a really good camp.
They've been handing him off the football, too, at times. Like,
so
just
quick.
Straight-up handoffs to him.
Dallas, as we mentioned, Demo's now out, unfortunately. What a terrible injury. Denver is where little Jordan Humphrey's hanging out.
Denver likes Longhorns, though. The Broncos, that organization likes Longhorns.
P.J. Locke, Caden Stearns, and little Jordan Humphreys. And Humphrey trying to make that roster. He's going to be one of the guys watching. P.J. Locke trying to make that team. Caden Stearns
Caden Turner is
on
he's
that
a lock. No pun intended.
I didn't know this until I watched the Texans game on Saturday. I know Hassan Ridgeway is part of that depth that they brought in on the Houston Texans D line, but Andrew Beck. Beck is
who
the
used
only,
to be with the Broncos.
Yeah, he's
right?
the only fullback because obviously D'Amico Ryans and their offensive coordinator who came in from San Francisco, they want a tight end in their offense. I mean, and they lined up in a lot of I formation. With
they ran two backs. They ran a fullback.
They did
in that first preseason.
And that was Andrew Beck.
Oh, was that
Andrew
him?
Beck, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, well, he's going to make the team then because if Bobby Slowick's running the Shanahan offense, Shanahan uses a traditional old school fullback at times. So he's going to
use them a lot, too.
Yeah, a lot, actually.
The kid who's the Pro Bowler guy in San Francisco.
Juszczyk.
Well, Andrew Beck is that guy in Houston.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that either. Usually you only keep one fullback / H-back.
I think he's the only guy competing for the job. So I think Andrew Beck has a good chance if he stays healthy.
I'm with you.
To make that Houston team. Indianapolis has Sam Ehlinger. Sam led the Colts on 2 touchdown drives in a 4-minute span, and they tried to come back because you also had Longhorn on Longhorn there with Sam and then Roshan and the Bears. And,
Mr. August.
Yeah, Mr.
So they call him up there.
Let's hear this highlight. Here's
call him Mr. August.
Our producer Ty Henderson would say, "That's my quarterback."
Well, he's exactly.
Wesley Chaparral. But here's Sam Ehlinger scoring another touchdown in August, which he does. He shines in the preseason.
Last year, a guy that was a 4-year really special teamer for the Colts. Ehlinger. There's a path. There's a touchdown.
Mr. August, here he is again. Fourth quarter comeback, Sam Ehlinger. I'll tell you what. But, getting back to that interview, I mean.
There you go, Sam Ehlinger.
Hey, man.
That was a running touchdown. You couldn't tell by the call.
I would have loved to have been called Mr. August. That helped me make some football teams.
Mr. August. That means you're prepared. That means,
yeah.
And as Todd Dodge said in our great conversation with Todd last week, as he checks in on Sam Ehlinger and all his former players, he said, if he can carve out a career like Chase Daniel did, Chase Daniels played like 15 years of backup quarterback. Todd coached Chase Daniel at Missouri, at South Lake Carroll on his way to Missouri. He's made a lot of money.
A ton of money.
He's made over $40 million.
Who's Chase Daniels' agent? That guy
and he never
did
played.
A great job. That's what I'm saying. His agent did a great job.
Go look. Somebody, Chris Bennett will do this.
Ooh.
Or Ty can do it, our producer. Go look at all-time snaps taken by Chase Daniels in an NFL game versus money made.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good ratio for him.
Yeah,
games started.
He's probably the leader, no doubt.
Regular season games started versus money made.
Yeah.
Now, we can leave Jamarcus Russell out of that or somebody who made a huge but Chase Daniels just played for so many years.
That is fun. I didn't man, that's a crazy number.
I'll do that.
Million
if
as a
CB
backup.
doesn't do it.
Hey, because my coach can be a backup for like 5, 6, 7 more years and be good.
Yeah, and he's making good money.
Great money.
And unfortunately, because Baker Mayfield may find himself as a backup quarterback, somebody's losing all his money with the lawsuit he filed.
Yeah, you got to find that. $12 million?
$12 million.
Yeah, you need to do some investigation. You need to hire some your own private investigators to figure out where that bread is, man.
That's a good gig. There's only 32 quarterbacks, which means there's only 64 if you make a backup job.
Well, now
they pay that well.
And now we know that the NFL changed the third quarterback rule. So now I think you'll see more teams that'll start keeping a third quarterback too. And they've expanded the practice squad. And now they changed the practice squad rules where you now, I believe, close to 24 hours before the game, you can actually take a player up from practice squad immediately and put them on the game roster. So they gave them a lot more flexibility with the quarterback position because remember in the playoffs, we had multiple backups starting in the playoffs. San Fran, Miami, Baltimore, and the NFL does not want bad quarterback play in the playoffs. That's what you get usually with bad backups.
Now we're down to you got 3 quarterbacks that you're going to be able to keep on your roster.
Exactly. So the NFL figured,
By the way, I'll do the numbers by tomorrow, or CB will. He's 36 years old. Chase Daniel out of South Lake Carroll in Missouri. In his career, he's attempted 273 passes.
Oh, so you do it via pass attempts then?
273.
Money made versus pass attempts. Oh.
How much money made was it?
I can tell you.
It's some ridiculous. It was like $40 million. I don't remember what Coach Dodge said, but it was a good amount it was good money.
$41 million.
$41 million.
Over a 13-year career, now 14.
How many pass attempts you said?
278. 73. Sorry.
That's $147,000 per pass attempt.
That's good money. Hey, his agent, he should invite his agent over for family get-togethers and for family reunions, Christmas. Because that agent, that is a damn good agent. Whoever Daniel his agent may be. That's fantastic. Yeah, Chase Daniel. That's amazing. As a backup.
as a backup.
And
he's never started. I mean, find that stat on career starts, because he's been in places where the quarterback doesn't get hurt. Because he was behind Drew Brees, and then he was behind, somebody in Kansas City before Pat Mahomes, Philadelphia, Saints again with Drew Brees, Bears, Lions, and Chargers. So there's Chase Daniel. And Todd Dodge said it right the other day. He's just a reliable dude. He's a reliable dude. He doesn't need the spotlight. He's going to know the playbook. If you need him to come in, he's going to be ready to go. He's going to push your scout team and really run and help things
True
week to week.
professional. That's cool.
True pro. Let's run through this real fast. The other Longhorns are the 41 competing. Keandre Coburn, we had a Chiefs fan saying that Coburn Snacks is getting some reps with the first team in Kansas City at times. He's a run stuffer. Anthony Cook is in Kansas City. Charles Omenihu is in Kansas City. He's got some off-field issues he's dealing with. How about this is one for the Cowboys to watch. If they're not happy with their place-kicking situation, Cameron Dicker has had a great camp with the Rams, but I did watch them play last night. They were on NFL Network and were playing the Saints. Dustin Hopkins is back. Their starting kicker had been hurt in camp, so Cameron Dicker could come available. You wonder if somebody like the Cowboys would be interested in the Dicker, the kicker. Miami has Deshaun Elliott, Brandon Jones, and Connor Williams. Three Dolphins.
Connor Williams, they got playing center too, and he's actually played his best football in the NFL at center.
Yeah,
isn't that crazy?
Minnesota's got Jordan Hicks, the linebacker. Cleveland has Calvin Anderson from Westlake High, of course.
Go Shaps. Used to whip my ass every day.
And
Calvin is in New England.
He was with Broncos actually previously, right? Ended up just signing New England.
He was another one of those. He's a really smart player. He's a really smart kid. Adrian Phillips is there, and Brendan Schooler, who's maintained a way to stay on that.
Special teams, baby. Special teams.
New Orleans has Malcolm Roach, of course, at defensive tackle. Colin Johnson is with the New York Giants. More Ojimo with the Philadelphia Eagles, and reports on him, he's doing well. Seattle Seahawks have Michael Dixon and Quandre Diggs.
Long ball Dixon.
And keep an eye on this one. San Francisco 49ers, your guy Shano, has Deshaun Jameson, cornerback, who, as an undrafted player, reportedly having one hell of a camp.
I've heard Shano talking about Deshaun Jameson, and he his playmaking ability, makes a lot of good plays on the football. And I do believe they like the fact that he gives you added value because he's an elite returner. Remember, at Texas, he was one of the best returners in Texas football history. Sark just preferred X-Men and preferred some other guys like Keelan Robinson over Deshaun James. I have no idea why he was so demoted on special teams considering what he had accomplished, but there's no doubt he can be a good return guy in the NFL. And like I said, gives you a lot of added value there. And the 49ers, they play a lot of off coverage. He was always better as an off coverage defender where he could kind of triangulate quarterback to number one wide receiver to number two wide receiver and then play zone using his peripherals. And he's a really good ball hawk because once the ball is thrown, he makes really good plays on the ball. I'm not surprised that Deshaun James at least is making some plays in training camp. Might end up making the practice squad in worst case scenario.
Coming back, we go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Plus, we'll hear from Bill Little, legendary Bill Little, a tribute to him, a legendary commentary he had on the life of Darrell Royal and the impact he had on Texas. We'll have that for you coming up. Also, before the end of the hour, what's popping? As we hand it off to Jim Rome, it's Ian Rodby.
Texas Sports, the Horn.
Wrapping up our Longhorns in NFL camps, because I mentioned at the end of the segment Deshaun Jameson, we were running out of time. Josh Thompson is also trying to make the team in Tennessee, so keep an eye on that, playing safety in his rookie year. And Sam Cosmi has got an established spot on the offensive line for the Washington Commanders, Rod.
Oh, yeah.
And I did the math. This is amazing. Chase Daniel, who Todd Dodge mentioned in our conversation last week because he coached him in high school, has made over $41 million in career earnings.
Wow.
And he has started 5 games.
That's a good life, man. It's a good life. You can get it.
5 total games in 13 years. So my math tells me, and I went to St. Ed's, and I was not a math major, but 41 divided by 5 starts, $8.25 million a start.
It's a good gig if you can get it. It's a good gig if you can get it, man.
Show up, be a pro, be reliable, be on time.
And the NFL will pay you good money for it. And did he win it? What's his record in those starts? Do we know? I don't even know if it matters. It doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even matter.
It don't matter.
It was usually at the end of the year. Like they can't get a start because fortunately, wherever he's been, the starter didn't get hurt. And so I know a couple times they sat Drew Brees so he could
like a playoff.
They
already got everything clinched.
Yeah, be safe. And 5.
And he's thinking, is he thinking about retiring?
He's played in 69 games. Nice. But he started just 5.
Is he thinking about retiring?
Why would you?
Exactly.
He's only 36.
For real. Let him make him kick you out the league, man.
Okay, so there you go. There's Longhorns in the NFL. We've got behind the burnt orange curtain coming, but someone who always was a pro and was on time. He was the sports information director at Texas when you were there, Rod.
Oh, yeah.
He was director of media information when I got into radio, and remember meeting Bill Little for the first few times. We got a little bit cross at times when Mac Brown was here because Mac would kind of use him to rein me in a little bit.
I was going to say, yeah. He ordered the code red, order really classy Bill Little to deliver it. It's like, that's not what Bill likes to do.
I won't say what Mac wanted propaganda, but Mac wanted the message controlled as much as possible.
As long as it was favorable to Texas, then he was fine with it. But
can't you talk to those guys? I mean, they're our flagship station. I mean, they should be on our team.
He did not like you to be critical of the program. Yes, I've dealt with that too.
And Bill was the person to. Now, if it got really bad, then Cleve would have to be called in. But if it was,
it was the hierarchy was Bill Little, John Bianco, and then you get Cleve called. That means you really
Bianco
said something
all the time. But if Little would call, got a little more serious. And if you get invited to lunch with Cleve and Mac, oh man, you really stepped in some stuff at that.
Yeah, exactly. You might be on the way to getting fired. You might need to watch your back.
So you want it favorable? Like, what do you mean favorable? We're not allowed to talk about the game or whatever. But yeah, but Bill was always a pro's pro.
Bill's classy
and a great gentleman.
Awesome.
And he passed away on Friday, unfortunately, of natural causes, according to his family, his wife Kim, 3 children and 10 grandchildren. And if you know Longhorn sports, you know this voice. He was the PA announcer at Texas games for a decade at the football stadium. He was also Rod, the PA, and he did baseball. He did over 1,700 UT baseball games on the mic.
Unbelievable. Talk about consistency.
And that's why the press box at DKR and the press box at Disch Falk Field are both named after Bill Little. And from 1968 until his retirement in 2014 was a fixture. And here is a commentary he used to, before football games, Rod, he used to do a Longhorn legend, our Longhorn legend today, and he would tell the story, the history of Texas football. And he would take it all the way back to however far he had to go. But this particular one I thought was poignant because it's a legend, talking about a legend, his commentary on Darrell Royal and the impact he had on the Texas football program.
For more than half a century, Darrell Royal was the most important sports figure at the University of Texas. In the mid-1950s, the big school in Austin was looking for a head football coach to bring back the glory that DX Bible had brought in the 1940s. They sought out big names, famous coaches who were proven winners. But one by one, those guys decided to stay right where they were. There was one common theme, though. When asked about a name of an up-and-coming young coach who might be the right choice, they all recommended a former Oklahoma quarterback named Darrell Royal. So when the phone rang one late night in Seattle, where Darrell Royal was the head football coach at the University of Washington, he answered it. A minute into the conversation, he covered the mouthpiece and said to his wife, "Edith, this is it. This is Mr. Bible from the University of Texas." Almost 54 years later last week, we buried Darrell Royal as an icon of the university, the state, and college football world. Starting with the 1957 season, he took the Longhorns on a success run that was unequaled. In his 20 years as a head coach, his teams won 167 games, 11 conference championships, and 3 national titles. More than that, he became the face of Texas and Austin. 49 years ago today, November 22nd, 1963, Darrell Royal was tying his tie when he heard that President Kennedy had been shot in Dallas. Royal was preparing to greet the president at the airport when he arrived in Austin. He was friends with presidents and janitors. The respect and admiration for him spanned from Austin's east side to the White House in Washington. His trophies and honors were many, but the number paled in comparison to the lives he touched. For the little kids from the neighborhoods, it was always a greeting of a 3-word name: Coach Darrell Royal. Never just Coach Royal, but Coach Darrell Royal. Perhaps that was because the children, who would grow old even as they honored him through all those years, felt a kinship. Royal, you see, never forgot his roots in the Depression-ravaged Dust Bowl days of his home in southwestern Oklahoma. He did, after all, in one of those Royalisms that he taught us, tell us to dance with who brung us. Everyone whose life he touched is left with a special memory that's far too many to mention here. But one lasting moment is important to recall. When I was working on the book, What It Means to Be a Longhorn, I asked Coach Royal to participate in the book's foreword. In it, he told the story of that phone call from Mr. Bible so many years ago, and he talked about the people and the fortuitous turns his life had taken. And then he said this: "When I think of what it means to be a Longhorn, I would define it in 3 words. It's a chance. It's an honor to be a Longhorn, but to me, it has always stood for a chance. It's about being the state university, and it's about pride, but it is always about opportunity. It is always important to maintain your integrity. I tried to do the right thing in recruiting by the rules and graduating kids, and I had it explained to me when I was hired that anything shy of that would not be tolerated at the University of Texas. But they didn't have to tell me that. That's what I was going to do anyway. I was 52 years old when I stepped away from coaching, and I have now spent more than 50 years of my life in association with the University of Texas. People have often asked me what I would like to be remembered as, and my answer is pretty simple. I tell them that on my tombstone. I don't want it to say that I never made a mistake. I'd like it to say he meant well. And so shall it be for our legend, our Longhorn legend tonight. I'm Bill Little.
There it is, Chills with Darrell Royal. Pretty great stuff. I meant well. That was the extent of it, Rod. I meant well.
No, it's I love how Bill Little puts great perspective and context with history. And if you are a Longhorn fan, like, you know, or even a member of the media like we are, and you've done any type of research and tried to, you know, catalog and track and, you know, make sure you go back and really, really dive into Texas football history, there's no better resource, and there was no better resource than Bill Little to help you do that. No matter which way you're doing it, whether it's from our point of view or a fan point of view, he always gave you such great perspective on it, and he'll be missed. No question.
No question, and already is. No doubt about that. Rest in peace, Mr. Little. 81 years young, and thoughts and prayers to your family. Can we get a little behind the burnt orange curtain, Rod? One more time. We're looking forward about 20 minutes. You're going to get the Steve Sarkisian availability and maybe some answers to some of these questions, but let's get Rod behind the BOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, time to get to some more practice reports. We've been obviously diving deep into the second scrimmage of training camp for the Longhorns, which Steve Sarkisian called the depth chart scrimmage. So I'm just going to go over a couple of reports that we have not really gotten a chance to discuss. And one of them is about Anthony Hill and that off-ball linebacker spot opposite of Jalen Ford. Now, Anthony Hill is going to play this year in, it could be a situational role or maybe as a starting linebacker. But we know we're going to see his versatility and multiplicity because Sark has already said he's one of the second or first or second best pass rusher on the team, you know, him and Byron Murphy. So we know that you'll see that guy on the field because they need to be able to translate more of those pressures into sacks. Only had 27 of them last year. But apparently in the scrimmage, shout out to C.J. Vogel Football Brainiacs, who does a really, really good job. He said that Hill had a strong showing with the second-team defense in today's scrimmage, and reported that Hill was everywhere on defense making plays. In the last 2 scrimmages, they've really been able to show off his versatility. He said one play Anthony Hill made that was mentioned in scrimmage reports was that he had a nice PBU, and that basically even in coverage, not only just making disruptive plays, but even in coverage, they've seen Anthony Hill shine so far in these scrimmages and at practice. So he's a playmaker. We talked about some guys having a nose for the football, having great football instincts, being disruptors, havoc players, guys that cause havoc plays. There is no doubt Anthony Hill fits that description of a havoc player who's extremely disruptive. And, some of these young guys they've brought in, whether you're talking about an Anthony Hill or Malik Muhammad, who there are also practice reports that he forced another turnover, so that would make 3 takeaways that he has in 2 scrimmages, that these guys are forcing their way on the field because of their playmaking ability. They're havoc players, and one thing that PK has been trying to emphasize, so is Sark trying to emphasize this season, is how do we make more havoc plays? That's splash plays on defense, sacks, tackles for loss, PBUs, interceptions, forced fumbles, taking the football away. Honestly, a lot of that is putting players out there who are havoc-minded players. And there's no doubt Anthony Hill is one of those havoc-minded players. So watch that off-ball linebacker competition. Sark is definitely going to be asked about it, or at least he should be asked about it. And right now they're saying that they have first-world problems there because David Benda has been really, really consistent, and looks like David Benda is definitely going to be an option for that starting linebacker, off-ball linebacker spot opposite Jalen Ford. But also, you got the high upside player in Anthony Hill you can throw there too. And Mo Blackwell is another guy that was competing for that spot too.
Well, and I'd also say that in the Big 12, and maybe even against Alabama, we know there will be times when you have 3 linebackers on the field.
Yeah, you go up against a run-heavy team that wants to run the football. Iowa State's, K-State's.
Yeah, we don't know what Tommy Rees is going to be. It was the offensive coordinator at Bama, but at Notre Dame, he was a meat and potatoes, 2 tight end, line it up and come at you. So there may be room for Anthony Hill in a 3 linebacker set where you got to be able to get some thump in there and stop a strong running game. Bama would be the first one I would think of. But yes, you're right. I heard the same. I mentioned Diamante Tucker Dorsey, the last year linebacker, has said, watch for David Benda. He's ready to take that big step and get his opportunity. He's not just a veteran player, but he's now 3 years in this system with Pete Kwiatkowski. He's been here the whole time, and he really has absorbed it. And as you said, situationally sound.
Yeah, and I think
we'll let our havoc players make havoc. You be where you need to be.
And I was one of those guys. So I remember that be where you're supposed to be, do your job guy. That was Rod B. I didn't make a ton of havoc plays and plays on the ball. I made enough of them. But you also need guys that are going to stabilize the structural integrity of your defense. Havoc players, I love havoc players and disruptors, but oftentimes they are high risk, high reward players. They'll give up some plays. So you need some stabilizing forces within that defense. And I think they got a nice mix. If I was defensive coordinator, I want a nice mix of all those guys. Also, so we're talking about competition. One of the biggest, I would say, spots for open competition so far this offseason has been that cornerback spot opposite of Ryan Watts. And now we may be even seeing Ryan Watts' spot be open for a little bit more competition. They love Malik Muhammad, as I brought up, and they love Terrence Brooks, too. There's even a report that Sark has said both of those guys can play boundary and field side corner, and Malik Muhammad is trending in the right way. They believe they might have 3 starting corners between Ryan Watts, Terrence Brooks, and Malik Muhammad. That is a great problem to have because something tells me you're going to need them all.
Gonna need them all. Well, again, you go run. If you run heavy team, you can maybe have a 3rd linebacker with Benda's emergence, and then Jet Bush is also there. And if you need coverage because you're playing a pass team, it sounds like the Longhorns are deeper in those spots. And as I said earlier, I think Sark, if you look at where he targeted in the transfer portal, it was defensive back where they went and got Jalen Catalon and Gavin Holmes, even though they knew they had a lot of these guys coming back. And then they brought in Malik Muhammad, high level 5-star corner. So 3 big-time corner additions and safety additions, and then wide receiver, where they got real thin last year, especially when X-Man had a broken hand. They didn't have many other options. They went out and brought in A.D. Mitchell. They got Isaiah Nayer back. They went and got Jonte Cook out of DeSoto. And it's like we're not We're not going to be short at wide receiver again. We're going to make sure we're loaded up there. All right, good stuff. 11 o'clock. That'll be about 15 minutes. Sark will begin that right around that time. When practice ends, they'll do a media availability. We'll start putting some stuff out there and certainly have it for you. Full rundown with it tomorrow here on our 5 hours of live and local conversation here on Ian Ribey. Coming back, quick round of what's popping on our way to Jim. What's popping?
What's popping?
You've been popping this morning. Appreciate Rod Babers, Ty, and all of you who have participated on the good, bad, and ugly thoughts on the Specs text line. Also appreciate Pete Futak jumping in, talking college football. Great points, I thought, on the Pac-12, the hierarchy of it, the quarterback-heavy conference that it is, as you pointed out, Rod, with number 11 in our countdown, the Horn Top 20 countdown being Washington, and then Utah at number 10. And we'll have USC on our way to number 1. He thinks USC is loaded up through the transfer portal on defense and can absolutely be in the college football playoff. But Pac-12 is pretty darn good, and you're going to be facing, once you get in conference play, USC is going to face a really good quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think for Lincoln Riley, though, it does seem like that's his MO, is that the offense is going to be gangbusters, elite, and prolific, and we know that, and the quarterbacks are going to end up being highly drafted quarterbacks, Heisman finalists, but the defense is going to take a while. That's been his. At Oklahoma, it was the same thing. It took a while, but he figured out the defense at Oklahoma. It just
got
took
it better. It got better, but it wasn't,
took way too long.
It wasn't good enough once they got to the Final Four.
No, it wasn't a championship caliber defense.
It was Big 12 championship.
Yes, there you go. And I think at USC, at least now, there may be a faster, expedited development of that defense at USC because he can get better athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that
sorry, Oklahoma. I didn't mean
Oklahoma's had a pretty good athletes.
They get athletes,
but he, under Lincoln Riley, they didn't as
that's
well.
Why
much
Lincoln
on
Riley.
defense.
Yeah, that's why he left.
When Bob Stoops was bringing in guys like Tommy Harris and bringing in dudes up front and playing.
I remember Andre Woolfolk. They actually inherited Andre
Roy
Woolfolk.
Williams and Teddy Lehman.
Derek Strait. Remember Derek Strait from
Dusty Dvorak.
He was like Central Texas guy.
But that was Bob Stoops, right? Bob Stoops was a defensive guy, and that's why Stoops won the last championship Oklahoma's won was Bob Stoops, because he had the great defense, because that was his bread and butter and his mindset. And he hired guys like Mike Leach to come in and run his offense.
He was smart.
And, combine the two, I do believe at Oklahoma, Lincoln Riley kept the offense cranking and maybe improved it, but let the defense slide.
And there's always this, thought or belief about the air raid. That's what Bob Stoops was trying. He was trying to break I don't know back then if it actually had that reputation, but now it does. It's a reputation, a stigma for the air raid that it abandons defense. Like it
and you
infects,
combine both.
Yeah, it infects defense and over the course of 4 or 5 years, it'll have a deteriorating effect on your defense because the air raid is a religion. And you have to devote everything in your program to it in order to be successful. And then that obsession with offense affects your ability to be a balanced football team. That's the belief.
Well, and I just think you become more of a finesse team up front, which makes practices less physical.
All
and
that, yeah.
A style of play, and your defense becomes. Yeah, I think there's a. But Bob Stoops did the best job.
He balanced it better than anybody else. He's the only one that won a national title running the actual air raid offense.
Right, the originator with Mike Leach. For sure. Okay, so that's popping our conversation with Pete Fiutak. Also, what's popping tonight? Baseball, Rod, because this is really getting interesting because for so long and so much of the summer, the Astros and Rangers have been a two-team race in the American League West. But here come the Mariners. They are now 3 back of the Rangers, half game back of the Astros. And guess who the Astros play 4 games starting tonight? The Boston Red Sox, Rod. Game 1 of a 4-game series at Minute Maid Park. They hopefully get Kyle Tucker back if you're an Astros fan. Tucker missed the whole series with an illness.
You need him. And,
man, he middle of that order with Jordan. He was such a great clutch run producer. They needed that against Seattle, but Seattle beat him up. So Boston is in, but Boston just beat the hell out of the Yankees for 3 games.
Oh, everybody's beating the hell out of the Yankees.
Yankees are on their longest losing streak since 1995.
Exactly. They're actually right now kind of they're kind of a punching bag.
But the Red Sox are feeling the momentum. How about this? As I mentioned, the Astros went 2-8 against the Mariners this year. The Red Sox beat the Yankees 8 out of 9 times in that series. 8 out of 9.
Rivals, baby.
8-1. And it's not much of a rivalry this year because the Yankees are getting their heads kicked in by the Boston Red Sox. But Astros 4 games tonight. And remember, in the wild card standings, Red Sox are only a couple, 3 games out of a wild card. So they're in the mix, and this becomes a huge 4-game series for them.
And that's a good point. The Astros got to think about that wild card, man.
Rangers are going to Arizona to play the Young Diamondbacks. So that'll be popping. Do you have a pick for us tonight there, T.Y.?
Give it to us.
I'm going to take the Commanders over the Ravens
Monday Night Football. What?
You said they're going to break the 24-game preseason win streak for the Ravens?
Streaks come to an end.
Wow.
Tonight.
Well, on Friday, Ty gave us take the Rangers over the Brewers, and that went 0-3.
Yeah, so.
Win the series.
You win some, you lose
to make
some.
your money back. This says Baltimore, Washington, line is 1.5. Baltimore favored by 1.5.
See what that Eric Bieniemy offense looks like?
Will you be watching Monday Night Football tonight, Rod?
I will, but I'm also watching Billions because I missed it
I
last
saw
night.
the episode.
Yes.
I won't spoil it
It's
for
good,
you.
though, ain't it?
It's pretty good.
I know it.
Axe is back.
Axe is back.
And the run for president has begun.
Ooh. Spoiler alert.
Baltimore, Washington tonight on Monday Night Football. Check that out. We'll be talking about it tomorrow. That's Devin Duvernay. That's Justin Tucker. That's some lifetime Longhorns, but it's also see what does Lamar Jackson look like in the new offense?
That's going to be
with
fun
Todd
to watch.
Monken.
Yeah.
And is it Sam Howell?
I hope he's playing tonight.
Sam Howell, the starting quarterback of your Washington Commanders. Well, that'll be popping tonight. Rod, have a great Monday.
You too, brother.
Y'all have a great Monday, too. We'll get back at it 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, every hour podcast at hornfm.com.